Chapter 1: A Ridiculous Accusation. They wanted to try me for the murder of Griven, whom I executed for real crimes in front of the entire village. Whatever was going on here was clearly part of some grander scheme. The investigator was too confident in himself. "What murder?" I said sharply. "Griven and a squad of mercenaries set up an ambush on the road in an attempt to kill me and my companions. And all this was the result of a criminal conspiracy between him and the elder Savely Rinden." I withdrew 2 megaphones from my pocket, Maca Griven's and Savely Rinden's, and showed them to the investigator. "Here, take a look. This is their entire correspondence, how they discussed my movements and planned to solve the Voivode problem." The crowd behind me hummed approvingly. I turned around and met the eyes of Boris, Fedot, and Silanti. They stared determinedly back, ready to confirm my words. "And I have witnesses," I nodded in their direction. "These 3 were with me when Griven's mercenaries attacked us. And then there are all the villagers. They all watched as I interrogated these 2 and saw how they confessed to fraud and conspiracy." "He speaks the truth," a voice rang out from the crowd, and the others chimed in support. "That's why I executed them. Let me remind you that the prince himself authorized me to administer justice and punishment on his land." Volkov grimaced, but his mask of contemptuous superiority quickly returned. "It's funny," he said coolly, "I also have a witness. Ready to swear that it was you who lured the unfortunate Griven to Ugrumica to take his life and rob him." The crowd murmured in discontent. The investigator cast a piercing gaze over the crowd and continued, "And this witness saw with his own eyes that the merchant was brutally beaten before he died. He could have confessed to everything if this was how he was treated, and the correspondence in the megaphones does not prove anything." A sardonic grin broke across his face. "They never directly said, 'Let's kill the Voivode,' did they?" The people began to shout objections. I raised my hand, calling for silence. A captivating scene was unfolding. Firstly, someone had decided to slander me, and in collusion with the prince's bloodhounds. Well, that had been a very rash decision on their part. Secondly, none of this in any way resembled an impartial investigation. Volkov was not interested in my arguments or the villagers who were ready to testify. His goal was to accuse me at any cost. He was probably acting on orders, since I had nothing to him personally. "And what exactly are the powers you have been granted, Sir Investigator?" Volkov gave me a satisfied grin, clearly confident in his superiority. "Oh, I have carte blanche to conduct my investigation, Boyar. If I establish your guilt, I will be able to pass a sentence on the spot, and obstructing the investigation will only confirm that you have something to hide. And in that case," he paused meaningfully. The crowd began to whisper anxiously. The villagers looked at each other in fear, not knowing what to expect. I sensed a threat coming from the dragoons. Most of them possessed magical gifts, and their commander, a man of about 40 with officers' shoulder straps, mounted on a grey stallion, was clearly a man of business. He exuded the power of a master of his craft. Ugrumica's militiamen stood no chance against a detachment like this. Alone, I could have escaped, but it would be far from a decisive victory. "So we'll start interrogating your fellow villagers, one by one." There was undisguised triumph in Volkov's voice. "I'll get to the truth, have no doubt." But he didn't need the truth. I could tell from his eyes that he would simply skew any testimony to get the result he needed. And no matter how I objected, I would still be found guilty. As the accused, can I familiarize myself with the material evidence in the investigation, so I can understand what exactly I am being accused of and on what grounds? Otherwise, it may be the case that someone is being dishonest and trying to slander me," I said, a hint of irony in my voice. Volkov stretched his lips into an unkind grin. "Of course, Boyar, all our ducks are in a row, not a single file out of line. But first," he said, raising a finger, "please surrender your weapon. It is improper for the accused to be strutting around with a glaive. Indeed, I grabbed it as I'd run out of the house, expecting a fight. Sighing pointedly, I placed my hand on the handle of the glaive. The dragoons tensed, ready to pounce if I attacked. Instead, I simply spun the weapon in my hands, and the glaive crumbled into pieces, transforming into a smooth stick and a heavy steel ball. I casually threw them at the interrogator's feet. "Take it." As for this, I produced a dimly gleaming orb of twilight steel, tossed it, and caught it in one hand, noticing how Volkov's eyes gleamed greedily at the sight of the rare metal. "I'll probably have to hide it, so as not to tempt the more weak-willed among us." Slowly approaching the well, I removed the lid and dropped the ball into the dark depths. A heavy splash echoed up from the darkness. The massive lock on the lid clicked into place, and the key vanished into my pocket. "Now I am unarmed, gentlemen. Shall we continue?" With difficulty, Volkov tore his gaze away from the well. He clenched his jaw so hard that his muscles began to bulge. He turned to his men and commanded, "Petrov, Sidorenko, with me. The rest of you stay here and keep order." We headed toward the Voivode estate and soon settled in the living room. I watched intently as Volkov sorted through some documents until he fished out a few sheets of paper and waved them in the air. "Here, take a look." It's a captivating read. The investigator laid out several sheets of paper in front of me, written in a cramped handwriting. I took one of them and began to read it with interest. It turned out to be a denunciation of my character, and a very creative one at that. "To His Highness, the Venerable Prince of Vladimir, from a devoted servant, I hasten to inform you of alarming news about the crimes that are taking place in your distant domain, the village of Ugryumika. The new governor, Boyar Prokhor Platonov, has proven to be a ruthless criminal and cutthroat. Numerous are his outrageous misdeeds. Upon taking office, he immediately began to intimidate the locals in order to subjugate them to his merciless will. He brandished a weapon in front of the entire village, almost stabbing our unfortunate blacksmith. And this happened only because our respected late elder dared to question the skills of the new voivode, a cruel, power-hungry man. Strange crows flock everywhere, watching the villagers, especially innocent girls, and Platonov himself uses dark magic to keep the people living in fear. The residents have seen manifestations of his black sorcery more than once. For example, on the first night, he single-handedly crippled 4 of our skilled hunters for no reason, and also hanged our respected elder Savely Rindin and the venerable merchant Maka Grivin. Undoubtedly, this represents the awakening of his unclean gift, with which he suppressed the uprising and conquered the people by force. Before his appearance, we lived with honor and justice, everyone had their own personal wealth and had a commercial interest. And now what? He rejected with contempt even an honest offer to accept hunting trophies as payment for a team of horses, threatening terrible punishment. Like a millstone, he uses his vile power to grind down every opportunity for earning an honest ruble, going so far as to employ blackmail and intimidation. In the forests, this vile scum exterminates animals and fells tree after tree without stopping, ruining the prince's lands, appropriating natural treasures, and later, through rapid enrichment, corrupting the minds of impressionable villagers, luring them into his band of bandits. I speak the truth when I tell you that the boyar gathers his gang members from among the most hardened cutthroats. Day and night, he trains them in military affairs, building up his forces, and after going to the market, he brought back whole convoys of supplies and expensive goods. Where did he get the money for them, if, after all, he arrived in Ugryumika without a penny to his name? He made his fortune on blood and robbery, this much is certain. He travels around the area, robbing honest people. How many innocent travelers has he killed? God alone knows. But he and his men arrived covered in someone else's blood, and boasted that they had intercepted the convoy of the merchant Grivin and had brought back a huge bounty, and of our elder, who served us well, a wise and righteous man, concerned about the common good. All the more tragic is his fate. The cruel Platonov ruined him too, condemning him to a shameful execution. Before his death, the unfortunate Savely even proclaimed that he held no grudge against any of us. He was such a meek and pious man. Platonov, this despot, cruelly tortured and also took the life of the venerable Makar Grivin, unfairly accusing him of an absurd conspiracy with Savely. And all because of his insatiable greed, self-interest, and desire to get his hands on someone else's property. But this noble merchant visited our village, buying trophies from hunters so that they could feed their families. Let me remind you that I have already reported to you that these poachers are illegally extracting relics and essence in the prince's lands, brazenly robbing your highness. I do not deceive you when I say that Prokhor Platonov is a robber and murderer, a sorcerer, a rebel and a villain. If he is not restrained, he will destroy the entire region, plunging it into civil strife and bloodshed. I beg you, do not let the villain rule over honest people. We trust only in you and see our salvation in your firm hand. There was no signature at the bottom of the page, but I was certain that whoever had written this libelous drivel hadn't forgotten to sign his name on the original copy. Lies like this weren't written just for the art of it, or at least not solely, but in the hope of a reward. And it would be impossible to issue this reward if the identity of the sender was unknown. The further I read, the more cheerful I became. All the good I'd done for the village had been shamelessly skewed and presented in a distorted light. My victory over the bandits was presented as a cruel reprisal against innocent travelers. The extraction of valuable resources was presented as the plundering of the prince's lands. The militia's military training was considered the creation of a gang of cutthroats, and the supplies I'd earned from trade was unbridled greed and a desire to fill my own purse. As I read the final lines, I leaned back in my chair, barely holding back my laughter. The moment did not seem conducive to merriment, but it was also funny to me. I half expected to be accused of eating babies on top of everything else. Suppressing my emotion, I pulled myself together and looked at Volkov. He was sitting there with an insolently satisfied look, his whole being radiating triumph. "Here's the deal, my good fellow," I said. "From where I'm standing, it's hard to see you as anything other than a villain, but it's no matter, no one escapes the hand of justice." The picture was crystal clear. There was a traitor in Ugrumika. Someone who knew details known only to the locals and wanted to get rid of me at any cost. This man did not hesitate to lie and twist the facts. He was in the village constantly, closely watching my every move. And now his lies had become a weighty argument in the hands of the prince's lackey. While I had been focused on fortifying the village, the enemy was calmly sharpening a knife to stab me in the back. With evidence like this, the investigator could easily throw me behind bars or even hang me right now in the main square. It was likely that no one would even utter a peep. Maybe Vasilisa and Zakar would be upset. And yet there remained a chance to avoid my undeserved fate. I needed to find out who this traitor was, to expose the bastard who was trying to destroy everything I had achieved. Only by tearing the weapon out of Volkov's hands could I save both myself and Ugrumika, and there was no doubt that they would get theirs too. It was not for nothing that this ill-wisher kept reiterating about the illegal extraction of relics. He was the one who had initially given the prince this information, and it had surprised me during my conversation with Saburov that he had known details of what was transpiring in some remote village on the edge of the principality. After all, those same unruly poachers were unlikely to openly repent of their sins. There was no need to repent. They had found a good Samaritan willing to frame and then snitch on his own countrymen. I took a deep breath, fighting the urge to immediately rush off and find the rat. I had to keep my cool, act sensibly, not rashly. All that was left was to be patient and wrap the traitor in his own web. I assume that you will conduct an honest and unbiased investigation, correct, Mr. Volkov? I asked coldly, staring him straight in the eye. After all, you must thoroughly examine all the facts of the case. God forbid it turns out that I am simply being slandered, right? Of course, Volkov chuckled. I will interrogate all the villagers. Thank God there are so few of them here, so we will determine whose testimony is true, my witness or yours. Excellent. Then I put my fate in your hands and trust that truth will prevail. Of course truth will prevail, because I will find the treacherous creature who wrote this false slander and force him to eat his own liver. You're too calm for a man accused of murder. Suspicion sounded in Volkov's voice, but behind the apparent harshness there was a slight confusion. It wasn't hard to read his emotions and guess his train of thought. He felt the confidence emanating from me, and that made him wary. After all, I didn't feel a shadow of fear, which was atypical of people facing such serious accusations. Calmness is a sign of a clear conscience. I spread my hands slightly as the corners of my lips curled into a smile. But if you'd really like, I can throw a tantrum. I can act as well as any famous actor from the Vladimir Academic Theatre. We'll see who's acting the fool when you're hanging from the gallows. Volkov always had to have the last word. Why guess? Been there, done that. Now if we're done here, I'm leaving. There's much to do. Such as? He grew wary. Well, we're uprooting the stumps around the fence. Do you want to help? You're a strong man. Your help would be appreciated. Volkov barely refrained from cursing. All the unspoken words were written on his face. Some choice ones about my mother and a few more about my father. Don't try to interfere with the investigation, I heard from behind me. And from now on, a curfew is declared in the village. If you or your people are seen on the street after sundown, you will be shot on the spot. I let him have the last word. A plan was already beginning to form in my head. First, I'd have to find out who among the residents of Ugrumica was literate. 5 or 6 people at most could write tolerably well. The teacher, the miller with his trade books, the carpenter who used to work in the city guild, all had boasted about it when we first met, and perhaps Granny Agafia, since she studied from old medical books, as she told me herself, and Vasilisa. As much as I wanted to place my unconditional trust in her, she was also a suspect. And the former village headman could also have taught someone close to him, because he was able to type texts on his megaphone quite skillfully. Although, this information was only presented to me on paper and very well could have been conveyed verbally. Besides, the handwriting was a neat cursive script, clearly indicating a person with a good education. Ivan Petrovich was unlikely to be able to write so elegantly. I saw his notes in school books, which resembled the tracks of a wounded spider. I was much more interested in the turns of speech and details that betrayed a man well acquainted with commercial affairs, especially the constant references to honest trade and fair prices, millstones, and the absolutely petty complaint about the refusal to pay for the horses with trophies. And only Zakhar and I were present during that conversation with the miller. Second, I needed to talk to my loyal people. Someone might have noticed if one of the villagers was acting strange or clearly didn't trust me. Third, I'd have to establish the method by which our local Judas had sent the message to the prince's people. If he used a carrier pigeon, that was one thing, but if there was another secret megaphone in the village, that was quite another. One way or another, I'd figure out how to make life difficult for this unknown rat and expose him to the light. Chapter 2. Before I started on my plan, I decided to narrow down the circle of suspects and gathered my comrades in my house. Zakhar, the 4 hunters, and Vasilisa, who did not pose any risk for this part of the plan, and in fact could potentially help. After summarizing the broad strokes of the letter without going into detail, I asked, "Who in the village is literate?" In response, I heard familiar names, exactly the ones that had already come to mind. However, I began to dig deeper. Is that all? Or is there anyone else who has shown in deed or word that they know how to write? Silenti scratched his head and replied, "Frol can. The headman taught him to keep track of the metal and coal consumption. A long time ago, during my father's time, several families moved here from the city to escape taxes," Boris added. "They taught their children to read and write. Mitai learned from his mother, for instance." He then added a couple more names of people with whom I had not yet had much contact. "So, there are about 10 of them," I said. "Have you noticed anyone acting strange lately? Maybe someone openly expressed dissatisfaction or behaved suspiciously." Fedot exchanged glances with the others and leaned forward on his elbows. "After you scolded him, Mitai could often be seen sulking in a corner and grumbling about how the voivode was establishing new rules and making the village unlivable. And he kept taking books from Petrovich. He seemed to like reading. Mitai then, the very same Mitai who broke into my house on the first night, got hit on the back, and then harassed Vasilisa. Was he holding a grudge? No wonder." "I see," I said. "Another question. Could a traitor send a message to the prince's bloodhounds with a carrier pigeon?" Boris shook his head decisively. "No, Prokhor Ignatievich, there have never been any pigeons in the village. We'd notice. They're noisy, demand grain, and they need to be let out every once in a while, otherwise they wither and die. Someone would have figured it out. Evidently, there was another megaphone hidden away somewhere. I saw my guests out, then sat down at the table and thoughtfully turned my own artifact over in my hands. A peculiar object, to say the least. It wasn't hard to figure out how it worked. Especially when I went on the Ethernet and found the specialized resources. I wouldn't have been able to craft one myself right away, because I couldn't identify all the spells that were used, nor all the relics, but I was able to glean one thing. It was exceedingly difficult to detect an inactive megaphone because it emitted practically no energy. It turned out that the megaphones used a cunning combination of various elements and spells. They required no recharging by the user, nor did they expend essence crystals, allowing even those without a gift to use them. Instead, these wonders gradually pulled rarefied magical energy from the surrounding space. And at the moment of activation, they sent a signal to special communication pillars installed in the bastions, which connected the two devices. The genius of the artifact was that it was based on an original variation of the Mind Link spell that I knew so well from my previous life. Only instead of directly connecting minds, the megaphone transmitted only scraps of information, text, sound, image, or a combination of them. Therefore, the energy consumption was incomparably less, a truly ingenious invention. I leaned back in my chair, grinning viciously. This gave me a brilliant idea. I remembered that during the war, we repeatedly jammed the enemy's magical connections with one ritual. Rising from the table, I began my preparations. I drew a perfectly even circle on the floor with coal and salt, along the edges of which I placed 4 candles and 2 essence crystals, needed only for focusing the spell. Taking a seat in the center, I closed my eyes and plunged headlong into meditation. My essence reserve was around 200 now, so I wouldn't have to do so much shuffling around. Alas, rituals were a crutch for an undeveloped gift. The details of the ancient spell seemed to emerge from the depths of my memory as my will directed the streams of power. It required a tedious amount of control not only to achieve the desired result, but also to obtain the desired effect across a given area for a sufficient period of time. The slightest mistake, and I'd cut off service in an area deep in the forest and interrupt some squirrel's conversation instead. A quarter of an hour later, it was all over. I stretched out on the floor, exhausted, feeling the last drops of magic seeping from my body. During the ritual, I'd spent 106 out of 114 drops, but for the next 24 hours, not a single magaphone in Ugrumika would be able to send or receive calls or messages. Stretching my entire body, I smiled and rose to my feet. Now it was time to move on to the second part of the plan, and let Volkov rack his brains over why his pet rat had stopped communicating. Lydia Beloziorova angrily threw away the latest issue of the Salon Herald. The hateful face of Prokhor Platonov stared at her from the third page of the newspaper. The article described in detail his triumph at a dinner party at the Butelins, to which this bastard had somehow managed to get an invite despite his disgraced status. She clenched her teeth, barely containing her anger. Not only had Platonov infiltrated the high society of Sergiev Posad, which was ruled over by her cousin, but he had also defeated a journeyman in a duel, which was why journalists were so hotly debating what his real power level must be, not skimping on the words of praise. Grabbing the megaphone, Lydia dialed Prince Obolensky, her fingers shaking with rage. After several long beeps, his lazy voice came through the receiver. "Good day, cousin. To what do I owe the pleasure?" "Have you seen the morning paper, cousin?" Lydia hissed, her voice full ice, barely able to keep her composure. "That scoundrel Platonov was in your city, and he left there alive." A heavy sigh was heard on the other end of the line. "I am aware of his visit, Lydia, but honestly, I don't see anything particularly terrible about it." "Nothing terrible?" Beloziorova shrieked. "But I told you what that lecherous dog did to my girl. He dishonored her." "I begged you to deal with him." "Downright dishonored her?" the prince asked with undisguised irony. "Or do you simply not like your future son-in-law?" Lydia was rendered momentarily speechless at such impudence, but Obolensky continued, unfazed. "I had a conversation with Mr. Platonov. And you know, he made an extremely favorable impression on me. A very serious and intelligent young man who at such a young age has achieved impressive heights in magic. In addition, he managed to forge a very valuable blade and get a fortune for it. In my opinion, he would make an excellent husband for Polina." Lydia saw red at this news. How dare he? Had the prince gone crazy to seriously suggest that she give her daughter to this bastard? "Heed my words carefully, cousin," she said through gritted teeth. "I don't give a damn about his hypothetical wealth or talents. I'll die before I let that lecher lay a finger on my girl." A chuckle was clearly heard on the other line. "You mean lay a hand on her again?" Obolensky said sarcastically. The emotions that flooded Lydia's eyes darkened. The megaphone crackled pitifully, almost breaking in her vice grip. How could you?" she croaked, choking on her rage. "Calm yourself, cousin." The prince's voice became serious. "Drink some motherwort tincture and get your nerves in order. I simply don't recognize you. You're obsessed with this boyar. Really, how can you behave like this? You're a countess. Act like one. What would your father say if he saw you in such a state?" The next moment, all that could be heard on the other line was an intermittent beep. Lydia froze, staring at the megaphone in shock. That worthless nobody who called himself her cousin dared to hang up on her. The blood pounded wildly in her temples. Pain pierced her head like a red-hot needle. Beloziorova cursed and threw the artifact at the wall, paying no attention as the shards sprayed in all directions. Her thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind. Her people had let her down in failing to deal with Platonov. There was no hope for her family either. Weakness and incompetence everywhere, betrayal everywhere, her own kindred blood, both daughter and cousin. Well, it looked like she'd have to take matters into her own hands and find a way to wipe Platonov out of existence. She'd trample him, destroy everything he held dear. Oh yes, she'd make the villain regret ever being born. Lydia rose quickly, pulling at the folds of her dress. A mad flame blazed in her angrily narrowed eyes. So Platonov thought himself invincible, did he? Well, that would make his crushing fall all the sweeter. No amount of patrons in high places would save this degenerate from her righteous wrath. There were a couple of hours left before dark, and I intended to spend them wisely, walking around the village and casually chatting with some of the residents. Dragoons were on duty at various points throughout Ugrumica, keeping order. One of them was leading Gavrila right before my eyes to be interrogated by Volkov, who had set up shop in the late headman's house. The first thing I did was visit the miller. Stepan had just finished hauling away the sacks of grain and was shaking flour dust off the leather apron he had thrown over his sheepskin coat. When he saw me, he smiled affably and bowed deeply. "How's the grinding going?" I glanced around the yard, which was littered with sacks. "It goes, little by little, sir. Here, I'm packing up another batch. Oh, you brought a lot of grain, so much. There are some issues with the mill. Like they say, trouble never comes alone." "If it's not those bloodhounds, it's a breakdown." I raised an eyebrow questioningly, allowing him to continue. "Well, the old millstones are no longer working. They've cracked in 2 places. We should order new ones from a mason in Vladimir or somewhere nearby, but you can't take a step out the front door without these dragoons following your every move. Scary. Have they visited you yet? Have you talked to Volkov?" The miller visibly tensed up. "Not yet, but my heart is already in my mouth." "They'll be asking about you and Griven. And what will you tell them?" I asked, focusing intently. "The truth, just as it is, that he and Savely robbed people blind." He hesitated. "That he confessed in front of everyone to trying to, kill you." "You are an honest soul, Stepan," I said slowly. "Honest, that's true, but I'm scared, Prokhor Ignatievich," he said again. "This Volkov is a fierce man. He already scared our Nastasia so much during the interrogation that she still has a stutter. How? He's saying if we try to hide you, he will send the whole village to hard labor camps. And what are we supposed to do then?" "You may be strict, but you are fair. This one," he shook his head. "Has he intimidated a lot of people?" "I reckon so. Everyone's shaking in their boots. So I'm thinking, maybe you should," he made a vague gesture with his hand, "somehow find a common language with him. We should all try to get along." He rubbed his thumb and index finger together, as we was wont to do. "We need to somehow resolve this issue with this investigation." Chuckling, I responded, "You read my mind." And lowering my voice, I said, "I found something, Griven's cache. Looks like he hid his loot there." I found it and re-hid it nearby. The miller's eyes flashed with greed. "Really? Really? Part of it will go to reaching an agreement with the investigator. And you, Stepan, if you tell the truth during the interrogation, will also get a share. If you confirm about the assassination attempt and everything else." "Where?" He licked his lips nervously. "Where is it hidden?" "Behind the palisade in the forest to the north. A secure spot. No one will find it. When it gets dark, I'll retrieve it, and that'll be the end of it." Good deal," he said, nodding eagerly. "You care about the village, unlike the previous headman. He only lined his pockets, and you armed the hunters and are renovating the palisade." He lowered his voice. "If we have to spend a bit of gold to save our voivode, then it's a good thing, as long as everything gets sorted out." "That's what I think too." "Okay, bye, Stepan. Keep quiet about our conversation." After bidding him farewell, I headed towards the other huts. I talked to the carpenter, Mickey, at the gate to his yard, and crossed paths with Granny Agafia at the well. Along the way, I learned that the residents of Ugrumica had been dragged in for questioning one by one, as if to the slaughter. Each was summoned separately, and the villagers visited Volkov cowering, afraid to harm me, themselves, or their neighbors with a careless word. I also whispered my secret into Vasilissa's ear when she was languishing in the backyard. She was extremely surprised. I casually let slip something about a treasure I'd found to Mitai as well, who was eyeing me a bit too closely. People gasped, their eyes widened, they licked their lips greedily. I strictly ordered everyone to keep their mouths shut and to tell only the truth during interrogation. The villagers eagerly promised to support me, banking on my generosity. The rumor would certainly reach Volkov's ears because the traitor would want to personally tell his curator about it, but the bastard wouldn't be able to use his megaphone. In any normal situation, this guard dog informer might have been wary, but I had just thrown a very juicy piece of meat in front of the doghouse. He wouldn't be able to ignore something like that, because it would not only increase his own value in the eyes of the interrogator, but also help him finish me off in one fell swoop. No denunciations needed, no evidence needed. I would leave the territory of Ugrumika to pick up the money, which meant I would violate curfew. I could be killed on the spot, and completely legally. The sun had already disappeared behind the horizon, and evening twilight was falling on Ugrumika. Dim lights went on in the huts, and a goat was letting out heart-rending bleats in a nearby barn. I was sitting in my room, and outside the voivode's house was guarded by 3 soldiers, which once again proved that the informer had not had time to talk to Volkov. Otherwise, he would have made it easier for me to get out. A dark satisfaction flared up inside me. The seeds of discord had been sown, and all that remained was to wait for the shoots to sprout. If the traitor had taken the bait, he would definitely give himself away tonight. Closing my eyes, I reached out with my mind to Scald. Almost immediately, a picture of the village from a bird's eye view appeared before my inner eye. The raven was hovering over the village. From the moment the bird had gained the ability to speak, we hadn't had a moment to talk freely, and I had a lot of questions for him. "What's up, buddy?" I asked the bird in my mind. "Oh, humans," my familiar's grumbling voice was like a creaky floorboard. "The master himself deigns to inquire about the affairs of his most faithful, most devoted, most freezing servant." The raven sobbed theatrically. "You know, I already have icicles on my tail. They prevent me from flying. Soon I'll turn into an ice statue. Put me at the entrance of the house instead of a lantern." Scald. No, just imagine, a wonderful, unique, and marvelous bird, instead of warming itself by the fireplace and enjoying delicacies, is hanging around the village like a fool. And why? Because some miserly coot is stingy with his nuts. I rolled my eyes. "You'll get nuts. I'll even make them salted." He immediately perked up. "Sure, salted, and I'll throw in a couple of crystals, essence crystals." A hint of avarice crept into his voice. "Wait a minute, why such generosity?" "Something is fishy here. I just need you to keep an eye on the house and find out the identity of the traitor." "Ha, I knew it. No intentions of pampering a tried and true friend. You demand something in return. You must know my talons are frozen solid." "Solid? I've been sneezing for an hour." "Crows shouldn't be sneezing at all." "Well, if that's the case," I sighed, "you'll have to do without the nuts, or the crystals, and anyway, if they kill me, you'll have to find a new master. I wonder who else will tolerate your griping." "What? No, wait," Scald said, darting about in the air. "I changed my mind. My paws are already quite warm, and anyway, it's wonderful weather for flying. I'm watching, don't distract me." Not even a quarter of an hour had passed when the raven let out a triumphant cry. "Hey, cheapskate, I think I found something. And don't forget, the nuts must be big and salted." I immediately tensed up, looking closely at the picture he was transmitting. A person wrapped in warm clothes was creeping along the deserted street. They stopped right outside Volkov's house and hesitantly stamped their feet, waiting for the investigator to let them in. 2 dark figures loomed near the porch, dragoons on guard, one of whom gave a knock on the door to alert those inside. Meanwhile, Scald swooped down silently towards the house and, finding a rotten board, squeezed into the cellar. Excitement bubbled in my blood. We were growing closer to a resolution. The raven, deftly maneuvering between the rubble, approached the hole in the flooring and pressed himself against it, trying to get a look at the visitor. The stranger entered and greeted Volkov. Squinting, I stared into the face of this nighttime visitor at the exact moment his scarf and hat came off. Could it be? Chapter 3, Kuzma Gordyv Knocked cautiously on the door of the village elder's hut, where the investigator was now stationed. The teacher, known in Ugrumika as Petrovich, nervously shifted from foot to foot, waiting for the door to be opened. He knew that he was breaking curfew and, worst of all, risking exposing himself to his fellow villagers, but the information he had was too valuable to wait until morning. Thoughts swarmed in his head, each one darker than the last. He hated Ugrumika and its inhabitants. The villagers, the dark, illiterate rabble, unable to appreciate his talent, his remarkable mind. How low he had fallen to waste his brilliant intellect on these idiots who couldn't even string two words together. A victim of tragic circumstances, he found himself in this godforsaken place against his will, and with every fiber of his being wanted to leave it, at any cost. But once upon a time, Gordev had taught at the prestigious Vladimir Lyceum, basking in the rays of glory and universal adoration. Students copied down his every word, colleagues envied his sharp mind and erudition. He was especially captivated by the attention of young girls from noble families. How they admired his knowledge of art, how their eyes glowed when they looked at him. He managed to captivate one such impressionable underage fool with his learnedness and great sense of humor, which was more than enough to persuade her to part with her innocence. She was the only one who truly understood the depth of his nature and appreciated his refined taste. Oh yes, the girl fell madly in love with him, and Kuzma skillfully kept her on the hook, like a fish, so that at the appointed hour, after she came of age, he could reel her in and pull her onto the shore. Things were already heading towards marriage, but alas, everything was ruined by the girl's father, a rude but influential boyar, whose primitive mind could not begin to comprehend the luck that had befallen him. Any count would dream of having a man like Gordev as his son-in-law. After learning what had transpired, the boyar father angrily swore to hang this scoundrel Gordev from the nearest branch, and his were not empty words. Petrovich had to flee the city in a hurry to save his own life. That was how he ended up in Ugrumika, surrounded by filth and ignorance. And now he was forced to vegetate here, in this hole, wasting his gift on ungrateful blockheads whose children could barely read syllables. And all because of the stupidity and narrow-mindedness of those who, by chance, had ended up in power. Taking on the role of a teacher, he quickly won the favor of the locals, who considered him almost a saint, bringing the light of knowledge into their wretched lives. Secretly, Kuzma hated each and every one of them, dreaming of breaking out of Ugrumika at any cost. And the best way to achieve what he wanted was by turning them into the authorities. He had not been above writing denunciation letters before to get rid of those he did not like. Thus, his slander had put another teacher and a neighbor behind bars for daring to criticize the prince's power. Now Petrovich decided to use his old trick again. First, he wrote a denunciation of the hunters who were hunting for relics and essence in the forests. Alas, this was not enough. Fortune smiled on Kuzma when a new disgraced governor appeared in the village, categorical, decisive, with an otherworldly aura about him. Petrovich immediately realized that this was his chance to curry favor with the authorities. He began to secretly collect information about Platonov. He eavesdropped on conversations, asked the villagers. The miller was especially talkative, complaining that the governor had taken his horses almost by force. Petrovich carefully put all the facts together and, serving them up with the right sauce, concocted a damning denunciation. All that was left was to hand over Platonov and regain his former place in society. He was distracted from these blissful thoughts by the creak of the door opening. A man wrapped in warm clothes hurriedly shuffled inside. A gloomy Volkov was already waiting for him there. He cast a displeased glance at Kuzma and muttered through gritted teeth, "What the hell do you want at this hour? Don't you know that everyone has been ordered to stay home? Petrovich's neck retracted into his shoulders like a turtle, and he muttered, smiling ingratiatingly, I beg your pardon, Mr. Investigator, but I have information of the utmost importance. I simply had no right to delay. Believe me, you will want to hear this. Volkov chuckled skeptically, but made an inviting gesture with his hand, as if to say, spill it. The teacher licked his lips, thinking to himself how best to present the information, but his thoughts were interrupted by Volkov's sharp cry, Well, what's the urgency? Speak quickly, don't drag it out. Petrovich jumped and blurted out, The voivode plans to break curfew. This very night he will step outside the palisade. Platonov supposedly hid the treasure of the merchant Griven there and wants to dig it up in order to bribe you, Mr. Investigator. Volkov narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Where is this news coming from? He let it slip himself, Kuzma whispered in almost a hiss. He tried to bribe me too. He promised to shower me with gold if I testified in his favor during the interrogation. The investigator thoughtfully rubbed his chin. It was clear from his face that he was pleased about this news. He turned sharply and barked at the dragoons standing behind the door. Hear that? Remove the guard from the governor's house. But don't take your eyes off him. If he even moves beyond the boundary of his property, report him immediately. The soldiers stood at attention and shouted, Yes, sir. Petrovich shifted from foot to foot and timidly spoke up. What about my reward? You promised. Volkov spun around so sharply that Petrovich recoiled. A backhand blow glanced across his cheek. When we hang Platonov, then you'll get yours, worm, and only then. Now get out before I change my mind. Kuzma began to wriggle, looking ingratiatingly into the other man's eyes. If you'll permit, I have more information. If you please, in the village lives a certain Agathia, a very suspicious person, supposedly a herbalist, but in fact, a real witch. Her potions have repeatedly led to the death of cattle and diseases among the population. Oh, and there's more. The weaver Evdokia, a completely immoral woman, a real harlot who seduces honest men. Everyone except me, because she knows I'm too good for her. I recommend clapping her in irons and torturing her until she confesses. All her sins will be revealed immediately. And these hunters, Platonov's accomplices, they killed Griven together. Don't try to teach a teacher, Volkov grinned. Everyone will get what they deserve, have no doubt. With these words, the investigator painfully shoved Petrovich in the chest with his fist, sending him away by the scruff of the neck. Kuzma did not dare contradict him. Stumbling, he climbed out onto the porch, closing the door tightly behind him. Just you wait, dog, Petrovich thought angrily, rubbing his bruised chest. I won't forget this. In his imagination, he was already writing a new scrawling denunciation, this time against Volkov. Abuse of power, assault, misuse of authority, he would have no problem finding something to accuse the presumptuous investigator of. Kuzma walked slowly away, looking around every now and then. A vengeful grin snaked across his lips. Soon, very soon, he would escape from this podunk village. And then all those who had humiliated and underestimated him would regret it. Oh, how they would regret it. Lost among the slanted huts, Petrovich dissolved into the darkness of the night, and silence still hung over Ugrumica, broken only by the prolonged howl of a lone wolf. I inhaled sharply when I realized exactly who the secret informer was. Damn that Petrovich. I never expected such mean, vile behavior from him. During our first conversation, he didn't give the impression of being a charlatan. Sure, he was a little arrogant and smug, but overall he seemed harmless. His behavior had only struck me as strange at Savely and Griven's execution. Only at the execution of Savely and Griven did the teacher seem strange to me. Unlike the other villagers, he had watched the massacre with icy calm, not a trace of fear, malice, or even excitement. Even at the festival, people were having fun and nervously swigging alcohol, as if trying to drown out their confusion. Only the teacher had maintained the stoic coolness of a statue. Well, if the sly fox thought he could try to frame me with no consequences, he was sorely mistaken. "Scald, let's go after him," I mentally commanded. "It's time to finish off this traitor." He walked slowly along the deserted streets, glancing around every now and then. Apparently, he was afraid that someone would notice his nightly adventures. As he turned down another alley, the raven dove in, dropping like a stone, and landed right in front of him. "Hello, Kuzma," my voice came from the raven's beak. "Decided to take a walk after curfew? Interesting choice." Petrovich recoiled, opening his mouth in a silent scream. "Of course, it's not every day you see talking birds." He started shaking, his face turned gray with horror. He backed away, his lips moving in a silent babble. He looked so pitiful that for a moment I was repulsed. I, he bleated, staring at Scald. You, I agreed. "If you had been plotting only against me, I would have given you a quick death. But you have placed the lives, health, and well-being of all of Ugrumika in jeopardy. You have endangered women, children, and the elderly. And who knows how many innocent people you have managed to destroy with your slander before that." No, I'm not. "You have behaved like a cowardly louse," I muttered, ignoring his lowing. "And you will die like a cowardly louse, and may hell have no pity on you." A spark of understanding flashed in the other man's eyes. He realized that there would be no mercy and opened his mouth to scream, but I had barely even recovered a quarter of my reserve after the ritual to silence the megaphones, and this was quickly depleted. I was already preparing to burn one of the 2 remaining medium essence crystals to fuel the spell, when I suddenly felt Scald transfer over part of his power. It was just enough. Since he had become my familiar, I was able to cast magic through the raven as if he were the source of the spell, although the energy was still spent on my own. This was exactly what happened during the ambush of Griven's thugs, when I used my companion's vision to aim Stone Geezer. Previously, the spell would have been confined to the area of a couple kilometers, but since I'd gained the rank of apprentice, the range of our connection had grown significantly. Now I could cast spells through the bird at a distance of up to 5 kilometers. Streams of power wound around and entangled Petrovich, and suddenly granite slabs shot out from under his feet. They closed in on all sides, forming a giant box. He began to wheeze, unable to even scream, but it was too late. The heavy lid slammed shut over his head with a clang. The stone sarcophagus encapsulating the prisoner began to sink into the ground. Not a single sound reached us on the outside, and when the coffin was completely hidden in the depths, the earth closed over it as if nothing had happened. Only the trampled snow and dug-up dirt served as a reminder. A fleeting effort, and the soil smoothed out, erasing the last footprints Petrovich had left behind, and that was that. No evidence, no trace. The apostate had gotten what he deserved. It was a pity that he would suffocate before he died of hunger or thirst, but the horror he experienced will be a worthy punishment for one who sold out his own countrymen, trying to bring them under the prince's wrath. Sure, I was a stranger, but he had lived alongside these people for many years. And still, like a snake hiding in the grass, he tried to poison the village with his lies. After all, in my place, Saburov could have easily sent here a hardened scoundrel who would have started his acquaintance with the inhabitants of Ugrumika by killing a dozen of the most obstinate ones and throwing the rest to the sluice. Alas, such rulers were not uncommon. Burial Mound was a very expensive spell in terms of energy, 47 drops. And if not for Scald's intervention, I would have lost one of the 2 essence crystals. The second significant disadvantage of this spell was that it was almost impossible to use it in a real fight. The enemy rarely stood still, waiting for the coffin to imprison them. The third disadvantage was that it was not particularly difficult for a real magician to destroy stone walls. "Thanks, buddy," I said emphatically, catching my breath. You really helped me out. Scald croaked something unintelligible. Well, yeah, of course I helped, the raven grumbled, trying to hide his embarrassment at the praise. But I could have failed. Do you know how hard it is to keep your balance when energy is being sucked out of you? I almost fell over on my back. Perhaps some nuts would be adequate compensation for the moral damages incurred, I said, smiling. Adequate compensation? A note of greed crept into the voice in my head. How many nuts would it take to compensate for my suffering, and at least a couple more crystals? No, better make it 3. The crystals are almost gone, but there will be nuts, a whole lot of nuts. How much is a whole lot? Scald asked suspiciously. Give me specific numbers, and salted ones. I couldn't help but grin. What an impossible bird. Suddenly, I heard the sound of many feet coming from one side. Dragoons, alarmed by the surge of magic that was not shielded by a ritual circle, were running to the location. Scald chuckled softly and silently soaring into the sky, melted into the night. And with the help of his vision, I continued to observe the hustle and bustle that had begun in the alley. The fighters rushed about senselessly, peering at the ground in search of at least some trace, but there was nothing there. One of the dragoons rushed into the teacher's house, which was nearby, and soon flew out with his eyes wide open. He had found no one. Then the soldier rushed to wake up the interrogator. Soon Volkov tumbled out into the yard, buttoning his uniform as he went. His face was red with rage. Barking orders, he rushed between Petrovich's house and the spot where I had dealt with the traitor. The dragoons had already roused half the village with their noise, and now the alarmed residents were looking out through the half-open shutters, trying to see what was causing the ruckus. On the street, the soldiers were rushing around with lanterns, combing Ugrumika from top to bottom. The investigator, squinting from the light sparkling on the packed snow, tried to find any hint of the man. He methodically examined every centimeter of the ground, but to no avail. My spell did not leave behind a single clue. Check all the houses, Volkov barked. That bastard couldn't just disappear into thin air, I chuckled, watching this senseless fuss through the bird's eyes. You'd be surprised, gentlemen, you'd be surprised. Find his megaphone, Volkov growled a few minutes later. The megaphone from which the condemning letter was sent, wasn't it? Volkov had already realized that there was a reason Petrovich had disappeared. He only noticed it too late. The artifact had disappeared along with its owner in an underground grave. The search continued for at least another half-hour before it became completely obvious that Petrovich had vanished without a trace. Watching through Scald's eyes as Volkov strode determinedly towards my house, I slowly settled into a chair with a book. The raven, chuckling, commented, "Look, he's funny when he's angry, all red like a tomato. Oh, I think he's coming this way." He kicked the gate down. Why do you people love to destroy everything so much? Stupid creatures not like us, the wisest crows. A minute later, the door to my room swung open with a bang. On the threshold, breathing heavily, stood an enraged Volkov. The scarlet spots on his cheeks, white from the cold, betrayed the extreme degree of tension, and his eyes were flashing lightning. "What did you do with him?" he growled, clenching his fists. "Chapter 4 with whom?" "With my informant," I feigned mild surprise and asked with a hint of irony. "What happened to him?" Volkov turned purple, his eyes bulging. It seemed like he was about to have a stroke from rage. "He disappeared," Volkov said. I theatrically threw up my hands in bewilderment. "How can that be, if your men are tirelessly keeping the peace in Ugrumika, guarding us from any threat?" Volkov gritted his teeth. It was obvious that he was struggling to keep from screaming. "Don't play dumb, boyar. You know full well that he wrote that denunciation against you." I shook my head reproachfully. "Libel, that's the word you're looking for. The creator of that worthless piece of paper concocted a vile piece of libel. Why did he disappear?" I shrugged. Perhaps his conscience tormented him. Or he simply decided not to bear false witness against an innocent person. Volkov hissed through his teeth like an enraged viper. You think you're so smart, don't you, boyar? But no matter, you're gonna sing when I personally interrogate you under duress. And your accomplices will also spill the beans, don't even doubt it, because you couldn't have pulled something like this off on your own. I calmly met his furious gaze and grinned. Go ahead, that won't change the truth. No matter how hard you try, you have nothing to accuse me of. Volkov scowled, turning an even deeper shade of purple. He was not accustomed to encountering such resistance. Usually the accused were at a loss, babbling pitifully and begging for mercy. Glaring at me with hatred, he barked back, "Fine then, Platonov, you won't be free for long. I'll find his body and prove that you're the murderer." With these words, Volkov flew out, slamming the door so hard that the shutters rattled dolefully. I shrugged philosophically. Let him search. He'd be searching until Ragnarok Day. The next morning, I sent out messages to all those loyal to me. I sent Boris, Gavrila and Zakhar out to tell them to hold steady and not be afraid. The enemy no longer had any evidence against me. The storm was almost over. The villagers were in high spirits. A sigh of relief swept through Ugrumika. However, the investigation was not over yet. Through Scald, I watched as my closest associates were called in for questioning. I've been with the boyar since he was a child. Zakhar straightened his shoulders, and his voice rang with undisguised pride. I've known him since I was a child. Before, he may have had his caprices, but once he made it to Ugrumika, it was immediately obvious that he was a real voivode, not like the one who used to sit in his place. I saw with my own eyes how he exposed those swindlers, Savely and Griven. They thought they would intimidate the locals, but it turned out the opposite. Look at these miraculous glasses he gave me, a simple servant. You won't find another gentleman like him, generous and caring, not a fair-weather friend. Next they brought in Boris. It went like this. The hunter leaned forward, his eyes lit up with excitement. First, Griven and his lads set up an ambush in the forest on the highway. They thought we were easy prey, but the voivode turned around, scalded them all with magic, and then scattered them like puppies. I have never seen such dexterity. He was a blur of movement. He saved our lives, and they could have killed us. How could you call him a villain after that? He is our protector, and that's all I have to say to you. I'm proud to serve under a man like him. After him, they brought in Fedot. That's not all. The hunter nervously tugged at his sleeve, but spoke decisively. When he went to town, he bought supplies, grain, salt, and all sorts of good stuff. He loaded the cart to the brim. He paid for it out of his own pocket, by the way. And now, in the winter, without these supplies, we'd be in trouble. He thinks about the people, unlike the previous headman. Look, he even brought seeds to plant in the spring. With a governor like this, the village will finally come to life, mark my words. Silenty was next in line. I'll tell you this. The hunter stroked his beard solemnly, his gaze firm and calm. When Griven was taken, I was there myself. I heard it with my own ears. After all, when they cornered him, he immediately cracked. He told me how he conspired with the cutthroats, how he paid them money so that our voivode would be killed. But he didn't take into account that Prokhor Ignatievich is not so easily defeated. I've lived in these parts all my life. I've seen a lot of things, but I've never met a man who stood up for the truth and protected people like he does. Then they called the miller. You know, Mr. Investigator. Stepan nervously crumpled the edge of his apron in his hands. At first, I was afraid of the voivode myself. I thought he was like all new leaders, only good at taking bribes. Even when I gave him horses, I was afraid I would never see them again. But he returned from his trip and paid for them honorably. He even added extra. And then, above all else, he established honest trade so that we wouldn't be robbed by the middleman. The very same Griven, may he rest in peace 6 feet under, took goods worth 3 times the price and paid our hunters pennies. I know, I keep the trade books myself. And Prokhor Ignatievich immediately arranged everything fairly, honest prices, and everyone gets their share. I'm glad to live under a voivode like him. He keeps his word and doesn't offend people. Even Vasilisa stepped up to the challenge. The soulless almost killed me when I was gathering herbs. She lifted her chin, her green eyes flashing with defiance. Prokhor Ignatievich wasn't afraid. He himself threw himself into the fight and saved me. And you call him a criminal? He has never permitted himself to utter a single bad word about me. He didn't try to take advantage of the situation, if you know what I mean. And under his rule, order has appeared in the village for the first time. There's protection from the soulless, supplies in the barns, people aren't afraid to go into the forest anymore. It's rare to meet a man as noble and determined. That's the whole truth. Finally, it was my turn. Volkov tried to loosen my tongue, to make me slander myself. He set up logical traps, but I only joked and answered calmly, without contradicting myself in any way. The investigator did not find a single clue worth any salt. By evening, the prince's bloodhounds, embittered by their failure, were getting ready to go home. I went out to see them off and stood not far from the leader of the detachment. I must thank you, Mr. Volkov. I allowed myself a slight smile. You have rendered me an extremely valuable service. Thanks to you showing up, I have become convinced that I am surrounded by loyal people who are ready to stand up for me. Believe me, for a ruler, this is worth a lot. He gave me a parting glance full of fierce hatred and muttered through his teeth, "This is not the end, boyar. Justice always triumphs. Sooner or later I will get you. Go in peace." "Easy journey, fair winds," I said sarcastically. Volkov jumped into the saddle and, furiously spurring his horse, galloped away, flanked by dragoons. I followed them with a thoughtful look until the detachment disappeared over the horizon. So the first round went to me, but for how long? People like him did not retreat so easily. Well, we would solve problems as they come. Right now, we needed to focus on restoring Ugrumica. The past few days had taken a toll on the residents. It was time to lick our wounds and move on. And then, maybe, we'd be able to think about the mine. The twilight steel wouldn't extract itself after all. The clear, frosty morning turned out to be surprisingly quiet and serene. It seemed that nature itself had decided to give the exhausted people a break after all our strife. Sitting in the courtyard of the voivode residence, I leisurely played a 10-string lyre, which the handy carpenter Mickey had made at my request. The instrument lay on my hip as usual. The fingers of my right hand rhythmically plucked the tightly stretched strings, which were made from a twisted bunch of horsehair, while the fingers of my left hand dampened the others, giving birth to a drawn-out melody. I was overcome with a feeling that was slightly sad, slightly nostalgic, mingled with peace. And in this syrupy refrain, I heard a native and oh so familiar voice. Suddenly, the door creaked and Vasilisa approached. She glanced curiously at the lyre, settling down on the bench next to me. "Wow, I never knew that you could play musical instruments," she said with a hint of surprise. I chuckled, continuing to play, and replied, "I received a very well-rounded education in my youth, and you, young lady, can say that you have a kinship with this lyre." Vasilisa frowned in confusion. I explained, nodding at the polished body of the instrument, "Its voice reminds me of yours." The girl immediately pouted and playfully nudged me in the shoulder. Laughing, I continued to play the familiar tune. We were silent for a while, listening to the music. Then Vasilisa asked quietly, "It's a beautiful melody, but unknown to me." "Where did you hear it? On the Ethernet?" "No," I shook my head, plunging into memories. "My mother often played it. She taught me too." "The melody is beautiful but sad," the girl said thoughtfully. "It's just missing some lyrics." The corners of my lips twitched, and closing my eyes, I began to hum in a low voice. My mother used to tell me that one day, without fail, I'd board a dragon boat and all across the seas I'd sail one. My voice became lower, deeper, as if it was sounding not from my throat, but from deep within my chest. The strings of the lyre echoed, sending a wavering shudder through the frosty air. I'd bravely ride to battle, my ship would gain renown, We'd hold our course to harbor and cut our enemies down, and cut our enemies down. When the last notes melted into silence, I slowly opened my eyelids and glanced sideways at Vasilisa. She was staring at me with wide eyes. "It's amazing how your voice changes when you sing," she said quietly. "There's so much power in it, as if you weren't young at all, but a wise old man. My mother said that a song either comes from the heart or doesn't come at all." I put the lyre down. "People can always sense insincerity. Tell me about her," she said. "What was she like?" I closed my eyes, remembering, strong. I never saw her cry or complain, although her life was far from luxurious. At the same time, she knew how to enjoy the little things, the first snow, spring flowers, warm bread. She loved to sing while working. "And her temper," I chuckled. "When she was angry, even my father would avoid eye contact." "You loved her very much." Vasilisa sounded like she understood. "Yes, she taught me a lot. Honesty, that true strength lies in the people surrounding you, that no man is an island, no matter how strong he is." I paused. When she was gone, I couldn't accept it for a long time. Gradually, the pain went away and only gratitude remained for everything she gave me. "I don't remember mine at all," Vasilisa quietly admitted. "She died in childbirth. The physicians couldn't do anything. If memory serves me right," I said, glancing sideways at her, "you previously said that Mommy was sick and Daddy was traveling." Her cheeks flushed. She began to explain confusedly. "Well, I was talking about my stepmother. After my mother died, my father remarried. We have a complicated relationship." She pursed her lips, choosing her words carefully. "He loves me in his own way, but to him I'm still that unreasonable child who needs to be looked after and who can't be trusted with serious decisions. And I grew up a long time ago, so I have to keep my distance so as to avoid arguments." I nodded knowingly. "That's why you decided to leave for Pokrov?" "For that reason, among others," she answered evasively and immediately changed the subject. "Play something else, Prokhor Ignatievich. You're doing great." Smiling, I picked up the lyre again and began to play a cheerful dance tune. "My older brother got married to this tune," I began to reminisce. "And the younger one got so drunk at the wedding that he wanted to show off his prowess. He tried to leap over the dining table, full of food, carrying a goblet in his hands without spilling the wine. Of course, his foot caught on the bench, he fell flat and knocked the table over. All the guests laughed their sides sore for a week." Vasilisa burst out laughing so loudly that she started to hiccup. I couldn't help but smile to myself. "I didn't know that you had brothers," she said suddenly. "Maybe Prokhor doesn't, but I did until," instead of answering, I grew serious and said, "Thank you, Vasilisa, for your support in the past few days. It is important for me to know that both the residents and you in particular appreciate my efforts." The girl raised her brows. "How do you know what I said about you? Maybe I lied through my teeth." I just smiled mysteriously. "I have a good sense for these things." Vasilisa snickered incredulously and elbowed my side, but I could see in her eyes that she was flattered. She was clearly pleased to know that I noticed and appreciated her small gestures of support. Saying goodbye to the girl, I went up to my room, taking the hazelnuts I had bought from Granny Agafia. In the small room, Scald was already waiting for me, hunched over the back of a chair. Sitting down opposite him, I handed the bird a treat. He examined the nuts carefully before croaked approvingly. Well, he wasn't greedy, he brought a whole bag. You know how to appease an old crow. You know how to treat your associates after all. With these words, he began to deftly crack the shell with his powerful beak. As my familiar sated his hunger, I collected my thoughts. I had long been interested in the question of the origin of Scald's magic, and now, looking into his aura, I clearly saw traces of multiple essence absorptions. It was impossible to obtain an energy cocoon of such density and structure in a single bird's lifetime. "Tell me, my feathered friend," I said, trying to approach the topic from afar, "you weren't always like this, were you?" Scald glanced at me, still cracking nuts. I've had magic in me for a very, very long time. I'm surprised that I haven't exploded in a puff of sparks yet. I see that, I nodded. Energy stores like yours don't just appear out of nowhere. Either someone has been pouring energy into you for years, turning you into a living battery, or you yourself have somehow learned to absorb it. The raven cawed contentedly and, brushing the crumbs from its beak, stared at me slyly. It's all simpler than you think, Procher, my dear. I once pecked a curious fruit from a curious tree. Describe it. It was a long time ago. The details have almost faded from memory. Scald waved it off. It grew in the middle of a dense thicket. A trunk 3 times the girth of an ordinary tree, leaves a red-gold hue. I remember the fruits well, huge. They even glowed from the inside. Well, I foolishly ate one. It tasted disgusting, but after that, my mind began to clear, and I gained strength. I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. The description reminded me of a legendary type of relic, the Tree of Knowledge. They said that its fruits were able to awaken and strengthen the mental and magical abilities of any creature. In his time, my brother Truva had eaten just such a fruit, so the Tree of Knowledge gave you a spark of magic, I said slowly. And then what happened? Scald proudly fluffed up his feathers. After that, I drank from the nearest pond out of thirst, but it turned out to be not just ordinary water, but real living water. The very same one that everyone is hunting high and low for. I took a sip of it, and bam, it was as if I was born again. Since then, my life has lingered on for centuries. I whistled in surprise. He'd found 2 legendary relics in one place, and they called me lucky. How much has your life been extended? I asked. Scald winked slyly and began cracking nuts again. After chewing, he casually said, a good long while. I even met your first ancestor, Radomir Platonov himself, the founder of your family. What a bore he was. May he have constant hiccups in the next world. Wait, you mean to tell me that the legend about the guardian raven is true? The one where the bird supposedly led Radomir out of the Ring of Soulless? He tilted his head to the side and narrowed his eyes slyly. Well, it wasn't exactly how people tell it. At the time, I found myself in a trap and was trying to escape with all my might, and your ancestor tagged along with me. That's how we, the 2 of us together, broke away from the enemies. Scald darkened as he stirred up old memories. But then one sluice, a damned hawk, got me. He gave me a good claw. I probably would have died if it hadn't been for Radomir. Can you imagine? He went and picked up a wounded bird. And then I shared my power with him, and he took that hawk down in one fell swoop. The raven fell silent, deep in thought. I didn't rush him, giving him time. After that, I stayed with Radomir. Scald continued after a while. He established a connection with me almost immediately. He taught me various tricks, shared his energy. But his descendants turned out to be real dunces. No brains, no character. As you can imagine, I didn't stay with them for long. The old raven sighed heavily and added, since then, I sometimes visit Radomir's descendants. I was checking, as it were, whether there was anyone worthy among them. You, Procher, caught my eye right away. You look a lot like your ancestor. He also lived his life straight as a blade and just as unbending. I accepted the information calmly, but something else surprised me. So you are almost 300 years old, 288 to be exact, Scald corrected with an air of importance. But over these centuries, I have wasted almost all my energy. Without a master, you can't really have any fun. Nature is stingy with magic. So my gift faded, and then I lost my human speech. You can croak as much as you like, but to talk, the raven looked at me with an attentive gaze and said emotionally, I was so looking forward to when our connection would grow stronger so I could ask for nuts. I smiled warmly and extended my hand, ruffling the feathers on his head. All right, Scald, you've got a deal. You take care of me and I take care of you. You know that. I won't let anyone hurt my own. I'd go through fire and water for them. The raven cawed mockingly. So the deal is made. Let's seal it with Nuts. I threw him another handful with a grin. Scald snatched the nuts in midair and began to crack them, focused. Well, the day was starting off well. Time to get to work. While the old raven was getting his fill, I went out to the training ground on the edge of the village, where the local hunters were already waiting for me. Our practice was on a strict schedule. "Listen up, warriors," I said in a booming voice. "In a week, we'll go on our first hunt. Until then, we'll train non-stop. We need to prepare you properly for the fight against the sleuths." They greeted my words with a steady hum. One had a glint of excitement in his eyes. Another had impatience. All wanted to test themselves in action with new weapons and tactics. My speech was interrupted by a village boy who turned the corner. "Prokhor Ignatievich," he shouted, running up. "A lone traveler has come to the village. He wants to chat with you." Curious, who would visit this backwater village at a time like this? Chapter 5, GOON then, "Bring HIM here," I ordered, waving my hand at the boy. He rushed back to the village gates and soon arrived with a figure wrapped in a snow-white traveling cloak. Hiding in the snowy forests would be much easier with a cloak like this. His face wasn't visible, but his stance and bearing gave him away as a man of no small courage. Soon it was revealed that our guest was a stocky man of around 35, with a weathered face and a keen gaze. It was immediately evident that he was a well-seasoned man. "And who would you be?" I asked, assessing the stranger from head to toe. "And what brings you to our neck of the woods?" He bowed and answered briskly, "They call me Evsey. I'm from Derbyshire, a local hunter." I knew the name of this village because it was displayed on the map in my megaphone, and Silanti had told me about it on the way to the city. But between us, there was a little more than 10 kilometers of snowy forest, in which there were creatures hungry for human souls. "And how did you make it here alone, Evsey?" I asked, crossing my arms. "Can you fly, or do the sleuths leave you in peace?" "Well, I'm a renowned tracker," he replied with dignity. "I know how to slip quietly and unnoticed among the rotters, and thank God there were almost no strigas around." I chuckled. It was no small distance to cover. If this Evsey really had made the journey alone, he must be an experienced hunter. "And what brings you here?" I continued my line of questioning. Evsey bowed again and began to recount in detail. "Our village headman sent us to learn how Ugrumika is faring, you see, and how you live under the new voivode. We also traded with Grivin and sold the trophies we extracted from the sleuths, but he up and vanished. He won't get in touch, he won't come calling, so they sent me to talk to Savely Rindin. He was the closest to the merchant." I darkened, remembering the elder's execution, then shook my head and snapped. Neither Rindin nor Grivin remain alive. Both of their lives were cut short by the gallows for fraud and an attempt on my life. Evsey's eyes widened, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. "How can this be?" he blurted out, and something very similar to hostility flashed across his face. "So our reliable buyer has disappeared. Who are we supposed to hand over our relics to now? Should we bury them in the ground?" I understood this response. With Grivin's death, Derbyshire's small trickle of income had dried up, and so I didn't take the Pathfinder's words as a personal attack. I just grinned and patronizingly said, "You can't see beyond your own nose, brother. Grivin's shop is out of business. There's no changing that." However, we didn't need him or his rip-off prices, because as a boyar and voivode, I have the legal right to, for instance, sell relics and essence to the cities, I said pointedly. A glint of understanding shone in Evsey's eyes, and the gears started turning, but he only snorted incredulously, clearly not impressed by the new prospects that had opened up. I waved to Boris and commanded, "Escort our guest around the village and show him how everything's set up, and in the meantime, I'll keep on these guys." "It's not good to interrupt a training session." Boris nodded and led our visitor away. I returned to the hunters' training, keeping an eye on the couple through the watchful eyes of Scald. The raven hovered over Ugrumika, carefully following our guest's every move. There was Evsey, turning to look at us, clicking his tongue at the sight of our militia, armed with excellent steel. There he was looking with obvious envy at the new palisade and the expanded territory. There he was estimating the volume of the bins, where the miller hadn't yet managed to garner some of the supplies. Through the bird, I heard their conversation in the back of my mind. "Tell me, friend, what kind of man is your new voivode?" FC leaned forward, his inquisitive gaze fixed on Boris. "The fact that he is noble-born is clear. A sorcerer, a magician," Boris corrected him with a smug chuckle, pleased with the attention. "And a real daredevil. You should have seen how he single-handedly took out 4 of our fighters in hand-to-hand combat without even getting out of breath." "Is that so?" FC whistled in disbelief. "4 at once? I swear it," Boris said, beating his chest with his fist. "I was one of the 4. I tested the voivode's strength." "Oh, so that's how he describes it now. And that's not all. He cares for our village like a father does his son. He bought supplies, got hold of serviceable weapons, and how he thwarted Griven's ambush. It was beautiful." "Ambush?" FC raised his brows. "He killed a dozen murderers and captured Griven himself." Boris stroked his beard contentedly. "Apparently, with each subsequent telling of this story, the number of murderers I defeated would increase. Soon it would be 50. And then our elder turned out to be a traitor. The voivode brought him to justice too. Now we have order." FC scratched the back of his head thoughtfully, clearly doing some sort of calculations in his head. "And is it true that you now sell relics directly, without a middleman?" he asked, lowering his voice. "It is true," nodded Boris. "The voivode traveled to Sergev Posad personally, did everything above board. Now we're paid 3 times more for our relics." I noticed how attentively FC held on to every word, as his eyes lit up with either envy or hope. An hour later, having walked around all of Ugrumica and chatted with the locals, our visitor approached me. He stamped his feet, hesitated, and finally said, "Listen, voivode, what if we in Derbyshire also decide to sell our trophies to you, come to a fair agreement?" I scratched my stubble thoughtfully, taking my time to respond. The offer was tempting, to be sure. Expanding the zone of influence and increasing trade volumes promised benefits for both parties. But my experience as a ruler had taught me caution. Never agree to a deal without calculating all the risks. This FC, whoever he was, clearly lacked the authority for serious negotiations. And taking someone else's resources without proper documentation was a direct path to conflict with the prince. I could easily be labeled as a reseller and held accountable under the law. And it didn't matter that violations like this were rampant in the borderlands. My character was practically being held under microscope, and this would only give the Prince of Vladimir a weighty trump card. On the other hand, it would be stupid to refuse. There was a considerable profit to be found here, and it would help people. I needed to tread carefully. "In principle, it's possible," I said evasively. "But firstly, it is forbidden to buy the prince's resources directly, and secondly, it will cause a lot of fuss, which will only add to my own troubles, and it's still unclear how I will profit from it. Then again, who knows whether you are even authorized to conduct trade on behalf of the entire village. If you seriously want to talk business, let your headman come here himself, then we will discuss all the details. But drawing up an agreement through a messenger is a thankless task." No, I completely understand, sir," FC fumbled, blushed and muttered, crumpling his hat in his hands. Then I'll return to Derbyshire and explain the situation to them. And if there is a desire for goodwill, then we will send our headman Prokop to settle the details. He is a reasonable man. Coming to an agreement with him will be easier." That was what we decided on. The guest bowed and, casting a final envious glance at Ugrumica, and stomped off. I watched him go with a contemplative gaze, mentally weighing the possible pros and cons of such an ally. On the one hand, cooperating with our neighbors will increase our turnover and influence and provide additional income. On the other hand, we will have to spend resources on organizing trade routes, protecting caravans, and perhaps even clearing the territories in between of the soulless. In addition, without knowing these people, I risked getting involved with an unreliable partner or even an enemy, a wolf in sheep's clothing. However, if their elder proved a reasonable man, it may lead to some good. The first step to creating something bigger than just a village. After all, you can't build an empire with just one village. This thought came to me naturally, as if it had emerged from the depths of my new memory. I had only been here for a short time, and I was already planning to seize power over the region. But wasn't that what I had spent my entire previous life doing, uniting disparate peoples, conquering new lands, strengthening borders, building an empire? And even though this world was alien to me, the laws of power remained immutable. First a small piece of land, then a region, then a principality. It was like a game of chess, where I had already made the first move. Trade relationships were a good way to expand our territory without spilling blood. At first, that village would want to sell its resources through us, then buy finished products, and in the end, it would see that we offer something not so obvious, but extremely important: security, confidence in the future, and my ability to see the future. After all, I didn't intend to remain the voivode of a mossy, overgrown village into old age. I chuckled at the thought and clapped my hands, drawing the attention of the lollygagging hunters. No point in slacking off when training was in full swing. After finishing this task, I headed to the mill. Recent events had made me view Stepan in a new light. Yes, he was still a greedy man, but during the interrogations, he had resolutely taken my side. Perhaps he could be more closely involved in Ugrumika's affairs, especially now when the village urgently needed to secure its prosperity. Lost in thought, I didn't notice when I reached my destination. Stepan greeted me warily. Apparently, he hadn't been expecting a visit so soon after the recent issues with the investigator. "Hey there, Stepan," I smiled and extended my hand. "I have something to discuss with you." Stepan readily took my hand and shook it, but I read confusion in his eyes. "I'm listening, Prokhor Ignatievich." "How can I help?" I looked around, noting the perfect order at the mill. Say what you want about the man, but he managed his affairs expertly. "Ugrumika urgently needs to increase its revenue," I began without preamble, "and you could be of great assistance in this." He frowned in bewilderment. It seemed he did not understand what he had to do with the village's finances. Well, that would make it all the more interesting to explain. "You see, with Griven's death, our neighbors have lost the opportunity to sell relics and essence." "So you spoke to Evsey from Derbyshire, I take it?" he asked. "Correct." "So our neighbors must have accumulated quite a few resources," I continued. "Why not offer them a fair price and buy it all up? Not directly, naturally, since the acquisition of state resources is prohibited. You could enter into agency agreements with the local elders, take the goods for safekeeping, and resell them. Then I can sell the goods on my own behalf, but in the interests of those villages, for a percentage, of course." All this legal casuistry was not easy for me. In my other world, we solved everything more simply, either by force or a direct verbal agreement. I had to spend more than an hour digging through Platonov's memory and the Ethernet to understand the local legal system. But now, I knew exactly how to do everything according to the law. This setup created excellent prospects for Ugrumika. Profit, first and foremost, but not just that. After we established regular trade, we would be able to gradually introduce our neighbors to our way of life, to acquire useful connections and influence. Stepan listened, his eyes narrowed. As the meaning of my words dawned on him, his face grew long with astonishment. "Well, that's not my line of work, Prokhor Ignatievich," he muttered hesitantly. "I'm a miller, after all, and that's what I've been trained for. And here you're suggesting we start a business. It's tempting, of course, but I'm not sure I can manage it." I nodded understandingly. Stepan's doubts were reasonable. "No one's asking you to abandon the mill," I objected softly. "You can trade without compromising your main business because you don't mill grain every day. You have periods of downtime, and Agrumika's profits will be considerable. And again, you'll get to take a cut yourself. The interest will start trickling in." I decided to stir up Stepan's interest with some specifics. "Say that in Derbyshire you buy a dozen tiny essence crystals. Each of them will go for a ruble in Sergeev Posad. We'll take 2 rubles in commission, of which you'll get a quarter to half a ruble, and so on with each transaction." "Does that sound so bad?" The miller gulped involuntarily. His eyes glittered greedily and sweat beaded on his forehead. It was clear that these prospects were growing more and more exciting. "What if someone finds out about our business?" he suddenly remembered. "The prince, I suppose, won't approve." I waved him off. "That's the whole point, that as a voivode and an aristocrat, I have the right to sell trophies from the sluice. The peasants certainly don't have that right, and that's why their fines are now going to all sorts of robbers, but otherwise they'll go to the prince's treasury. And then to taxes. Legalization, a word that came to mind from the memory of the late Platonov. We will have a contract, an inventory of the goods, and my word as voivode. No bloodhound will be able to sniff us out. So here's what I'm thinking, sir," he said, rubbing the back of his head and squinting. The prince might have his doubts. "After all, those villages don't have the right to extract the relics themselves. Only we are allowed to do so under your command. I hope we won't all pay the price for it later." "A sensible remark," I nod, pleased with the miller's intelligence. "But the solution is simple. We'll draw up an official agreement with the villagers in Derbyshire, where we'll clearly state that they are acting as hired hunters for Agrumika. In essence, they'll be our suppliers, acting on our behalf. As a voivode, I have the right to hire people from outside to work for the benefit of the village. The papers will be clean, all deliveries will be accounted for, and therefore there can be no formal claims against us. This way, we'll help our neighbors, increase our profits, and remain in good standing with the prince." Stepan chewed his lips pensively. His face reflected the painful labor of thought. I waited patiently. I knew that sooner or later greed would win out. "All right then, Prokhor Ignatievich," he finally forced out. "If you guarantee it, then I think I'll take the risk. We can make Agrumika a little richer, and at the same time we'll improve our own situation." I nodded with satisfaction. The fish had swallowed the bait hook, line, and sinker. "Have no doubt. With such turnover, the village isn't the only thing that will profit. You won't be left out in the cold." Saying my warm farewells to the miller, I left the yard. And so the first step towards the economic prosperity of Agrumika had been taken. All that remained was to consolidate our success and develop it into a full-fledged trading network. Smiling at this thought, I walked briskly back. There was still a lot of work ahead. I definitely wouldn't be bored, but it would all be worth it. After all, a rich and strong Agrumika was the best guarantee of my own future. So I had to strike while the iron was hot. I left the mill in high spirits. With Stepan's support, I could get down to other important matters. First of all, I needed to resolve the issue of the village children's education. Since I had, with my own 2 hands, deprived Agrumika of a teacher, I needed to correct this unfortunate loss. And I already had the ideal candidate in mind. Vasilisa greeted me with some surprise, but invited me into her room. Having made myself comfortable, I got down to business without any overture. "I have an interesting proposition for you, miss. Would you like to share your knowledge with the local children? They are in desperate need of a clever teacher." She raised an eyebrow questioningly, clearly not expecting such a request. "Me, a teacher? What a surprise. I don't know, Prokhor Ignatievich. I've never had to do anything like this." I smiled knowingly. I had anticipated her doubts. The geomancer was used to dealing with artifacts, formulas, and rocks, and here suddenly The conversation had turned to the work of educating the youth. "Don't worry, no one is asking you to have encyclopedic knowledge," I reassured her. "The kids just need the basics: reading, writing, arithmetic. Judging by the way you speak, you have an excellent education. I have no doubt that you can handle it." Vasilissa's cheeks turned slightly pink from the barely veiled compliment to her aristocratic origins. "Well, I don't know," she said hesitantly. "I need to think about it. What will I get out of it?" "Think about it," I nodded in agreement. "But keep in mind that your efforts will bring considerable benefit to the village. It's simple. Until we start developing the mine, you have nothing to do anyway, but at least you'll spend your time wisely, and you'll do a good deed." Vasilissa thoughtfully bit her lip and promised to think about my proposal. That was where we left it. Having said goodbye to the girl, I returned to my room and plunged headlong into the Ethernet. I needed to find a competent doctor for Agrumika. After all, I had promised Boris to take care of the health of my fellow villagers, and it wouldn't hurt to have a knowledgeable medic on hand. However, the task turned out to be not an easy one. All the more or less decent specialists in the ads looked too successful to agree to work in a remote village. They had ambitions, more power to them. What was Agrumika and its problems to them? After wandering through the wilds of the Ethernet for a couple of hours and reading many similar resumes, I set the megaphone down with a sigh. All right, I'd continue my search tomorrow. Maybe it would be worth taking a closer look at any doctors who'd had problems with the law or the nobility. They usually had fewer options, and beggars can't be choosers. As they say, my thoughts were interrupted by a loud knock on the door. A heated Zakar stood on the threshold. "Prokhor Ignatievich." "We didn't make it. The wall," I said, nodding. "Yes, one section was left unfinished. We worked tirelessly for 2 days and didn't have enough time," he muttered guiltily. No wonder Mickey had prepared all the logs in advance so that he could hammer them in at one stroke and expand our borders. We had set our sights high, intending to almost double our territory. Now we just had to make sure we didn't break off more than we could chew. Tell them to increase the watch on the towers today, take Silente's squad, and make sure that Boris's team is ready, dressed, and sleeping with their weapons by their sides. I'll pass it on, sir. It's my fault. It's not your fault. The carpenter did everything he could. The damned snowstorm yesterday messed up our plans, I added reassuringly. We should have brought in more workers. Well, morning is always wiser than evening, I muttered. At dawn I'll see for myself how much is left to be done. Zakar nodded and slipped out the door. And I lay down on the bed, going over my plan for the next day. Early in the morning, an inspection of the fence. Then a once-over of the village to make sure everything is in order, and a training session. After lunch, I can return to the search for a doctor. I had just drifted off, when suddenly the silence of the night was broken by a shrill cry from the watchtower. "Alarm! Sluice in the east! Everyone take up defensive positions." Chapter 6. I leapt out of bed as if scalded by boiling water. So much for the morning being wiser than the evening. Grabbing the glaive leaning against the wall, which I had long since dredged from the well, I rushed out of the room. Now we would see how well the warriors had embodied my lessons and test their mettle in a real fight. Jumping over the stairs, I flew out onto the porch. Frightened people were rushing about in the pre-dawn twilight. Somewhere a woman was screaming shrilly. A musty fog was swirling over the western wall, and the blade of the glaive was instantly coated in frost. An oppressive heaviness hung in the air, and the colors seemed to fade, as if someone had thrown a grey veil over the world. To top it all off, my fingertips tingled as if from nettles, an unmistakable sign of the approach of the hunger. "All right, women and children to the cellars," I commanded the breathless Zakar as he ran up to me. "Boris's detachment to the breach point. Quickly," I roared over the hubbub of the crowd. I rushed to the eastern wall, to the section of the palisade they had not yet completed. It was going to be a long, hot night. As I sprinted, thoughts ran feverishly through my head. Most likely, Boris's lads had been on their feet for a long time and knew perfectly well that they needed to run to where the guards were shouting, but it was better to be on the safe side. Let our new village manager make sure that the hunters had not stayed to defend themselves in their homes. Anything could happen, and sometimes it was hard to put aside emotions when your wife was grabbing your hands and the kids were screaming and crawling between your legs. If there were only a few creatures, we would fight them off with little bloodshed. But if a whole horde of hungry demons had arrived, we would have to defend every inch of land. Who knew if I hadn't started expanding, would the attackers have passed us by? I think the sleuths would have attacked in any case. There was a reason they had been hanging around our village, even before my trip to the city. I couldn't help but grin. You can't escape fate, really. The freaks must have sensed a weakness in our defenses and decided to try their luck. Well, all the better for us, valuable resources walking right into our open arms. With these thoughts in mind, I flew up to the unfinished part of the palisade. It was time to teach the uninvited guests a lesson. There was a gap in the fence the width of 2 carriages. To the right, on the watchtower, 3 guards were shooting sporadically from hunting rifles. Through the hole, which had previously been covered by a slapshot construction made out of forked branches, the soulless climbed, brushing aside everything in their path, no less than 7 of them. In the semi-darkness, I recognized the characteristic signs of the rotters, the lowest vermin on the totem pole. Once people and animals, they were now beasts deprived of any reason, thirsting for our souls. At the breach point, a very unequal battle was being waged. Silanti, whose squad was on duty that night, Gavrila and another hunter were fighting off the attacking monsters with their last strength. 2 rotters knocked Gavrila to the ground and, bending down, began to suck the life energy out of him. Gavrila stabbed one of the bastards with a boot knife, but instead of piercing its temple, it slid into its cheek, making a hole all the way through. And then the poor guy's movements became sluggish and inhibited. Silanti and his partner would have been happy to rush to their comrade's aid, but they were standing back to back, having a hard time holding back the onslaught of other soulless. Every second counted. They wouldn't hold out for long. With no time to think, I let airborne heal flow through my body. Blue sparks flared around my feet, and the world around me slowed down. Now my movements became smooth, fluid, and the air no longer provided resistance against my body. Stretching out in a long leap that would have been almost impossible for any ordinary person, I covered the distance separating me from the nearest enemy. My blade flashed in the moonlight and crunched through the neck of the nearest rotter, decapitating it. Without stopping, I turned my entire body to put my inertia into a horizontal strike. The blade whistled through the air and cut off the rotten wolf's hind legs. The load was immediately lessened on Silanti and his battle partner. The shaft of my glaive rested against the falling carcass, an ideal point of support. Pushing off, I soared into the air, hovering for a moment above the fight, and threw myself further into the fray, to where the soulless were tearing Gavrila apart. The enemy closest to me began to turn, the empty eye sockets of a burly, half-naked man gaping up at me, withered muscles straining beneath skin stitched with black veins. Too slow. I fell on it from above, putting all my weight and the force of my fall into the blow. The enchanted blade entered the bridge of the creature's nose and passed through all the way to the groin. For a moment it still stood, and then, with a squelch, the split halves of its body parted to each side, revealing a bloodless interior covered in a grey film. I heard a rifle bang off to one side, and one of the hunters took down the second bloodsucker with a precise shot from the tower. The bullet almost exploded its skull as it entered the temple. Shouts were heard from behind. Boris and his squad were rushing to my aid. "Hold strong, brothers," I shouted. Now we'll chop them into cabbage. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Vasilisa running up. I barked without turning around, "Pull Gavrila away and give him first aid. Quickly!" The girl nodded and rushed to the wounded man. And I, having calmed down a little, decided to take advantage of the opportunity to evaluate both the result of my efforts in preparing the squad and the effectiveness of the two commanders. The hunters deftly finished off the rotter reinforcements that had squeezed through the branches. Splitting into two groups of three, we pushed the creatures toward the palisade. Boris walked ahead of the first group, taking up the most important position himself. One of the bastards tried to pounce on him, but his halberd shot forward, and the spear point pierced the soulless in the chest, depriving him of his maneuverability. Covering the commander from the flanks, his two partners instantly struck with the crescent-shaped blades of their halberds, cutting off the opponent's hands. Then all that was left was to finish off the crippled beast. The second group, along with Fedot, were just as streamlined, a skewer with the spear point, two chops from the sides. I watched their actions closely, assessing how well they had learned the lessons from training. They worked with skill and little extraneous movement. They did not rush into the attack headlong, they covered each other. Everything as I had taught them. Watching the battle closely, I also compared the work of both squad leaders. Each initially had 5 hunters under his command, but Gavrila, who had been knocked out, and 2 shooters in the watchtower had cut Silanti's group in half. It was this fact, oddly enough, that revealed the difference between them. Silanti, who was considered more experienced due to his age, often lost his cool. He would start shouting, fly into a rage, and bother the fighters with advice unnecessarily, which is why he did not always have time to coordinate their actions. But Boris, to my surprise, showed himself to be a natural leader. His 5 men acted as a single organism, clearly and harmoniously. While Silanti rushed around and yelled, Boris gave short orders and held the line. It seemed like he'd make a good commander. I'd have to take a closer look at him, and there was a good probability that he'd be appointed as the leader of the hunter group. A good officer was more important than an experienced fighter. When the last rotter had been finished off, for a moment it seemed the battle was over. No such luck. The thundering sound of hooves approached the palisade, and a desperate cry rang from the tower. Striga! A giant moose burst through the hole in the wall, smashing the branches to splinters. Not a moose, rather, but what was left of it. The creature's chest and mouth were covered in black tentacles writhing like live snakes, and its once well-kempt hooves had disintegrated into bloody rags, leaving wet blotches behind. Silently, the monster reared up on its hind legs. Massive horns, like the gnarled branches of a dead tree, appeared above the edge of the palisade and swung to the side, casually throwing aside a gaping hunter from Boris's squad. At the last moment, I was able to construct a defensive barrier in the path of this hideous attack to dampen the blow, and instead of a shattered ribcage, the fighter got off with an extremely painful bruise. Although he was flung like a rag doll, not missing a beat, the Striga turned toward the next victim. The black tentacles in its mouth wriggled faster and faster, preparing to snatch its prey. I took off, covering 10 meters in a single heartbeat, dragging the glaive behind my back. At the same time, thanks to Ursane's strength, a crimson wave of heat rolled through my body and muscles swelled, filling with primordial power. Every vein, every tendon sang with the energy ripping through them. The blade of my weapon drew a wide arc, catching a reflection of the moonlight, and with a crunch, entered the monster's front leg, slicing through the unnatural flesh and muscle. The leg gave way, and the Striga carcass lost its balance, falling forward. Without wasting a second, I spun my entire body, doubling the magical power I imbued in the next blow. The glaive whistled as it traced a shining arc through the air and fell on the creature's spine. The blow, capable of splitting a good oak tree, passed straight through the flesh, spine and entrails with a wet crunch, tearing the carcass in two. The two halves of the monster had only just begun to slide apart when I shifted and spun the handle, turning the movement into a finishing attack. The curved blade cut through the air and slammed into the skull, right between its horns as it fell. The bone cracked like a rotten nut, and the soulless head fell apart all the way to the neck, revealing essence covered in a dirty film. That was better, and I didn't even need Vasilissa's help. Suddenly, I detected movement out of the corner of my eye. Two silhouettes dove down from the night sky. Curse them to hell in Naglfar, it was Sluice in the guise of owls, but my intervention was not needed. Vasilissa raised her hands, hastily muttering the activation key and tracing a complex pattern above her head with her fingers. The air filled with a whistling noise as dozens of sharp stone fragments, torn from the frozen ground by magic, soared upward. At her gesture, a hail of stones rushed towards one of the flying creatures. Most of the projectiles missed, but 3 or 4 dug into the owl's right wing, turning it into a sieve. Losing its balance, the soulless tumbled helplessly and fell with a dull thud onto the packed snow, where Fedot finished it off. The second creature made a sharp turn, aiming its claws at Boris's face, but then a shot rang out from the observation tower. Mitai, from Silanti's squad, turned out to be an unusually precise marksman. The bullet entered right between the owl's shoulder blades, and the sluice silently somersaulted over Mitai's head to fall half a step away from me. Raising my leg, I brought it down hard on the bird, crushing its skull. Breathing heavily, I looked around. It seemed that was the last of them. There were no more uninvited guests. Agrumicus sighed with relief. After I was certain that the danger had passed, I approached Gavrila, who was pale but conscious. He was breathing heavily but had no visible wounds. "I'm all right," he mumbled, not very coherently. "He's all right," I shouted heartily. We needed a decent medic, and we needed one now. "Fedot, drag him to Agafia," I ordered. "Boris, take a roll call among the fighters. Is everyone safe? And then come to me. We have something to discuss. The rest of you, inspect the perimeter, make sure no creatures have wandered into the village. Check that everyone is alive. Move only in pairs." After that, everyone should start cleaning their weapons. The hunters nodded, and grabbing their halberds and guns, rushed towards the houses. "Vasilissa, how much energy do you have left?" "A little over 60 drops." "Excellent. We need a stone barrier across that gap," I said, waving my hand towards the palisade. "I don't know that spell," she responded, befuddled. "I'll teach you." "Then why don't you do it yourself? You should make yourself useful too," I responded simply, and she flared up. "I was the one who shot that thing down." "I saw. Good job," I said sincerely. "Are we going to argue or work?" After a pause, she nodded. "Listen," I stepped toward her and uttered a string of sounds that were rough and ribbed like limestone. "Now watch my hands." I slowly demonstrated the gesture. "Repeat," I said, observing her movements. "No, the right hand movement is smoother. Yes, like that." Vasilissa frowned in concentration, making the gestures. On the third attempt, her movements acquired the necessary precision. And now the words and gestures together. The girl took a deep breath, straightened her shoulders, and, a few seconds later, the earth shook. A wall of grey granite, slightly shorter than an average-sized man, rose from the frozen soil, obeying the will of the geomancer. The stones were tightly pressed against each other, forming a reliable barrier. "Not bad." I examined the result meticulously. "Just make the base wider next time. That way the barrier will be more stable." Vasilissa, flushed from the effort and praise, nodded, noting my remark. "Why didn't you put up a wall like this to begin with?" she asked suddenly, hands on her hips, as if she had caught me red-handed. "Because when an apprentice casts it, it only lasts for 5 hours," I answered, sighing wearily. "That will last until the morning, and it will burn 63 drops of energy." And if I had done that, the wall would have fallen by night anyway, and my reserve would have been only half full. and the sluice would have caught me with my pants down. Blotches of embarrassment ran across her face. She blushed too easily, as if she were not an aristocrat accustomed to keeping her emotions in check. Concluding our conversation, I set about an unpleasant but profitable task. I began to carve out the essence. First, I carefully extracted the medium crystal from the striga's carcass. The stone shimmered with a dull white light. The trophies from the other soulless were more modest, 5 small crystals and 6 tiny ones, a total of 12. Well, I think we passed our first baptism by fire. Of course, there had been a few hitches, but overall, our boys didn't let us down. I'd have to visit Carpenter Mickey in the morning, make sure the issue with the hole in the fence is resolved. And keep an eye on the construction from now on. You never knew when uninvited guests like these would pay another visit. In the morning, I called everyone together who had participated the night prior. 11 people stood in the lineup. Gavrila was already back on his feet, although he was experiencing residual weakness. His less fortunate comrade, who had been hit by the moose, was still staying with Granny Agafia, but apparently the old woman had not found anything more serious than a severe bruise. Looking over the silent villagers, I withdraw a heavy purse from my pocket. Here's the deal. In the city, we'll get about 46 rubles for the crystals we've collected. Your share is a third, so each of us gets a ruble and 6 altins. Considering that Striga and several of the soulless were taken down solely by me, a third of the spoils for the fighters was a fair reward. Amidst a hubbub of surprise and joy reminiscent of childlike delight, I began to hand out coins. I told you so, Boris beamed like a polished samovar. I told you so. Frankly, I hadn't expected ordinary, just behavior to produce an effect, but what can I say? It was nice to see. Then they discussed what had happened and immediately analyzed the key mistakes and countermeasures. Also, after yesterday's conversation with Boris, he had announced to everyone that from now on he would lead the squad. The hunters supported their comrade with a lively hum and claps on the shoulder. As I drove the fighters around the square with their rag doll opponents, I couldn't get rid of one obsessive thought. I urgently needed to get hold of a competent doctor. Gavrila and his comrade had gotten off easy this time, but who knew what the future may hold? Without decent medical care, the villagers wouldn't be able to resist the soulless. After training was finished, I decided to look in on the carpenter. He and his assistants were toiling away on the palisade, furiously hammering logs into the breach hole. Seeing me, Mickey wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered guiltily, "Forgive me, Prokhor Ignatievich. I wasn't keeping an eye out, I admit it." If it hadn't been for my oversight, you see, there would have been no fight. I waved it off. What's the point of crying over spilled milk? But I said out loud, the soulless, like water, will always find the weak spot. Go on, patch up the hole, and don't worry about the rest. The carpenter nodded happily and set to work with tripled zeal. I chuckled and headed to Frol. After yesterday's events, the question of additional protection for hunters had acquired new relevance. I would prefer relic cuirasses to protect vital organs, but in the absence of a full coat of arms, we had to rely on simple armor. The forge was filled with a steady hum and clang. The broad-shouldered brute was working his magic over an anvil, striking out sheaves of sparks. Seeing me, he wiped his soot-blackened hands on his apron and stared at me questioningly. Without further ado, I got down to business. We need to make 13 brigandines for our hunters. We'll use leather and thick fabric as the base, and you have first-class raw materials for the metal plating. And be sure to involve someone local who knows handicrafts. Let them take on the cutting and sewing. Frol scratched the back of his head and nodded. All right, so brigandines, he said slowly. I made them once before, when I was an apprentice to old Metrich. True, 15 years have passed since then, and there hasn't been any good metal for a long time. But if we have iron and helpers, we'll manage. Our women are great crafters, and the old men are even more experienced in this business. A week two at most, and you'll have a set of top-quality brigandines. I approvingly patted the blacksmith on the shoulder and left the workshop. The sun had already passed the zenith. Having finished our conversation, I returned to my room and sat down at the Ethernet again. First, I combed through the ads for doctors who had lost their jobs. Then I switched to court case news, nothing promising. Then I decided to dig deeper and began sifting through the lists of people in debtors' prisons, and almost immediately I came across a curious case in Sergiv Posad. A certain Giovanni Marco Albinoni, 45 years old, a doctor from the Venetian Principality, which was part of the Lombard League. Analogous to the Commonwealth of Russian principalities, but on the territory of the former Roman Empire. How the Italian ended up here was completely unclear. One thing was for certain, he had managed to get into debt with the ICB. He took out a loan to open his own practice, but was unable to pay it off. The debt had only been partially repaid, and the remainder was an entire 137 rubles. Since then, he had been languishing behind bars. I thoughtfully drummed my fingers on the table. Well, not a bad option. According to the papers, he was an experienced doctor and surgeon. He'd probably seen all sorts of things. And he'd owe someone for the rest of his life if he ever got out of debt. Although it wasn't clear if he was really a master of his craft or if, for instance, he drank non-stop and lost his practice because he accidentally slit the throat of one of his patients during an operation. I needed information, and reliable information at that. Of course, I could have called Trofimov and tried to use Prince Obolensky's resources, but I definitely didn't want to be in his debt, even if he would have readily agreed to help. So I dialed another number instead and said, "Nikolai Konstantinovich, am I disturbing you?" Chapter 7. From the other end of the line came the dumbfounded voice of Count Butelin. "Prokhor Ignatievich, what a surprise! To what do I owe the pleasure?" His tone was half wary, half amiable. Evidently he had not expected my call and was now wondering what such a backwards voivode as myself might need. "I would like to ask a small favor of you, Nikolai Konstantinovich," I said, approaching the topic from afar. "You see, I'm trying to find a decent doctor for Ugrumica. The only problem is that few people are eager to come to such a remote location. Although this is fair, it is extremely inconvenient." The Count grunted, clearly not catching my drift. "If you are asking me to recommend a suitable candidate, I'm afraid I can be of no help. I don't know any medical professionals who would agree to move to the borderlands." I couldn't help but smile, delighted by his directness. Anything was better than weaving a web of words for 15 straight minutes. "No, I'm not asking for recommendations," I replied. "I've had to seek out less obvious solutions, and I've actually had my eye on a few options. But the thing is, my potential candidate is a man of questionable character." I briefly outlined the situation with Albinoni. The Count grunted in bewilderment. "Italian, you say, and in a debtor's prison? Curious. That's precisely what I mean. And since it's not convenient for me to travel to your glorious city just for the sake of one candidate, I need someone on location to gather information about that Italian, information that isn't publicly available. Is he a good doctor? Does he have any bad habits? How did he end up behind bars in the first place? And so on. I don't have a person like this, but I imagine you do." The other man grunted affirmatively. I continued, "If I'm satisfied with the findings, I'll have to bail the poor fool out. I'll pay off his debts, but I'll have to physically pick him up from prison and send him on the next convoy to Vladimir, making arrangements with the commander on the spot for a car to drop off our doctor in Ugrumica along the way." "A thorough approach, Prokhor Ignatievich," the Count said slowly and ambiguously, neither refusing nor giving his consent. I decided to sweeten the deal. "Naturally, I'll cover all expenses incurred during the process, and regardless of whether the doctor is suitable, I'll make you a dagger with your family crest for the inconvenience. It's exclusive, as you know." Butelin laughed loudly. "Oh, it's exclusive now, is it?" he teased good-naturedly. "You've probably heard about the blade I made for Boyar Sudakov. That was the first weapon I've made and given to another. This dagger will be the second." There was a short pause. I waited patiently for the aristocrat to digest what he had just heard. "Well, it's an unusual request indeed," Butelin said finally, "but I suppose it's not impossible. I just happen to have a board security officer who could use some practical field training." I smiled. "You would be doing me a great service, Nikolai Konstantinovich," I said with restraint. "Oh no, it's no sweat off my back. Let's finalize the agreement. I won't turn down your exclusive, a chuckle, dagger, but you must promise to stop by for dinner next time you're in Sergeev Posad. Liza has been nagging me about it, honestly," Butelin said. "When will Platonov visit us again? When?" Slightly surprised, as I didn't remember having made such a strong impression on the Count's daughter, I replied, "Agreed, I'll definitely pay you a visit." After saying goodbye and hanging up, I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes. Everything seemed to be turning out well. The doctor issue was being resolved, and the guards would soon receive proper equipment. Perhaps another week or two, and we'd be ready to head out on a raid into the soulless lands. The next item on the agenda was working on the Twilight Steel mine. At my request, Vasilisa had been calculating costs and preparing an assessment survey for over a week, and today we were going to sit down and evaluate the fruits of her labor together. Grabbing a couple of mugs of tea, I went up to her room and prepared to listen. She looked incredibly proud of herself, and this confidence was very attractive. Nothing compared to the deathly pale girl I'd found under a bush in the clutches of the sluice. So, I sat down at the table and pushed the cup towards her. "Go ahead." Over the past few days, the distance between us had gradually narrowed, and we had finally fallen into a more informal form of address. Vasilisa carefully spread a sheet of paper across the tabletop and began to draw a rough diagram of the ore deposits. "All right, so this is what we've got. Right here," she said, pointing smack dab at the center of the drawing, "is the main body of the vein, about 20 meters deep. The approximate length," she frowned slightly, calculating, "is about 100 meters, but that's a rough approximation. I wouldn't have felt it any further anyway, so it could be 200, 300. We'll find out. If necessary, we'll conduct some on-site research. If we manage the deposit properly, we'll be able to extract substantial volumes of Twilight Steel. The core intersection is impressive. Finding ore in such large quantities is rare. Even the Yakovlev and Demidov deposits aren't as rich as this one." "Core intersection?" I raised an eyebrow. Never before had I needed to delve so deeply into this topic, given my lack of mining expertise. "The width or volume of the ore body," Vasilisa explained. "Essentially, the amount of metal in the vein." "Got it. You can tell me more about it later. First, let's figure out how we're going to get to the ore in the first place," I said, examining the diagram. 20 meters of digging is no joke. I won't go into details yet. There's no need. First, we create the head, the top part of the mine that reaches the surface. Then we dig a 3x3 meter shaft. She took a blank sheet of paper and quickly sketched out a diagram. And we reinforce it with wooden pillars as we go. As we dig deeper, we install ladders and resting platforms. So we construct well with a staircase built into the wall. Something like that, she nodded, but that's only part of it. There will be an ore elevator in the center of the shaft. When we reach the required depth, we'll begin driving horizontal drifts to the vein. I rubbed my chin in thought. How long will it take to reach the ore? If we work efficiently, depending on the number of workers. She closed her eyes, calculating. I think it'll take 2 weeks to a month per mine shaft, maybe a little more. The soil here isn't particularly difficult, and magic will help. How exactly? We soften the soil with geomancy. That was the most obvious magical solution in this case. Exactly, her eyes sparkled. This method will allow us to triple the speed of our excavation. Stone becomes as pliable as wet clay. How dangerous is it? That is why we need experienced miners, Vasilisa said, nodding. The spell requires precision. You only need to soften the rock you're going to extract, otherwise, she clasped her hands together to demonstrate compression. It will collapse, I finished. Exactly, her voice grew serious. That's why we can't skimp on skilled workers. Inept use of magic underground can be fatal. I imagine the process, hard labor in the semi-darkness, the creaking of wooden structures, the clanking of tools, the smell of damp earth. And underneath it all, a treasure capable of changing the fate of not only Ugrumika, but the entire borderlands. What kind of funds do we need to start production? I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. Is the estimate I requested ready? She nodded hastily. Excellent. The first item is the workers. How many people do you think we'll need to develop the vein? Well, Vasilisa said slowly, tugging at a lock of hair, at least 15 to start. But most importantly, we need experienced miners. She sat up abruptly and looked at me indignantly. Don't tell me you're going to send your own grumpy miners underground. They'll screw it up immediately and end up burying themselves. I had to suppress a smile. When it came to her professional knowledge, she instantly forgot her role as a commoner and began to command like a seasoned mining foreman. We'll have to hire miners in the cities, I replied calmly. The locals aren't suitable for the job. Perhaps as apprentices, if they want to learn a new craft. The work will require a team of 5 seasoned miners and a dozen assistants, the girl continued, gathering herself. The assistants will be responsible for driving the tunnels, installing supports, assessing the ore quality, and handling explosives. If necessary, of course, she added hastily, but it would be better to hire an experienced geomancer for the task. It's both more reliable and cheaper in the long run than buying explosives in the bastions, and the chances of a cave-in and accidents will be reduced. What about you? I'm not ready to take on that kind of responsibility yet. If I was at least a journeyman, she mused thoughtfully. How far are you from the next rank? Generally, it was a faux pas to ask magicians about such things, but I felt that the current necessity justified crossing the boundaries of decency. A little over 70 drops, she said, blushing. We can resolve that issue, I said simply. So what about the assistants? What are they doing? The girl's eyes lit up with surprise and hope. Growing their personal power is something every magician strives for, and talking about it so casually was unheard of. I thought that if it weren't for her own observations of my rituals, she simply wouldn't believe me. Instead, Vasilisa remained silent and, visibly excited, began listing off. The assistants will be responsible for loading and transporting ore in wheelbarrows to the mine car, performing basic machine maintenance, auxiliary work, clearing, and delivering tools. They will work under the direction of the miners and will not make any important decisions. Well then, we could absolutely assign the villagers to this task if there are any capable young people who are willing to take it on. How much will that cost? Not much, 15 rubles a month for 5 miners, Vasilisa quickly replied, and 10 rubles for a dozen assistants. That's 25 rubles a month just for wages. We also need housing for the workers, I objected. 2 huts, a warehouse, a shared kitchen with a cook. That'll be another 45 rubles, no less. Yes, I designated 50 rubles for it. Excellent, we are done with the workers. Let's move on. What about materials? Let's start with the lumber for the vertical shaft. The geomancer quickly found the corresponding item line in her calculations. A shaft 20 meters deep, with 1 meter spacing between supports, will require approximately 80 frames. Each frame requires 4 logs. Another 200 or so logs are needed for the horizontal drift shafts, given the 1.5 meter spacing between supports. Plus the stairs, platforms, and guides for the lift, we'll add another 100. That's about 620 logs in total, I calculated. We can fell them here in the surrounding forests, Vasilisa continued. The only cost for chopping them down will be the lumberjack's fee, let's say 25 rubles for everything. We'll also need thick boards for decking and scaffolding, about 15 rubles worth. Next, fasteners, I noted on the list. Staples, nails, metal casings for connecting the structures. We'd better just buy them pre-made, otherwise our blacksmith will be working until the second coming, Vasilisa estimated. I'd budget at least 150 rubles in all. I tapped my pen pensively on the table. What about on top? We need some kind of structure above the minehead, right? We do, she said. A platform for collecting the ore and a shelter from the elements. About 60 logs and 100 boards. Another 15 rubles for the preparation and 10 for the carpenter's labor. A total of 25 rubles. The rest gets more complicated. And more expensive, I clucked. Right, oh yes, we'll need ready-made mining equipment. There are small iron ore deposits near Murom, so the Demidovs have a good workshop there. They make high-quality mechanisms for the mines. Alternatively, you can go to Moscow if you have access to this bastion. In any case, 5 mine carts will cost 450 rubles. Rails for a 100-meter-long drift are 160 rubles. We'll also need mechanisms. A hoist winch with a pulley system, 60 rubles. A winch with a cable drum, 30 rubles. Switches and turning platforms, 25 rubles. And mechanisms for tipping mine carts, 15 rubles. Tools, picks, shovels, sledgehammers, etc. Another 20 rubles. So the total cost is 915 rubles. All right, so we've figured out the hardware, I nodded. What about the magical equipment? Vasilisa's eyes lit up with professional interest. The most important thing is drainage. The area here is marshy, and we don't want the mine to flood. So we'll need 3 powerful dehydrating crystals, 30 rubles each. They'll suck up water from the mine. For lighting, 2 dozen glowstones at a ruble each will be enough, cheaper than oil lamps in the long run. What about air? I asked. It's impossible to work without it. Naturally, she nodded. 2 ventilation artifacts at 40 rubles apiece. Expensive but reliable. How are we going to lift the ore to the surface? A magic lift will cost 100 rubles, but it will last for years. A regular one will quickly become unusable due to the constant stress. All right, and we definitely need reinforcing stones for the supports, a dozen at 15 rubles each. They'll double the strength of the wooden structures. That's 440 rubles for the artifacts. What if we use metal supports instead of wooden ones? I suggested thoughtfully. They're much stronger and more durable. Vasilisa sighed heavily and patiently explained. Just think about it, Prokher. 1 metal support weighs at least 80 kilos. And we need at least 200 of them. That's almost 20 tons of metal. At a price of 1.5 rubles per kilo, that's almost 25,000 rubles for just 1 piece of metal. And then there's the cost of the work itself. There's no money to spare. I had to suppress a smile. It was a trick question, and I knew the answer, having personally inspected many mines containing valuable resources. It was hard for a newbie to understand why wooden supports were more cost-effective and, if properly approached, even more reliable than metal ones. Vasilisa did not disappoint me here either, demonstrating her competence. Rational, I agreed. We have our own forest, which we can harvest from practically for free. The reinforcing stones cost only about 150. Need I go on? Makes sense, I said. And on top of that, wood with magic is easier to install and replace, if necessary, Vasilisa continued. We can start the mine without waiting for the iron to be brought from the city. No, wooden supports will be much more convenient. Once again, I thanked fate for placing such a well-informed person in my path. Vasilisa's knowledge of mining was truly excellent. Fine, have it your way, I agreed. Wooden supports with magical reinforcement will be cheaper and easier to install. Done. Vasilisa gave me an approving look. With such an assistant, I was clearly in no danger of getting bogged down in unnecessary expenses. She quickly summed everything up. So it will cost about 1,400 rubles to launch the mine, plus 25-30 rubles in monthly expenses. I'd budget 1,500 rubles, factoring in unforeseen expenses. You have to take that into consideration. Either the supplier will jack up the price, or an additional item will pop up that wasn't accounted for. That's always the case. Quite a sum of money, I said, drumming my fingers on the table. And that's not counting security, the girl snapped. There has to be a magician on duty near the mine. Anything could happen. She stopped short and blushed, realizing she once again revealed her learning and experience. I pretended not to notice her slip up. You're right, we need to think through a security system in case of an attack by the sleuths or our competitors. In any case, it's worth the risk. A deposit of twilight steel like this is a real treasure trove. Now, so I understand just how big our fortune will be, I said, looking at the girl. How much steel can we mine per year with this kind of investment? Vasilisa put her pen down and contemplated the diagram. It is an exceedingly rich ore body, she finally answered, her eyes lighting up with that special glint that always appeared when she spoke about her area of specialty. I studied the samples we extracted from the cave. The density of twilight steel is approximately 9.5 tons per cubic meter. And that's a lot, I asked, trying to bring the geomancer out of her thoughts and back to reality. She grew sheepish. Forgive me, sir, she said, her nerves faltering for a moment as she slipped back into the formal address. Yes, it's a very dense metal, heavier than regular steel, but that's not even the main point. She leaned forward, tapping her finger on the tabletop. The metal content in the ore is 65%. That's incredibly high. Regular deposits yield 15–20% at most. So, for every 3 tons of rock, we get almost 2 tons of steel, I calculated. Even more, Vasilisa said, tucking another stray strand of hair behind her ear. It's a high-basicity ore with flux grades of 2 and 5. Simply put, it's easy to melt down and purify with minimal losses. I sat there for a moment digesting this information. So let's say we build a tunnel 100 meters long with several branches. The cross-section will be about 2 by 2 meters, Vasilisa continued. In the first year, I think we'll be able to extract about 1,000 cubic meters of rock. That's including artifacts that will speed up the work. And if 65% is ore, then we'll get 650 cubic meters of ore, she continued. And at a density of 9.5 tons per cubic meter, that will give about 6,000 tons of ore, I said, finishing the calculation. Exactly. And given the high basicity of the ore, the yield of pure metal will be around 4,500 tons of twilight steel per year. Vasilisa continued enthusiastically, clearly delighted by the prospects. I whistled. Even with my rather vague understanding of metallurgy, it was clear that the figures were outlandish. Now I understood why she had been so enthusiastic about the whole idea. This is an exceptionally high figure for a small mine, making the deposit truly unique and strategically vital, she concluded. So the investment to launch the mine will pay off, I said. Almost immediately, the girl nodded confidently. Twilight steel is incredibly valuable. Even if we sell it at a minimum price of, say, 875 rubles per kilogram, it's still a huge sum of money. The actual price at the Demidov and Yakovlev mines is closer to 900. So we can count on a modest revenue of 4 billion rubles a year, I concluded prosaically. And this was only for raw materials, but we would not be selling raw materials. Vasilisa suddenly frowned and shook her head, rousing herself from her euphoric reverie. Actually, there's one serious issue with this otherwise perfect picture, she said, biting her lip. 2, actually. If we dump that much twilight steel into the market, it will completely tank the price. The economy won't be able to withstand it. The Demidovs and Yakovlevs control the supply precisely to maintain shortages and high prices. So we can physically extract that much, but it's not economically feasible to sell it all, I asked. Exactly, Vasilisa sighed, returning to the figures. The optimal production volume is approximately 460 tons per year. That's enough to generate about 400 million in annual revenue, but not enough to collapse the market. And the second problem, the labor output ratio, she said, tapping the diagram with a pencil. With small-scale production, we can carefully select the richest ore deposits and use targeted magical methods. However, with large-scale production, the cost per ton will increase exponentially. We'll need dozens upon dozens of workers, complex ventilation systems, artifacts and water drainage, and security measures, I added, realizing that she was right. Yes, she nodded. High-yield mining operations will attract unwanted attention, not only from competitors, but from the soulless. They have a way of sensing any sort of activity surrounding twilight steel. I rubbed my chin, ruminating. 400 million a year sounds much more reasonable than 4 billion at the cost of constant problems with monopolists and the soulless. Vasilisa smiled approvingly. Besides, production can always be gradually increased as our influence and capabilities grow. We'll start small, refine the technology, and build up a capital reserve. I nodded, impressed by her business acumen. A long silence fell over the room. Vasilisa noisily sipped her tea from her mug and began to cough. We were truly lucky to stumble upon this deposit, I smiled, seeing the sparkle in her eyes. Well, then it's all the more important to acquire qualified personnel. I agree, they are extremely important. Then perhaps you could recommend one of your fellow students. Someone with a sound mind and enough principles to be conscientious in their approach. I'll think about it. You understand, money like this could turn anyone's ear. We can't let information about the mine get out. That's right, and that's why our strength lies in keeping the mine secure. A little later, I'll show you how to perform a ritual that will increase your essence absorption limit. We both need to reach the next rank. My God, how do you know all this? Vasilisa said, raising her sable brows. You have your secrets, I have mine, I replied calmly. By the way, since we're on the subject of magic, I glanced shrewdly at her. How do you like the idea of becoming a teacher? The girl flinched at the abrupt change of topic. I've considered your offer. And, I paused expectantly. I agree, she blurted out decisively, but on one condition. I need a proper classroom, books, and writing materials, and no special treatment just because these children come from humble backgrounds. Of course, I nodded, hiding a grin. We can use Petrovich's house. It's empty anyway, and that's where classes used to take place. And we'll buy the necessary materials in town, along with the equipment for the mine. How many students will I have? Vasilisa asked matter-of-factly, pulling out a new sheet of paper. Better check with Zakar. There are 7 people of different ages. You'll create the curriculum yourself since you, I paused, studied at the academy. Vasilisa gave me a suspicious look, but I kept my expression impassive. Okay, she nodded finally. I'll jot down a list of everything we need. The girl nodded, clearly relieved, and bent over her papers again. I watched her intently scribble, thinking that perhaps I hadn't made a mistake in choosing a teacher. Now all that was left was to find the money for all these projects. I currently had almost 1,400 rubles on hand, but at least 375 of that would go toward purchasing the second batch of steel in Sergeyev Posad. The trip to pick it up had to be postponed due to more pressing issues, such as the arrival of the investigator and the sluice attack. Leaving Vasilisa to continue poring over the details, I went to check the palisade, which had finally been completed by the time I arrived. Then I popped into the forge. Work on the first brigandine was in full swing. Vasilisa and I had agreed to schedule the ritual for the following night. It would be easier for a novice to perform it under moonlight than sunlight. Close to midday the next day, megaphone went off, heralding Butalin's call. Prokhor Ignatievich, my inside man has uncovered all the information you requested. Ready to listen? It's a rather peculiar situation. Chapter 8, of course, I replied, sipping my tea. The conversation promised to be informative. Leaning back in my chair, I prepared to absorb all the new intel on our prospective doctor. I must warn you right away, the Count began with a slight note of apology in his voice. My security officer only managed to dig up some not-so-secret information. The situation with the Italian clearly goes deeper than we were able to find out. To get the full picture, we'll have to question the doctor himself. That's to be expected, I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. Any information will be helpful. All right then, here's what we know, said Butalin. This Giovanni Marco Albinoni is a truly talented surgeon, but without magical gifts. 3 years ago, he received an invitation from the Uvarov family. He was promised a high salary and the opportunity to practice medicine freely. I perked up at the mention of the family name. The same Uvarovs who owned the Ratny Devor weapon shop and were behind the duel with Osakin. I wondered, why did the Uvarovs invite him? I asked. How did he attract their attention? His reputation, by all appearances, the Count replied. The Venetian School of Surgery is renowned throughout Europe, and the Italian has truly golden hands, they say. For an aristocratic family, having a personal surgeon of such caliber is a matter of prestige. For instance, we once had a foreigner working for us, but then I decided to grant my patronage to a representative of the Novgorod Medical Academy. It's still better to cultivate our own talent, don't you think? I took a sip of tea, processing. Of course. So what's the deal with our doctor? He moved to Sergiev Posad and started working for the Uvarovs. Everything went smoothly for about 3 years, but then some kind of conflict broke out. My inside man couldn't figure out what exactly happened, but Giovanni suddenly quit. Interesting, I said slowly. And what happened then? Then, the Count said, growing more animated, the most curious thing happened. The doctor, with a certain amount of money in hand, took out a loan from the Imperial Commercial Bank to open his own practice. It would seem that, given his qualifications, things should work out. But the Uvarovs wouldn't leave him in peace, I said confidently. Precisely, Butalin sounded almost pleased that I'd grasped the gist. They started pressuring the Italian and scaring away clients, spreading scandalous rumors on the internet. Of course, these rumors have no direct connection to the family, but everyone knows the truth. I tapped my fingers on the table. It sounded entirely in line with the spirit of the local aristocrats, taking revenge on anyone who dared to go against their will. What specific rumors were spread? Professional incompetence. Inappropriate behavior, some of each, the Count said. He allegedly committed malpractice, and there were hints of inappropriate relationships with patients, the normal array of mudslinging offenses. Understood. And after that, his clinic shut down. Not entirely. This is where the story takes an unexpected turn. I set my teacup down and straightened up in my seat. Suddenly, the local branch of the Physicians' Guild came after him, he continued, and curiously, they have no ties whatsoever to the Uvarovs. It's an entirely separate saga. At the mention of this organization, some commonly known and very surface-level information swam to the surface of the memories left to me by Platonov. The Physicians' Guild was a professional association of magical physicians. A very influential organization with broad representation in various cities throughout the Commonwealth of Russian principalities. They put the final nail in the coffin of the Italians' practice using their connections in Prince Obolensky's court, Butalin continued. But why? I asked, puzzled. Was he really competition for them? That's the thing, he was. the Count said with sincere astonishment. His client base had practically no overlap with that of the Physicians' Guild. The guild treats nobles and wealthy members of the middle class, while Giovanni mostly treated ordinary citizens. Something doesn't add up here, don't you agree? I stroked my chin in thought. It really was strange. If he wasn't direct competition, then why would the physicians kill the surgeon's practice? Maybe it had to do with his methods, I suggested. Maybe his approach was at odds with the guild's principles. Or did he cross the path of some influential member of this organization? Perhaps, Butelin answered vaguely, but these are questions that only the Italian himself can answer. What about his debts? I asked. 137 rubles is no small sum. The bank meant business, Butelin shrugged, judging by his tone. When things didn't work out, the loan became the bars of a debtor's prison. Moreover, I suspect that the local branch of the ICB was influenced by either the Uvarovs or the Physicians' Guild, which is more likely. Otherwise, the bank would have long ago assigned the doctor to work off the debts, doing what he does best. I leaned back in my chair and considered this. The situation was intriguing, but paramount to my purposes was the doctor's professionalism, not his conflicts with the local elite. "Thank you for the information, Nikolai Konstantinovich," I said. "It suits me perfectly. I'm ready to rescue this man and take him into my service." Just like that, the Count's voice held a hint of surprise, mingled with mockery. "Prokhor Ignatievich, don't you fear that this will further deepen your conflict with the Uvarovs?" They were behind the duel with Osakin, which incidentally took place in my house. He chided me good-naturedly. "I couldn't care less what my enemies think or how they'll react," I replied firmly. "Basing my decisions on their approval is a losing tactic." "So they're already enemies?" Butelin replied, amused. "Yes," I snapped. "They became my enemies when they decided to publicly discredit my honor, and considering they chose me as their adversary for a completely fabricated reason, that speaks volumes about the extreme short-sightedness of the head of this family." Butelin laughed quietly, but without malice. "Ah, youth, youth," he remarked condescendingly. "Everything is black or white to you, but life grows increasingly gray, Prokhor Ignatievich." I didn't argue. What was the point? The aristocrats of this world were accustomed to intrigue, compromise, and half measures, but I was. For me, an enemy always remained an enemy until the situation changed radically, usually with their death. Then they became nothing. "Let's get back to business," I suggested, changing the subject. "I'll pay off the Italian doctor's debt. Could you ask your man to put him on the next conv to Vladimir, and ideally arrange with the convoy leader to drop him off at Ugrumica on the way? As I said, I'll reimburse you for all expenses. But of course," he agreed easily, "it won't be a problem. I'll let you know the exact arrival time as soon as the doctor is en route." "I'd be ever so grateful," I replied. "And don't forget the dagger." "How could I?" Butelin exclaimed with feigned indignation. "I'm looking forward to it." "Just as Lisa is looking forward to your visit, of course." On that note, we said goodbye, and I hung up the megaphone. Leaning back in my chair, I went over all the information I had received in my mind. Albinoni had undoubtedly piqued my interest. A talented surgeon, even without magical gifts, could be of great use to Ugrumica. And his conflict with the Uvarovs, well, I even found that amusing. The more common enemies we have, the easier it would be for us to find common ground. All that remained was to await the Italian's arrival and personally verify that he was suitable for my purposes. After finishing our conversation, I moved on to the next task on the day's to-do list. On the table in front of me lay a revolver discovered in the previous headman's hidden stash. I turned it over in my hands, feeling the unfamiliar weight and coldness of the metal. In my world, humanity hadn't yet developed such a weapon. Crossbows were considered the pinnacle of military thought. But here, even a thieving village elder possessed something capable of sending a man to oblivion with a flick of his finger. without any magic. The cylinder, the trigger, the handle, everything was at once simple and complex. A remarkable feat of engineering. However, I wasn't simply interested in wielding a new weapon. My weapon transmutation talent required something more, a profound understanding of every detail, every mechanism and function. You can't create what you don't understand. Since childhood, I'd been accustomed to meticulously studying every weapon that came into my hands. This wasn't just a hobby, it was a vital necessity. On the battlefield, those who wield their weapon best survive, and to wield it perfectly, one must understand its nature. In my position, this was doubly important. My talent only gave me an advantage if I knew what I was creating down to the last detail. It's impossible to embody in metal what you can't imagine in your mind. The battle bow, the crossbow, the sword, the spear, all of them became extensions of my body only after hundreds of hours of training and study. The revolver was meant to round out my arsenal, expand my range of capabilities, and ultimately strengthen Agrumika's defenses. Furthermore, understanding the principles of firearms opened up new horizons for me. Perhaps, over time, I could refine the design or create more powerful models by combining technology and magic. Let's start with theory. I turned to my megaphone and went on the Ethernet. A search for revolver design yielded numerous articles, drawings, and instructions. I chose the most detailed one, with step-by-step disassembly and assembly instructions for a model visually similar to my gun. It turned out I'd need specialized tools for this, which I, of course, didn't have, but perhaps the blacksmith did. Indeed, many in the village owned guns and rifles. Froll had, of course, been surprised about why I needed so many small screwdrivers, bits, and knockout rods, but he provided them without complaint. According to the instructions, the first step was to check that the weapon was unloaded. Opening the cylinder and confirming it was empty, I began disassembling it. I unscrewed the side plate, removed the cylinder, and separated the trigger from the frame. I laid each part on a cloth spread out in front of me, trying to memorize the order of the pieces. Small screws and springs were kept separate. The rifled barrel, the firing mechanism and hammer, the trigger, the sear, the mainspring, the cylinder with grooved chambers. I repeated the names of the parts, committed their functions to memory, and felt each element. Everything mattered here: the thickness of the metal, the shape, the fit of the parts. An hour later, with the gun completely disassembled before me, I pulled out a sheet of paper and began sketching every detail. Although I wasn't an artist, I still tried to capture the proportions as accurately as possible, labeling each element and its purpose. I took particular care to draw the trigger mechanism, the heart of the revolver. Assembly took almost 3 times longer than disassembly. I had to consult the instructions twice when the springs wouldn't fit. And yet, when all the parts finally came together, I felt a sense of accomplishment. Now it was time to practice. Taking the revolver and a box of cartridges, there were 12 in total, enough to fill the cylinder twice, I went out into the backyard, where the vegetable garden ended and the forest began. I set a small block of wood up on a stump. The first thing I did was carefully examine the cartridge, the brass case, the primer, the gunpowder inside, the lead bullet. I loaded the cylinder with 6 cartridges, feeling the weapon grow heavier with one I loaded. "Well, here goes nothing," I muttered, taking the position I had seen in the instructions. The revolver rested in my right palm, index finger on the trigger, left hand supporting the right from below. I took aim. I took a deep breath, held it, and smoothly pulled the trigger. A shot rang out. The weapon jerked upward, the recoil hitting my wrist harder than I expected. The wood block remained standing. The first shot had flown over the target. Curious, I fired a second shot, adjusting my aim for recoil. This time, the bullet passed to the left of the target. Progress. Well, almost. The third shot was accurate. the bullet caught the very edge of the log, causing it to wobble. Shooting became easier and easier, and by the sixth shot, I felt confident in every move. I reloaded the cylinder and continued my experiments, shooting from different distances, with one hand, and from different positions. I recorded the barrel vibration, the cylinder's behavior after each shot, and the change in the gun's balance as the cylinder emptied. I saw no need to conserve ammo. It was sheer madness to take a weapon into battle that you didn't know how to use. At least this way I'd get some practice and then buy some ammunition in town. I might never need to use this revolver, but then again, I once studied the tonfa out of pure curiosity, and it came in handy on my first night in Ugrumika. And how, when all 12 rounds had been fired, I returned to the house and completely disassembled the revolver again. Now I could see traces of powder smoke, feel the warmth of the barrel, and notice slight wear on the parts, even after such a short period of use. Assembly, disassembly, and again, each time my movements became more confident, my fingers memorizing what came next. A three-dimensional model of the device formed in my head, with every part in its place. Finally, feeling I understood the basics, I visited the blacksmith again, returned his tools, and took a small steel ingot the size of my palm. Returning home, I concentrated, calling on my talent. I visualized every part of the revolver, their connections, the mechanics of its operation. The metal beneath my fingers began to change, transform, bending to my will and design. 10 minutes later, I held something resembling a revolver, but only vaguely. The barrel was uneven, the rifling grooves were the wrong shape. The cylinder did not spin smoothly, the chambers were of different diameters. The trigger was sloppy, it was completely unusable. I shook my head. My first attempt wouldn't be perfect, of course. I was still far from fully understanding firearms, but I had taken the first step. All that remained was to continue improving. Towards evening, when the sunset glow had faded and the first stars appeared in the sky, Vasilisa and I gathered for the ritual. I thoroughly explained all the details of the process to her, telling her about the temporary storage devices and the necessary resources. She was very sweetly shy when she asked me to rub a solution of salt and crushed charcoal into her spine. Next, she drank the prepared decoction, a strong herbal infusion with honey, a pinch of salt, and a drop of her own blood from a pricked finger. 6 tiny essence crystals shimmered on the ground, illuminated by the moonlight. "Are you absolutely certain?" Vasilisa asked nervously, tugging at a strand of her dark hair. "This doesn't look like the standard academy techniques." "Absolutely," I nodded, placing coal around the perimeter. "The important thing is to follow the instructions exactly." She took her place in the center of the circle of salt and beeswax candles, and then set to work, frowning in concentration. The crystals dissolved into the air one by one, turning into a suspension of fine energy particles that enveloped the girl, gradually absorbing into her skin. Beads of sweat ran down her face, at first clear, then increasingly darker, with a reddish tint. Vasilisa groaned in discomfort, but to her credit, she endured the entire process without interruption. She had a strong character. When the ritual was complete, Vasilisa leaned back, closing her eyes and breathing heavily. 29 drops, she whispered, opening her eyes and looking at me in amazement. "How is that possible? The normal limit for any apprentice is 20. The ritual increased the absorption efficiency by nearly 1.5 times. "That's right," I said, helping her up. "Now you can gain the energy required to reach the journeyman rank." I didn't bother to specify that my connection with Scald allowed me to increase the absorption efficiency even more, doubling it. This is amazing." Her eyes sparkled with delight. "Now I actually believe I could become a journeyman." She hesitated, searching for the right words, and touched my forearm. "I'm very grateful for your help, Prokha." There was a sincerity in her voice that made me feel a little uneasy. People in this world perceived magical ranks as something immutable and predetermined. I knew they were nothing more than technical limitations that could be circumvented with proper understanding. "Now it's my turn," I said, taking my place in the center of the circle. 3 small crystals glowed brighter than the tiny ones. I could feel the energy pulsing even with my eyes closed. My familiar silently landed on the edge of the circle. The energy of the crystals rushed toward me in waves. I directed it through the energy channels, distributing it evenly among the temporary accumulators. Part of the flow, about 5 drops, went to Scald, strengthening our connection. When the final crystal dissolved, I felt a new level of fullness. An extra 49 drops, an excellent result. My new reserve was 163 drops. "Did it work?" Vasilisa asked as she helped me put away the ritual paraphernalia. "Yes," I simply nodded, "almost as well as I expected." We went back into the house. Scald took up his perch by the window, giving us a satisfied look. "Not bad for beginners," his grumpy voice sounded in my head. "My assistance is expensive. Next time don't forget the nuts. Salted ones, lots of them." I was just about ready to retire to the bedroom when a loud shout from the guard came from the stockade. I had to follow the noise to figure out what was going on. "3 people at the gates," announced Mittii, the guard on duty at the post. "Sluice?" I asked. "No, the one on the left is the young man who recently paid us a visit." "What was it, Evsey?" "Let us in," came a soft cry from behind the fence. "We are from Derbyshire." When the gates swung open, in the semi-darkness, I indeed recognized the familiar figure of Evsey, the hunter who had visited us a few days prior. 2 others walked alongside him, one in the same simple, snow-white hunting attire, while the other, striding ahead, wore a well-made kaftan under his sheepskin coat, embroidered at the collar. Fine clothing like this looked out of place in the wilderness. "Is someone here?" Vasilisa asked sleepily, rubbing her eyes as she approached from behind. Boris, who had somehow remained unnoticed until now, appeared to one side, his hand on the handle of his knife. "Elder Prokop of Derbyshire," the man in the kaftan introduced himself, stepping forward. "I've come to see Voivode Platonov on important business." "At this hour?" Boris asked sullenly, casting a questioning glance at me. I held my tongue, carefully studying the men. Something in their postures, in their tense expressions, spoke of extreme urgency. "What happened?" I asked frankly, stepping closer. Prokop exhaled convulsively, and in the moonlight I noticed his face was covered in fine beads of sweat, despite the cold night. They had come here in a hurry. "Almost running. A great misfortune, Sir Voivode," his voice wavered. "In the village, people have started disappearing, one by one, without a trace, and today we found the first body, or rather, what was left of it." He handed me a bundle wrapped in canvas. Unwrapping it, I saw something that instantly made me tense, a human arm, severed at the shoulder, with blackened veins piercing the skin like the roots of a dead tree. Chapter 9. Scald, who was perched on a nearby rooftop, croaked anxiously. "Something's wrong," his voice echoed in my head. "This isn't just the soulless. This is something else." "That's true," I said calmly, casting a single, knowing glance at the dead limb. "It is something else." "Let's go," I barked at our unexpected guests. "We shouldn't discuss such things in the open." I led the guests to the Voivode residence, gesturing for them to sit at the table. Boris, ever vigilant, stood by the wooden doorway, arms crossed. Vasilisa sank onto the bench, yawning, but curiosity was already flickering in her eyes. Zakar bustled about, throwing more wood into the stove and putting on water for tea. Scald sat heavily on my shoulder, positioning himself so he could see everyone present. "Make yourself comfortable," I said, inviting them to sit on the bench. "We'll discuss your discovery now." Prokop sat up, glancing nervously at the bundle I'd placed on the table. His companions, Evsey and the second hunter, looked no less anxious. Their faces were drawn, with shadows under their eyes. It was clear they hadn't slept much in the last few days. Tell me everything from the beginning, I said, turning to the village headman. When did this start? Who has gone missing? What led you to believe that this was done by anything other than ordinary soulless? Prokop ran his hand over his weary face, collecting his thoughts. The first one disappeared a week ago. Simeon, a hunter, he began. He never returned from his hunt. At first, we thought that he'd gotten lost or encountered the sluice, as usual. They sent out a search party, but nothing. No body, no signs of a struggle. And then, I said, urging him to continue. 2 days later, Demian disappeared. The village elder's voice wavered. He went to get firewood. His wife saw him enter the forest. And that was it. Again, no trace. Yesterday morning, Anushka and her daughter didn't return. They were picking mushrooms just beyond the picket fence. They went about 10 steps into the forest. Did all the victims disappear at different times of day? I asked, noting a pattern. Yes. Simeon was closer to evening, Demian in the afternoon, Anushka in the morning, nodded Prokop. But there's another strangeness. What's that? The animals, the village elder said darkly. After the third disappearance, all the domestic dogs in the village refused to leave the outskirts. They howl at night and huddle close to the houses. Vasilisa giggled out of fear and nervously recited. And the cows then begat calves like no one had seen. In the forest, the birdsong fell silent, or so it did seem. The wells ran with bright colors, and even the cicadas were mute, in response to the upturned faces and raised eyebrows of everyone gathered. She added sheepishly, "Sorry. Nerves just reminded me of a song, and now the most important detail. Whose arm is this?" I asked, pointing to the package. "Did you manage to identify which of the missing people it belongs to?" Prokop exchanged glances with Evsey and shook his head. "We did not, Sir Voivode." "And you won't," I said firmly. "This arm doesn't belong to one of the victims." A confused murmur swept through the room. Vasilisa leaned forward, looking at me incredulously. "What do you mean, it's not one of the victims?" she asked sharply. "Then whose?" I unfolded the canvas, carefully examining the severed limb. All the signs were there. "It's the arm of a chimera," I said finally, "or an aberrant, as they are also called. The second term had been used by the Franks and Bretons in my past world when we encountered a similar creature on the northern borders. Chimera," Vasilisa frowned. "I think I came across that word in one of my father's books when I was young, but there was too little context to understand what was being discussed. It's a magician who has survived a particularly close encounter with a powerful sluice," I explained, carefully placing the arm back on the canvas. "At least second stage. This happens when a magician hasn't had his entire soul sucked out, but a significant portion of it, yet still managed to fight off the soulless and survive." I glanced around at everyone in the room. Their faces expressed a mixture of horror and disbelief. "However, this loss of vital energy and part of the soul irreparably cripples the magician's psyche," I continued. "They are far more dangerous than normal soulless because they retain the ability to use magic, as well as enough intelligence to avoid becoming a mindless animal driven by instinct, but they lose human morality and limitations." "Prokha," Vasilisa said, shaking her head. "How do you know such things?" "I never even heard of this at the academy. I came across the information somewhere," I replied indifferently. "It's a rare case, which is why it's unfamiliar to you. Where exactly was the arm found?" Prokop turned his gaze to the second hunter, whose name I never learned. He scratched his head and said, "I found the arm. An hour's walk northeast of the village. A wolf was dragging it along, skinny, mangy, but not sluice. He must have found it somewhere and, starving, intended to devour it." He wasn't lying, judging by his voice. Prokop cleared his throat, attracting my attention, his gaze darting between me and the gruesome find. "Why are you convinced that this is precisely a chimo?" He hesitated. "A chimera? There are 4 main signs." I raised my hand, holding up my fingers and bending them as I listed. "First, notice the cut. It's perfectly smooth, made not with an axe or a knife, but most likely with a magical instrument. The victim cut off the limb himself, probably in an attempt to save himself. I turned my hand over, pointing to the blackened veins. Second, the nature of the darkening. In ordinary soulless, the veins darken uniformly throughout the body. Here you can also see concentration nodes near magical energy channels. Here, here, and here. I pointed to the wrist, the crook of my elbow, and above. This indicates that the victim was a magician and their body resisted the transformation. Vasilisa leaned closer, her fingers hovering over the hand, not touching the blackened flesh. Third, I continued, do you see those glowing veins alongside the blackness? These are traces of magical resistance, the magician's energy actively fighting the infection. And the fourth sign? Asked Boris, coming closer. The Shorfka sign, I said, carefully turning the arm over so the inside was facing up. These symbols barely visible. Protective runes, scratched into the skin in an attempt to contain the infection. Only a magician skilled in runic protection could have done this. Prokop ran his hand over his face, as if wiping away fatigue. How dangerous is this chimera? He asked, voice heavy with fear. I paused, choosing my words. I couldn't speak of my own experience with such a creature. It would raise too many questions. In the historical chronicles I've read, I began cautiously, there's a mention of a similar case. Long ago, a magician studying the nature of the soulless was attacked, but survived, losing part of his soul in the process. One of Truva's apprentices, my brother, I paused, observing the audience's reaction. Within a month and a half, he killed 17 people before 3 masters were able to locate and destroy him. He used complex illusions to lure his victims and drain their life force. The bastard's crippled mind believed this would replenish what he had lost, but it was just the eternal, insatiable hunger of the soulless speaking from within him. 17, Evsey whispered, turning pale. And I think your case is similar, I added. Judging by the rune on his forearm, he was a fairly powerful magician, at least a journeyman. A weaker one simply couldn't have drawn it. I imagine the Striga grabbed him by this very arm. He cut off the limb, trying to stop the spread of the corruption, but apparently didn't have time. Sir Voivode, Prokop suddenly stood up, and to my surprise, bowed to me. I beg you help us, we have nowhere else to turn. If what you say is true, our village is doomed. We will repay you with any coin. We will sign a contract to sell all the relics we find, just don't abandon us. I raised my hand to put an end to this stream of requests. Be calm, headman, no one will abandon you to your fate. Scald slightly shifted on my shoulder, his talons digging through the fabric of my shirt. It's an interesting prospect, his voice sounded in my head, but also dangerous. The chimera might sense your power and want to take it for itself. It's like a moth to your flame. I ignored my familiar's warning. Too many people were at risk to remain on the sidelines. Boris, I said decisively, catching the squad leader's eye, we leave for Derbyshire tomorrow at dawn. The chimera must be tracked down and destroyed before it gains strength. A single glowstone flickered in the dim light of the hut, casting distorted shadows on the walls covered in formulas and runes. The dim bluish light illuminated vials of murky liquid, alchemical instruments, and several cages in the corner, in the nearest of which an exhausted test subject was huddled. The almost human figure sitting at the table methodically recorded the results of his latest experiment in a tattered journal. His right arm ended in a stump just below the shoulder, wrapped in blackened bandages through which the faint bluish glow of runes shone. With his left hand, he carefully pennied a column of lines, pausing periodically to rub his eyes, one of which remained healthy, the other veiled in black. Subject 4, male, 47 years old, he wrote in a neat hand. Vital energy absorption 63% complete. Subject deceased. Blood analysis revealed a 12% increase in dark particle concentration in the vascular system, compared to the previous subject. Conclusion: subject's age negatively impacts the quality of energy extraction. Younger donors required. He put down his pen and rubbed his temples wearily. His stump throbbed with a dull ache that never completely subsided. The black veins on his neck and left arm were clearly visible in the dim light, thickening into knots around key nodes in the magical energy channels. "Our fourth failure, Katerina," he whispered, turning his head to the left. It looked like he was actually speaking to someone, but there was no one there. "You're right, we need to adjust our methodology." His voice sounded both exhausted and irritated. The man in the cage groaned softly, drawing attention to himself. "Are you awake?" "Excellent." He rose slowly and approached the cage. Subject 5, the woman he'd captured yesterday on the outskirts of the village. A perfect specimen, young, healthy, with a high level of vital energy. Where is my daughter?" she whispered with difficulty, struggling to overcome the deathly dryness in her mouth. Leaning over the captive, he felt a familiar hunger swell in his chest. He tried to ignore the feeling, focusing on the scientific aspects of the procedure, but the need grew stronger with each passing day. "Don't be afraid," he said, trying to keep his voice calm and professional. "It won't hurt. And anyway, science requires sacrifice." But even as he said this, he felt his tongue involuntarily dart out to lick his lips, his breath quickening with anticipation. "Control," he reminded himself. "I'm still in control." Returning to the table, he mixed several liquids in a beaker and added a pinch of dark powder. With trembling fingers, he drew alchemical symbols on the floor in chalk. A thought flashed in the corner of his mind that the symbols had become jagged, the lines more aggressive, each time bearing less and less resemblance to the precise academic standards. "Don't worry, Katerina, this experiment will be successful," he said confidently, although he had said the same before each of the previous failures. "I'm close to a breakthrough. The young woman's blood must contain the necessary elements. And if not, well, there's one more possibility." Pulling a ritual knife from the drawer, he held it to the glowstone, testing its sharpness. The blade was engraved with runes similar to those covering his stump, a last-ditch attempt to control the spread of damage. As he approached the cage, the woman screamed, her eyes wide with horror. "Be quiet," he snapped irritably. "You think I like this? You think I'm enjoying myself?" A guttural scream filled the room. The research subject cowered in horror in the corner of the cage. "Be grateful that your life has at least some meaning. What more could you expect in your nameless village in the middle of nowhere? Give birth to a dozen more children and die of typhus at age 30. Your life is worthless anyway, but at least here you'll serve a higher purpose. You must understand that you're simply a tool that will help me heal. I'm restoring the balance of nature, taking back what was taken from me." However, the voice that spoke these words sounded less and less human, and a feverish gleam appeared in the normal eye that had nothing to do with scientific interest. He opened the cage and pulled out the struggling woman, holding her with a strength incongruous with his emaciated form. "I'll be well soon," he whispered, but with every movement, the anticipation of satiation, rather than possible relief, became increasingly clear in his tone. "A few more subjects, and I'll find the right formula." The black eye clouded over completely, and beads of dark sweat appeared on his forehead. The crooked fingers of his left arm, more like claws than a human hand, squeezed the subject's throat, drawing energy from her. He was sure he was doing this for science, for healing. But deep down, the human part of his consciousness was becoming smaller and quieter, giving way to an insatiable hunger demanding fresh prey. I woke up an hour before dawn. A clear plan of action had already formed in my head. My muscles still felt pleasantly heavy from yesterday's ritual, but a new supply of magical energy was already circulating through my body, ready to be used at any moment. After quickly washing my face with ice-cold water from the barrel, I went downstairs, where Zakar was already preparing breakfast. Boris soon came in, ready to go. His eyes showed the concentration of a man entrusted with an important task, and he didn't want to let anyone down. "Everyone ready?" I asked briefly, pouring myself some herbal tea. "The squad is assembled," Boris nodded. "All 12 men, as you ordered." "Good," I said, taking a sip of the hot drink. "We leave in a quarter of an hour." Skald glided silently from a ceiling beam and sat down on the edge of the table, watching me closely with his black beady eyes. "Ready to hunt?" I asked him in my head. "Always ready," he replied. "Just don't forget about my share," I chuckled. Even on the eve of a dangerous raid, my familiar didn't miss the opportunity to remind me of his little whims. "You'll burst, you bottomless pit. Give me some crystals and get out of here," the bird responded, tilting its head to the side. When I stepped out into the courtyard, my squad was already waiting for me. 12 sturdy men, armed with rifles, shotguns, and halberds, with determined faces and wary gazes. None of them had encountered a chimera before, but they had all encountered the soulless and knew how deadly these creatures could be. "Prokha," a familiar voice rang out from behind. I turned around. Vasilisa was hurrying down the porch steps, already dressed for the journey, with a small bag over her shoulder. "I'm coming with you," she said, shaking out her dark hair. "No," I answered firmly, leaving no room for objection. "You're staying here." "But I can help," the girl protested, placing her hands on her hips. "My geomancy, that is exactly why you're not coming," I interrupted her. "At least one magician must remain in Ugrumika in case any uninvited guests arrive." She fell silent, clearly displeased, but understanding the logic of my decision. "I'm leaving you with Zakar and 3 hunters," I continued more calmly. "That'll be enough to defend the village, assuming nothing serious happens." She nodded reluctantly, pursing her lips. "All right, just come back, okay? You think you can get rid of me that easily?" I replied, flashing a smile. "Let's move," I commanded, turning to the squad. Prokop Evsi and the second hunter from Derbyshire, whose name I never remembered, were already waiting for us at the gates of Ugrumika. Judging by their faces, the night had been restless. Their eyes were red from lack of sleep. Their movements were nervous and abrupt. "Show me the way." It was not a question, but a command. The headman nodded and gestured to the southeast. We moved out in the open, but with caution, positioning lookouts on our flanks. The Raven played a key role. He flew ahead, periodically circling and returning, simultaneously transmitting information about the terrain to me through our mental link. The forest around us looked ordinary enough, pines, spruces, and the barren trunks of birches, but something elusively wrong permeated the atmosphere. It was too quiet, as if all the animals had fled the area. An hour into the journey, Skald suddenly cried out in my mind, "On your right." 2 of them, I raised my hand sharply, ordering the squad to halt. The hunters instantly became wary, raising their weapons. "Two sleuths on the right," I said quietly. "Get ready." As he moved along the flank, the tip of Silente's spear greeted the huge boar with blackened skin and empty eye sockets that leaped out of the bushes. Silente's feet skidded in the snow, but the seasoned hunter never lost his balance. Almost simultaneously, the second sleuth, a disfigured wolf, charged in with a swift, darting attack. "Chop it down," I commanded. 3 warriors simultaneously brought their axes down on the boar's flanks, but the creature only stumbled before continuing its attack. There was no point in me engaging in combat. My comrades needed to gain experience too, so I merely monitored the situation, clutching my glaive. A minute later, it was all over. "Everyone, check your weapons," I ordered, thrusting the shaft of my own into the ground. "Boris, cut out the crystals. We'll move on in 3 minutes. Stay vigilant." Sleuths rarely travel alone. Sure enough, half an hour later we were attacked by another group, 3 transformed deer with blackened antlers and unnaturally elongated limbs. This time, the squad worked like a well-oiled machine. 3 hunters distracted the creatures, while the others methodically chopped off their legs and butchered them. Once again, I didn't have to intervene. Well done, I nodded approvingly to Boris. He only gave me a reserved smile, but I could see that he was pleased with the praise. 2 hours later, we reached Derbyshire, a village similar to Ugrumika, but noticeably smaller and with a more dilapidated palisade. The residents peered fearfully from the doors of their huts, watching us pass with haunted eyes. "Show me the places where people disappeared," I said to Prokop. He led us first to the western edge of the forest, where a hunter, the first victim, had disappeared a week earlier. The spot looked normal, with no noticeable tracks. I carefully examined the area but found nothing remarkable. The second location, on the eastern edge of the forest, where a resident had disappeared while gathering firewood, also yielded no clues. But when we reached the third spot, where the young woman and her daughter had recently vanished while picking mushrooms, things changed. Near the blackened mycelium, I immediately felt a faint tingling sensation in my fingers and caught a whiff of something rotting. "Scald," I called quietly, "check this place." The raven landed on a branch and froze, peering into the space around him with his special vision. "There was a soulless here," he confirmed, "but a strange one. A trail leads from there." He nodded his head to the northeast, faint but discernible. I mentally thanked my familiar and, waving my hand in the right direction, turned to Prokop. "What is in that direction?" The headman's face noticeably darkened. "Berezniki," he replied hoarsely. "It's an evil place. 20 years ago, it was a good village, a rich one, but the sluice broke through the palisade one night and killed all the inhabitants. No one's gone there since." "How far?" I asked, already knowing what our next step must be. "About an hour and a half on foot, if you go straight through the forest." I nodded. It would make sense for the chimera to settle in the abandoned village, close enough to hunt, far enough to avoid human intrusion. And surely it would be full of ordinary soulless, the perfect refuge for a beast that had become half sluice itself. "We are heading for Berezniki," I announced to the squad. "Keep your guard up." Prokop asked Evsey to accompany us and help, and he himself returned with the second hunter to the village, saying that he needed to take care of the villagers, but I saw that he was simply afraid. The squad followed the barely visible trail, delving deeper into the forest. The further we went, the more eerie the atmosphere became. The trees seemed to loom over us, their trunks twisted into bizarre shapes, the moss taking on an unnatural grayish hue. Nature here had clearly been affected by the dark energy. Finally, Evsey raised his hand, drawing us to a halt. "We are almost there. Beyond that hill is Berezniki." I called Silanti, the most experienced tracker after Boris, to my side. "Conduct reconnaissance. Be careful, don't take unnecessary risks." I sent Scald there with the same mission. The hunter, wrapped in a camouflage cloak, nodded and, crouching, began advancing toward the village, practically blending into the undergrowth. The wait dragged on for almost half an hour, and I was beginning to worry when I finally spotted his figure silently gliding between the trees. "Bad news, Voivode," Silanti sighed, sitting down next to me. "There are dozens of creatures in the village. I counted at least 20, but there are probably more. If we go into the village, we'll all wind up dead." A murmur of alarm ran through the hunters. Even Boris, usually fearless, frowned, weighing the unpleasant prospects. 24 sluice were a formidable force, even for a well-armed squad. I gazed thoughtfully at the sun, which had already passed the zenith. Daylight hours were short in winter, and we still had much to do. "We'll act wisely," I finally said, gathering everyone around me. "Here's my plan." Chapter 10, My gaze slid from the sky over abandoned Berezniki, where the slanted roofs of the houses resembled rotten teeth in a dead man's mouth. It was a sight to behold. The village stood as if in a cocoon of grey fog, and the rare rays of sunlight breaking through the clouds gave the buildings an unnatural, deathly hue. Numerous soulless scurried aimlessly between the abandoned buildings, their dry limbs scraping the frozen ground with a disgusting rustling sound, reminiscent of claws on glass. Even from this distance, the musty, sweet smell of rot and decay, characteristic of places long inhabited by monsters like these, wafted over. Silente's report was supplemented by Scald, who swooped down from above and landed on the branch of a nearby pine tree. His plumage, black with a bluish tint, stood out vividly against the white snow. The air was thick with the metallic taste of frost, burning the nostrils with every inhale, turning our breath into clouds of steam. "Well, what did you see?" I mentally asked the bird. "Bad news, boss." The raven's voice in my head sounded unusually serious. 39 sleuths on the streets and an unknown number in the houses. Mostly rotters, but there are 2 striga. A razorback bore the size of a small horse and a man, one of the most terrifying humans I've ever seen. Most of the creatures have gathered near the tavern, the building in the center of the village. "How do you know it's a tavern? You think I can't recognize your drinking establishments?" The information I received wasn't encouraging, but it didn't cause panic either. A familiar chill ran down my spine, not from fear, but from the anticipation of battle. After all, I'd had the numbers stacked against me before, and worse. I mentally reviewed the details of the plan, wondering if it would work for such a large number of beasts. And, Scald added, one of the striga is clearly smarter than the rest. She's organizing a rudimentary perimeter patrol, not the most pleasant type, I can assure you. I turned my gaze to the hunters preparing for battle, inhaling the sharp smell of gun grease and metal mixed with the sour scent of fear that seemed to permeate even their clothes. Gavrila and Silente were disassembling their weapons while the others checked their equipment. Only 2 of them, Boris and Fedot, were clad in metal plate brigandines. It was a shame the blacksmith hadn't managed to craft more, only 2 of the planned 13. "Frol has already been working non-stop," Boris noticed my gaze. "I dragged him out of the forge myself so he could get at least a couple of hours' sleep." I collected my thoughts and called the hunters over. They formed a tight circle around me, tense and collected, their rifles at the ready. Their eyes gleamed with determination, laced with a healthy dose of anxiety. Despite their meticulous preparations, they were nervous. Experience in hundreds of battles had taught me that fear is contagious, and if it's not channeled properly, even the best-laid plans would fall apart in the first seconds of combat. My army, small as it was, needed not inspiring lies, but sober confidence. I cleared my throat and spoke. "I see fear in your eyes, and rightly so. Only a fool is never afraid, but we're better prepared than these creatures. We have excellent weapons, a plan, and the high ground advantage." I pointed my glaive at the village. "We know where they are, they don't know about us. We've fought them before and won. Do what you've learned, and by dinner time you'll be telling your families how you took down dozens of the beasts." I adjusted my glove and looked each of them in the eye. "You all know your positions. Don't be a hero. Stick to the plan, and know that nothing will happen to you." "I won't let it." The hunters' stern faces softened, their gazes grew more determined. They exchanged glances as if drawing confidence from each other. Fedot, tall and wiry, with a weathered face and a piercing gaze, stepped forward. "Well said, Voivode, we're with you." He spat into the snow. "It's time to teach those worthless sleuths a lesson." Boris grinned and clapped Fedot on the shoulder. "And then your mug of mead is on me. I need something to wash down a hunt like this." The other hunters hummed approvingly, adjusting their grip on their weapons. Silente stepped forward and addressed me. "We're ready, Voivode. We won't let you down." I glanced around at my small squad. The fear was still there, but now it had been driven deep down, leaving only determination and fighting spirit on the surface. Just what we needed to win. I stood on top of the artificial embankment created by the earthen rampart spell, from where I had a clear view of our entire improvised training ground. Stretching my consciousness, I connected with Scald, and saw the scene from a bird's eye view. It always felt strange, as if my consciousness was split in two, and I was simultaneously seeing through my own eyes and the ravens. Blinking, I focused on what was happening below. Gavrila, the youngest and fastest of the hunters, was creeping toward the edge of the village. He was only 20, but his comrades had already nicknamed him Falcon for his keen eyesight and speed. Now his life depended on these very qualities. He hid behind a half-ruined palisade wall, raised his rifle, and fired 2 accurate shots in quick succession. The sounds of gunfire echoed through the village, ricocheting off the walls of the houses. 2 rotters fell to the ground, shot through the head. Gavrila reloaded his rifle and fired again. The Striga human's gaze instantly turned in the direction of the shots, and he emitted a strange, shrill sound, attracting the attention of his fellows. I could hear it even from here. Skald wasn't lying. This poor guy was a complete mess. Tentacles stretched across his chest like a tangle of snakes, pulsing and contracting with every movement, and his disfigured face had black holes where his eyes should have been. I'd seen corpses that looked a fair sight better than him. The rotters obeyed his unspoken command, flocking from all over the village towards the sound. They skittered out of the darkening hollows of houses and jumped out of windows, not caring in the least about preserving the integrity of their physical shells. Gavrila waited until the enemy forces were sufficiently concentrated, then dashed up the hill away from the village. He was captivating. He moved with an ease and confidence unexpected for a man of his build. The young hunter's eyes gleamed with that naive confidence in his own invulnerability I'd seen in hundreds of young warriors before their first real battle. For many of them, it turned out to be their last. The fearlessness of youth, certain that death is something that only happens to others. This will be different. I will make sure of it. Through the eyes of Skald, thin slabs of stone barriers appeared in my field of vision, arranged in such a way as to form a wide corridor. During the recent beast attack on the village, this spell had cost Vasilisa 63 drops of energy, but only because I demonstrated a variation of stone barrier that would last 5 hours until morning. I didn't need that kind of durability right now, so I created much less durable and much cheaper slabs. They only last half an hour, and they cost 5 drops apiece. The price was reduced in large part due to my attainment of the rank of apprentice and my innate affinity with the element of earth. Meanwhile, the rotters pursuing Gavrila poured into this corridor in one large mass, unwittingly following our plan. The bait ran along a route that had been pre-marked with cloudberries. The bright berries stood out against the snow, drawing the eye. In some places, the snow had been cleared away, creating patches of bare ground arranged in a checkerboard pattern. To the untrained eye, these looked like random bare patches, but such carelessness would have cost anyone standing in these areas dearly. The first rotters ran into a patch of snow and immediately fell into a deep hole. 2 more followed. A squelching, grinding sound came from the pit as the creatures encountered the sharpened stakes that littered the bottom. However, there were too many of them, and the main mass of sluice continued their pursuit, jumping over the traps. Soon they came across a larger hole, concealed by a thin layer of ice and snow. 3 undead bodies fell in simultaneously, and I activated the mud trap I'd prepared earlier. The soil around the fallen soulless turned into a viscous, sticky substance, sucking the creatures in like quicksand. They struggled, trying to escape, but only sank deeper into the slimy ooze. Some soulless, seeing the fate of their brethren, tried to leap across the holes. The first shots rang out in the air. The hunters crouched near me, accurately shooting down the creatures in mid-flight. Several more rotters tried to find a way around, but they too were shot down. Finally, Gavrila reached the earthen mound, behind which his entire squad was waiting. I no longer needed Skald's keen vision to see the soulless approaching our position like a silent tide. When the first wave of rotters reached the very foot of the hill, I activated the trap I'd prepared. The ground beneath the creature's feet suddenly cracked with a dull groan, as if it was a living creature that couldn't bear the weight, and more than 20 soulless fell silently into a wide pit about 2 meters deep. Their limbs fluttered chaotically through the air like overturned insects. All this time, the weapons continued their ceaseless booming, and the acrid smell of gunpowder smoke gathered in a cloud around our position. The pit was a true chaotic mess. Rotters were scrabbling on top of each other in an attempt to escape, but they only got in each other's way. The Striegers proved smarter and stronger. The broad-shouldered man, his chest and face covered in tentacles, leaped gracefully out of the pit without even slowing down, followed by the razorback boar, which climbed the frozen ground surprising agility given its bulk. "Get ready," I commanded, and the hunters took up positions. "This one is mine." My fingers tightened around the glaive's handle, feeling the familiar roughness of the wrapping and the soothing cold of the metal, even through my gloves. The human Strieger was the first to reach the top of the hill, where I was there to meet it. Time seemed to slow down, as it always does in battle. I saw every movement, every twitch of its tentacles, every drop of black liquid flowing down them. Its muscles reacted before its mind. Years of training and battles were imprinted not only in its memory, but in its very flesh. Not about to expose my weak spots, I severed the clawed hands that shot in my direction and, spinning on the spot, split the enemy in two. The twilight steel glaive ripped through ribs, organs, and spine as if they were made of soft bread. The torso and legs dropped to the ground and were immediately struck by a pair of halberd-wielding warriors, transforming them into deli meat. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Evsey, who had come with us from Derbyshire. His eyes were wide with amazement and horror, and his mouth was slightly agape. He'd clearly never seen anything like this, a well-trained and equipped squad working so harmoniously. The methodical way my men destroyed the soulless astonished him. Meanwhile, the Strieger boar stubbornly climbed the hill under a hail of gunfire from 6 rifles. Its hooves kicked up fountains of wet mud from the frozen ground, spraying everywhere. Despite numerous hits, the beast continued to advance. It had almost reached the top when I hooked its forepaw. My glaive cut through the air with a low, singing sound, and when the blade entered the Strieger's body, I felt a slight resistance, as if I were cutting through dense clay rather than supposedly living flesh. The creature lost its balance and rolled back into the pit with a piercing squeal, burying several rotters underneath it. Boris and Silenty descended the slope, halberds at the ready. When the boar tried to escape again, they held it at bay by plunging their spearheads into its ugly muzzle. The long shafts prevented the enemy from getting any closer, while the remaining halberdiers attacked from above, methodically inflicting wounds until the beast stopped moving. "Start cleaning up," I commanded. "Conserve your ammo." And the hunters began systematically eliminating the remaining soulless trapped in different pits. The snow beneath their feet turned into a slush of mud, blood, and the creature's entrails, squelching with every step. Their halberds allowed them to keep a safe distance, while I kept a close eye on the situation, ready to intervene at any moment if anything went wrong. Scald patrolled the skies, making sure no new creatures could sneak up on us undetected. They might well have come running at the sound of gunfire, as we had made quite a racket. When the last soulless was polished off, and the specially assigned men began collecting the trophies, Evsey approached me. His face was pale, and his hands trembled slightly. "Voivode," he exhaled, shaking his head. "I've never seen anything like this in my life. You took them all, and without a single loss. Those creatures ravaged our lands for 20 years, and you dealt with them in less than an hour. Our hunters always hoped to take down at least 1 or 2 rotters, but here He gestured at the battlefield strewn with soulless corpses. It's almost as if you've come here from another planet, to be honest. The corners of my mouth twitched. It's all a matter of preparation, Evsey, with the right plan and the people ready to execute it. The soulless are dangerous, but vulnerable if you know how to fight them. I hope today has taught you that lesson. Remember everything you saw here and then tell your elder. Let him know that if he sides with me, it will be the wisest decision of his life. Evsey nodded fervently. A few minutes later, Boris approached me with a canvas sack, from which a distinctive quiet clanking sound could be heard. Behind him, the soldiers were dragging the sluice bodies into a pit to be burned to ash. Count them, Voivode. Here are all the trophies. I emptied the contents onto a cloth we had designated for the purpose and carefully sorted the loot. The result exceeded expectations: 43 tiny crystals from the rotters, most pure white, a few with a bluish tint. 2 medium-sized red crystals, suitable for combat artifacts, were recovered from the carcass of a Striga boar. The Striga man gave us 4 crystals, 2 small and 2 mid-sized, each with an unusual greenish tint, ideal for healing artifacts. The hunters exchanged satisfied glances. Even by the most conservative estimates, this amount of essence was worth almost 230 gold rubles, a fortune for the villagers. It was more than most of them had seen in their entire lives. After the battle, I decided to conduct a thorough search of the village, dividing our squad into 3 groups of 4 to speed up the work and minimize risk. Boris, you and your men check the eastern part, I commanded, pointing my glaive at the dilapidated houses on the outskirts. Silanti, take the western part. Fedot the others, and I will survey the center. Everyone, remain vigilant and stay together. Remember, no heroics. If you spot any enemies, shout. The hunters nodded and dispersed. The sweat on their faces was already cooling in the frosty air, but the adrenaline of battle still pulsed through their veins. I could see it in their sharp, jerky movements. After passing the ruins of the former forge, I soon felt Scald twitch on my shoulder. "What's there?" I asked in my head, not wanting to attract unnecessary attention. "I smell something interesting," the raven's raspy voice echoed in my head. "To your right, under the ruins of the barn, there's something strange there." I nodded to Fedot to follow me and headed toward the designated spot. Beneath the leaning wall of the former barn, the entrance to a small cellar loomed darkly. The snowless soil around me looked unnatural black, as if burnt, but with no signs of fire. "Rot soil," I whispered, recognizing the extremely valuable relic. Carefully gathering all the substance into a bag took some time. This soil could transform a dry field into a blooming garden in a matter of days, causing seeds to germinate immediately and yield a bumper harvest. We had a bountiful spring ahead. "Over there." Scald shifted impatiently from paw to paw, pointing with his beak at the crooked tree trunk growing directly out from under the foundation. I walked closer and whistled in surprise. Before us lay the bone tree, so named because its trunk resembled a snow-white tangle of human bones with incredibly hard wood. In weaponcraft, this material was worth its weight in gold. It was used to create impenetrable shields and unbreakable weapon grips. And surprisingly, this relic could also be used to create incredible armor, stronger than any ordinary metal. However, the process of crafting armor like that was quite complex. Regular axes wouldn't cut through the bonewood, but twilight steel would do just fine. A couple of mighty blows and timber, we'd drag it back with us. "Prokha," Fedot called out to me, pointing to the bushes near the cellar wall. "Is that what I think it is?" I looked closely at the whitish stems with black thorns of the unusual bush. "Bone thorn," I confirmed. "Don't touch it with your bare hands. The thorns are poisonous." Several branches bore fruit that survived even the winter frost. The liquid contained within could strengthen bones, making them virtually indestructible, but only if properly prepared into a potion. Donning my thicker pair of gloves, I carefully uprooted the bush to take it back and replant in Ugrumika. The magical abundance of this place suggested certain things. A concentration of relics usually indicated the prolonged presence of powerful soulless. Evidently, this barn was where the Strigas had lived. Suddenly, there was a cry from the eastern part of the village. "Voivode, get over here, quick!" I hurried toward the sound of the call, weapon at the ready. Boris and his group stood at the entrance to the half-dilapidated bathhouse, clutching their halberds in anticipation. "What did you see?" I asked as I approached. "There's something strange in there." Boris looked even paler than usual. "I've never seen anything like it." Inside the building, two soulless, or rather, what was left of them, lay on the floor. Their bodies had been cut up with almost surgical precision, their chests ripped open, their organs extracted and neatly laid out in a line. Strange symbols, written in black liquid, were visible on the walls. I'd encountered something similar before in my past world. A spark of anticipation ran through my body. We were on the right track. He was nearby. "This is the work of a chimera," I said, examining the incisions. "He's conducting experiments, trying to find or create something. Perhaps a cure that doesn't exist. Should we leave?" asked one of the hunters, glancing nervously at the mutilated bodies. "Let's follow the trail," I said. "If we lose him now, he'll come back for more victims tomorrow." "His energy is still hanging around the place," Scald confirmed, ruffling his feathers. "Rotten, distorted." "I sense a trail leading beyond the village into the forest." Evsey glanced around the squad anxiously. "We must find him, brothers. We must. You heard how he kidnapped our Anna and her daughter. What if tomorrow he comes to your village?" The other fighters grunted in agreement, clutching their weapons tighter. I called for silence and briefly explained the situation. "We're dealing with an enemy far more dangerous than the average soulless. Judging by the tracks, he was here recently. Remember, the chimera combines human intellect with the strength and hunger of a beast. Therefore, you all need to be extra vigilant and follow orders with lightning speed. If I tell you to dig, I want to hear the sound of shovels hitting the ground, not questions." "Understood, Voivode. We'll get him good. Let's cut off his head and be done with it." We left the village, following Scald, who periodically took off to track the energy trail. The forest grew denser, a veritable thicket. "I see him," Scald's voice rang in my head half an hour later. I called the squad to a halt and connected my vision with the birds. Through its eyes, I saw a small hut, almost completely hidden among the trees. Branches and moss were skillfully intertwined, camouflaging the structure, but this did not protect it from aerial view. Around the hut, both protective runes and strange symbols were visible, carved directly into the tree bark. "We got him." CHAPTER11, the bottle shattered against the wall, spraying its dark brown contents across the faded pages pinned to the wood. Arkady Verlin struggled to contain the scream that was threatening to escape, caught somewhere between human despair and inhuman rage. The experiment on the young woman had again yielded no results. The life force he drained from her provided only temporary relief. The tentacles on his chest stopped throbbing with pain for a few hours, but then the itching and burning returned with renewed intensity. Nothing, again, nothing. He brought his fist down on the table of the makeshift laboratory, causing flasks and instruments to jump. "Why, Katerina, WHY?" The dim light of a single oil lamp revealed the outlines of strange instruments, alchemical symbols on the walls, and a cage where a little girl, Anna's daughter, was curled up, sleeping. Her mother lay on a nearby table, pale and haggard, but still alive. Arkady hadn't drained her completely because he wanted to test whether the targeted absorption of life force without taking the soul, in combination with a certain blackgrass infusion, could be the key to solving his problem. He approached the cloudy mirror and stared at his reflection. The once-attractive face of the magician and scholar had become distorted, taking on terrifying features. His eyes, once green and bright, were now shrouded in a black haze. Although for a while it had only clouded one eye, now it covered both. His skin had turned paper white, and dark veins appeared on his neck and chest, writhing like the roots of an old tree. But most terrifying of all were the tentacles, thin, worm-like appendages that had emerged from beneath the skin of his chest and shoulders, constantly writhing as if they had a mind of their own. He remembered what he had been before, a promising alchemist at the Murom Academy, specializing in the study of relics and their interaction with life energy. His research could have revolutionized our understanding of the nature of magical power. However, the academic community, ossified in its stupidity, had proved too conservative, too fearful. "Imbeciles," Arkady whispered, slowly lowering himself onto the creaky chair. "Unethical experiments," he said mockingly to an invisible audience, as if ethics are more important than knowledge. After a scandal involving accusations of stealing rare specimens and conducting prohibited experiments, his scientific career had gone into decline. The incident was formally hushed up thanks to the intervention of his patron, a mysterious philanthropist interested in Arkady's research. But the doors to the academic community closed to him forever. He had chosen these locations for a reason. The borderland between the principalities, rich in relics and populated by soulless, was the perfect open-air laboratory. Here, in the forest wilderness, no one could interfere with his work. He built a hut next to the abandoned village of Berezniki, once carved out by the soulless, surrounded it with protective runes, and continued his research in complete isolation. For 6 months, everything had gone according to plan. He collected samples, captured rotters for experiments, and studied the properties of the local relics. His notes grew with new discoveries, which the Academy would have gladly accepted, if not for the methods used to obtain them. And then catastrophe struck. He remembered everything about that day, down to the smallest detail. Arkady had developed a new method for extracting pure essence from living soulless, which theoretically would produce an incomparably greater energy yield than posthumous crystal extraction. The captured Striga, once the leader of a Rotter wolf pack, had thrashed in its restraints while he carefully traced a rune on its skin with an alchemical knife. "One minuscule oversight," Arkady muttered, reflexively rubbing his chest, where the tentacles were wriggling under his shirt. The protective circle was breached, and the Striga began to absorb his life force and soul. On the brink of death, Arkady managed to kill the monster, but it was too late. He had lost part of himself and become a human soulless hybrid. His body began the slow but irreversible transformation. He fought with all his might. He used cleansing concoctions made from blackgrass, applied protective runes to stem the spread of the corruption, but it only grew stronger. The soulless hunger began to penetrate his mind, demanding more victims. In a moment of lucidity, Arkady had severed his hand with a ritual alchemical knife, his right hand, where the transformation had progressed furthest. But it was too late. The infection had penetrated his bloodstream and energy meridians. "Where is it now?" the magician muttered, looking at his stump, which was bandaged in cloth soaked with alchemical compounds. Following the amputation, he had meticulously studied the dismembered limb, which continued to show signs of life, even after it had been severed from the body. He had nailed it to a tree near the hut with special alchemical stakes, intending to study the changes in the tissue. Unfortunately, a few days ago, the arm had disappeared. Arkady couldn't understand how this had happened. The protective runes were supposed to repel both animals and people. Maybe it was another soulless, he reasoned aloud, sorting through his experiment notes with fingers darkened by the transformation. Or was it some kind of beast? Suddenly, a soft sound from the cage caught his attention. The girl had woken up and was sobbing softly, clinging to the bars. Arkady felt something stir inside him, not the tentacles on his chest, but something deeper in the part of him that still felt human. Pity, compassion, these feelings grew increasingly distant, like memories from someone else's life. They were instantly replaced by an inhuman hunger, a dark throbbing in his temples, demanding new energy. Arkady approached the cage, and the girl retreated in horror to the far wall. "Don't be afraid," he said, trying to make his voice sound human. "It will all be over soon." Arkady turned away from the sobbing girl and walked over to the table, where he unfolded a map of the area. The nearest villages were marked with red dots. "Experiments on individual subjects are ineffective," he muttered, running his finger over the map. "I need to upscale. The energy potential of an entire village. I'll absorb them all with a single ritual, and that power should be enough to reverse the transformation." He glanced briefly at the girl's cage. "And you," the tentacles on his chest wriggled restlessly, "you will be my last chance if the village doesn't help. An unspoiled child's soul, pure energy, the special ingredient I'm saving for last." He began methodically preparing instruments for the mass absorption ritual. True, he'd have to make a pretty big detour to collect the final couple of blackgrasses, but that was trivial. The human part of his mind still tried to protest, but the voice of reason was stifled by the hunger that now ruled his entire being. "Science requires sacrifice," the hybrid muttered, mixing shade leaf powder with his own blackened blood in a mortar. "And the price of knowledge is always high." Outside the walls of the hut, a new day was dawning, but for Arkady Verlin, chimera against his own will, the darkness only deepened. We carefully surrounded the hut, dispersing around its perimeter. The forest around us was unnaturally quiet, not a bird's song nor rustle of branches. It was as if nature itself was trying to distance itself from what was happening here. I peered at the strange symbols carved into the tree bark, protective runes the chimera had placed to conceal his lair from prying eyes and ward off the soulless. Not bad work, but any magic could be circumvented if you know how. The downside of such runes was that they needed to be constantly fueled by your own energy. And while it wouldn't be much of an expenditure for a journeyman, it had a significant toll on an apprentice. "Boris, Fedot with me," I commanded quietly. "The rest of you hold the perimeter. If a chimera appears, don't try to take it alive. Shoot to kill." My companions nodded, checking their guns. "Keep your distance," I reminded them. "The magician is dangerous in close combat." I concentrated, preparing 2 spells, Stone Blade to attack, and a protective barrier. Energy tingled at my fingertips, but I kept it under control, not activating it until absolutely necessary. The last thing I needed was for the chimera to detect us through the magical background frequencies. We moved toward the hut, stepping carefully, avoiding the dry branches. It was an unremarkable structure, logs darkened by time, covered in snow and no windows. Unlike most forest dwellings, there were no outbuildings or vegetable gardens, just bare walls among the trees. I gestured toward the door. Boris and Fedot took up positions on either side, and I prepared to attack. On a count of 3, we burst inside, ready to meet any resistance. But inside, no one. Instead, we saw a spacious room filled with strange alchemical apparati. Flasks, condensers, distillation chambers, and some other unfamiliar instruments. There were scrolls, notes, dried plants, and jars of murky liquid littered everywhere. And in the middle of it all, 4 cramped metal cages. 2 were occupied by human figures who had to contort to fit inside. One was a woman, apparently unconscious. Her pale face and pinched features spoke of extreme exhaustion. The second was a small girl of about 7, thin, with disheveled blonde hair and eyes wide with fear. Upon seeing us, she initially retreated to the far wall of the cage, but then, realizing that we weren't her captor, she screamed, "Help me, kind mister, please help me." "Boris, free them," I said, continuing to scan the room for traps. "Fedot, check for any secret passages or hiding places." Boris carefully opened the first cage and moved on to the second, while I carefully approached the girl, who was still pressed against the wall, staring at me with wide eyes. For a moment, she reminded me of my Astrid in my youth. Those same frightened eyes, when she had nightmares and came running to me in the middle of the night. My heart sank with sudden pain. Memories of my daughter, left behind in another world, another time, washed over me in an unexpected wave. Her small hand in mine, her trusting gaze, the belief that her father could protect her from any harm. Deep within, a searing rage rose, not the cold, calculating anger of a warrior, but the pure, almost primal wrath of a parent. The Chimera would pay for every tear this child shed. "Don't worry, little one," I said in the softest tone I could muster. "We've come to help. What's your name?" "Masha," she said, barely audible. "Masha, what a pretty name," I smiled, crouching down to be on her level. "My name is Prokhor. I'm a voivode. Do you know what a voivode is?" She shook her head weakly. "It's someone who protects people from danger," I explained, "and we've come to protect you and your mother." By that time, Boris had already freed the woman and, checking her pulse, nodded to me, still alive. With a careful swing of my glaive, I cut the lock, opened the cage, and the girl timidly stepped towards me. "Will the bad guy come back?" she asked, looking around. "No, little one," I gently placed my hand on her shoulder. "He won't come back. Tell me, where did he go? Did you hear anything he said?" Masha frowned, remembering. "He said weird words and was angry all the time, then something about a village and about a ritual, I guessed." "Yes, that's the word," she nodded. "He was packing a lot of things into a bag and was getting really angry, and he kept talking to himself, or to someone he called Katerina, but she wasn't there." I exchanged glances with Boris. Apparently, the Chimera had completely lost touch with reality. "And did you see where the bad guy went?" I asked, continuing to speak softly and calmly. "There," the girl pointed at the door. "He kept looking at the map and pointing his finger like this." She made a circular motion, "and saying that there were a lot of people." I finished her sentence. Masha nodded. Boris and Fedot, who had returned from his survey of the hut, exchanged anxious glances. "Voivode," Boris said quietly, "it looks like he's going to Derbyshire. That's the closest village." "We need to hurry," added Fedot. "If he has his sights on the entire village." I raised my hand to interrupt them. "Hold on. It might not be Derbyshire." I carefully examined the desk, littered with papers, and found several recently written diary pages, neat tables with columns of numbers, strange diagrams, and a map of the area with markers. 4 settlements were designated by letters U, D, O, and A. Next to each were numbers, presumably indicating the number of inhabitants. "Ugryumika, Derbyshire, Ovechkino, and Anfimovka," I muttered, studying the notes. The Chimera had compiled a visual scale of the energy value of the villages, and Ugryumika, with its nearly 60 residents, significantly outnumbered the others. Next to the letter U was the notation mage, meaning me. "He's heading to Ugryumika," I said, straightening up. "Our village is more appealing to him, more souls, more energy." At that moment, Gavrila's voice came from outside. "Voivode, come see." I walked out of the hut, leaving Boris and Fedot to watch over the girl and her mother. The young hunter stood off to one side, at the bottom of a small hill, pointing at something below. As I approached, I saw a pit filled with bodies. These were no ordinary corpses. The bodies looked processed, vivisected in some twisted anatomical study. Some were missing limbs, others had their chests ripped open, and all bore the telltale signs of the soulless: black veins, empty eye sockets, a void in the chest where the heart had once been. "Why did he dump them here?" Gavrila asked quietly, looking into the hole. "Aren't they his brothers?" "No, the Chimera turned his victims into soulless, then conducted experiments on them." A muffled curse came from behind me. Evsey of Derbyshire had approached. His face was contorted with horror and fury. "That monster," he whispered, pointing at the 2 bodies. "That's Simeon and D. Mayan. I put my hand on his shoulder, stopping the flow of words. We can't get them back now, but we can stop him before he takes more lives. Evsey nodded, gritting his teeth, but his face reflected every one of his raging emotions. Returning to the hut, I began giving orders. Boris, gather all of Chimera's notes, diaries, maps, diagrams, anything that might be useful. Fedot, check the house for relics or anything of value, then burn it to the ground. Take the woman and child to Derbyshire, it's closer. I turned to Evsey. Your job is to show the way and make sure they're taken care of. And you, Voivode? Asked Boris, seeing that I was checking my gear. I have to get ahead of Chimera and stop him from reaching Ugrumika, I replied. He's on foot. I have a chance to intercept him. We are coming with you, Gavrila announced decisively, and Boris nodded in agreement. I shook my head. You'll only slow me down. I have to use magic to quicken my pace. You're needed here. Look after the girls and complete the rest of your tasks. They understood and did not argue. As soon as the squad began following my instructions, I moved to the edge of the clearing and activated the warrior's endurance spell. 39 drops of magical energy was a steep price, but it would give me the agility and tirelessness needed for a long run. Over short distances, Airborne Heal provided much greater acceleration, but Warrior's Endurance would allow me to run for hours. A pleasant warmth spread throughout my body, my muscles filled with strength, and my lungs seemed capable of sucking in twice as much air. I took off and raced towards Ugrumika, nearly 8 kilometers of snowy forest terrain to cover. However, with my stamina tripled and my speed increased 2.5 times, I had a chance to make it. The forest around me became a blur of green as branches whipped my face, but I didn't notice the pain. All I could think about was Ugrumika, my people, and what the Chimera would do to them if I didn't make it in time. Vasilisa paced the room, glancing out the window every now and then, as if that would hasten the detachment's return. Early that morning, Prokhor and his men had set out in search of the Chimera, and her anxiety only grew with each passing hour. She should have insisted on joining the expedition instead of remaining here as dead weight, entrusted with protecting the village. Her academic training would certainly have come in handy out there in the forest. You're really shaken up, Zakar croaked as he entered the room, placing a jug of compote on the table. Stop it, you'll wear out the floorboards. I sense something is wrong, Zakar. Vasilisa nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. They should have been back by now. The old man only sighed. Our voivode is strong. He can crack any nut. Nuts. She couldn't help but smile, remembering how Scald had insisted on salted ones. She wondered if this raven had infinite stomach space for his favorite delicacy. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sharp sound of screams from the central tower. Vasilisa ran out into the yard. An unusual commotion immediately caught her eye. Armed men were running toward the gates, and women were hurriedly leading their children into their homes. What's going on? She shouted at the nearest passerby. There's a man in the forest, he shouted as he ran, alone but peculiar looking. The girl's heart began to pound. A lone, strange man that was cause for alarm. A chimera. Vasilisa ran to the gates, holding her attack spells in mind. A reserve of 157 drops of energy wasn't much, but if she was exacting, it could be enough. Fear and professional curiosity warred within her. The opportunity to meet a real chimera might never come again. Bursting into the square in front of the gate, she saw 3 hunters taking up positions. Gunmen with rifles were poised in the watchtowers. Halt, came the voice of one of the guards. Vasilisa moved closer to peer out through the crack. A dozen steps away stood a tall, thin man with an incredibly pale face. His right sleeve hung limply, empty, a stump, but most striking of all was the aura around him, dark, distorted, somehow ravenous. Stay where you are, stranger, repeated the guard. The strange man smiled broadly, revealing blackened teeth, and made an odd movement with his left hand. The next moment, his body was enveloped in a bluish glow, and he suddenly soared upward. "Shoot him down," Vasilisa gasped in horror, recognizing the spell. Chapter 12, Too Late. In a single bound, the Chimera flew over the palisade and landed inside the village. The guards were right there to meet him. Before the enemy even landed, one of them got a direct shot in, and the second unloaded his rifle into the man as soon as he touched the ground. And yet, the barrage of bullets bounced off the shimmering shield, as if the stranger had been pelted with peas rather than lethal lead. "Where is he?" the man growled, black eyes darting around. On his chest, under his torn shirt, something was moving, as if alive. Shots continued to ring out from the tower. The Chimera brushed aside the pesky gunmen like flies. Without even turning his head, he held his remaining arm out to one side. A moment later, a beam of dark energy erupted from her fingers, striking the base of the nearest tower. The wood split with a terrifying crack, and the entire structure began to tilt, accompanied by the screams of the hunters. 3 of them, unable to leap away in time, fell into the pile of rubble. Vasilisa's heart leaped in her chest, pounding so hard it felt like it was about to burst through her rib cage. She backed away, frantically trying to activate Earthen Grip, the spell Procker had recently taught her, too slow. The Chimera was at her side in one swift movement, his hand closing around her throat and pulling her toward his face. He smelled of rot and something chemical, and his skin was cold as a corpse. "Magus," he hissed, looking at her. "Where is your commander?" It became increasingly difficult to breathe, and dark spots began to swim before her eyes. Horror gripped her body, but her mind grew strangely clear. Was she really worthless without Procker? Why then waste years studying at the academy, to turn into a spineless doll at the first sign of danger? To confirm her father's words, that she is a foolish, senseless child who cannot determine her own course in life. She realized she would die if she didn't find a way to buy herself time. And the geomancer was overcome not by panic, but by anger, searing, seething, empowering. Vasilisa concentrated, gathering the last of her energy into a single point. Her fingers tingled with magical tension, and it felt like there was a belt around her head, squeezing her temples. At the academy, they'd taught her that in extreme situations, when emotions take over, spells work differently, faster, but less controllable. Now that was her only hope. "Do you want your death to be in vain?" the Chimera croaked, tightening his grip. In lieu of a response, Vasilisa thrust her hand forward, releasing the accumulated energy. The air around her palm condensed, forming a massive granite shell that covered her arm up to the elbow. Stone Fist, so artlessly named by the magicians of yore, crashed down on the Chimera's chest, knocking him back. He stumbled back several steps, and the girl fell to her knees, gasping for air. A moment later, as her consciousness cleared a little, Vasilisa suddenly realized that for the first time in her life, she had managed to perform magic without a single word or gesture. Only by sheer force of will had she forced the element of earth to obey, concentrating her energy and directing it into a precise and powerful strike. This discovery both surprised and inspired the girl. It seemed that the extreme circumstances had forced her to give it her all, allowing her to perform in ways that she was usually incapable of. The human beast rose confidently to his feet. It looked as if he had been hit not by Stone Fist, but by a child's toy. Only his black eyes widened in surprise for a second, but then narrowed into a malicious grin. "Not bad for an apprentice," the magician hissed, straightening up, "but too weak." The tentacles under his shirt began to wriggle faster, as if in excitement. The Chimera attacked without resorting to verbal formulas or any gestures. He simply waved his hand, and a bolt of dark energy flew at Vasilisa. Vasilisa quickly activated her protective barrier, creating a translucent turquoise shield. Energy quickly leaked out of her like water through her fingers. 41 for attack, 32 for shield. Just over 80 left, she calculated feverishly. Too little, his barrier absorbed the blow, reflecting most of it, but the shockwave pushed the girl back, leaving furrows on the ground. "What else can I show you?" the monster asked lazily, launching into a new attack. The shield cracked, causing Vasilisa to double over with tension. She tried to concentrate on a counterattack, but maintaining the spell required all her strength. Her mentor's words came to mind: "Concentration is a magician's most important tool. Lose it, and you lose your life." The chimera was approaching, continuously sending bolts of dark energy at her. Each hit sent pain pulsing through her temples. Each crack in the shield seemed to pierce her body. Vasilisa knew she couldn't hold out for long. She frantically searched for a way out, running through every spell she knew, but most required a distraction, a refocusing, something she couldn't afford now. At the academy, they said that sufficiently skilled magicians were capable of parallel combos, where two or more active spells were created simultaneously and held independently. However, such a feat was beyond her. The solution came suddenly. Vasilisa began to channel some of her attacks through her shield, simultaneously chanting the verbal key for the next powerful spell. It was risky. Every attack that hit burned, leaving black marks on her skin like the veins of the soulless. The pain that washed over her almost broke her concentration. "Do you think you're the first who tried to fight back?" the chimera drawled mockingly. No reply. "Fine, we'll do it the hard way." The magician gathered a ball of concentrated darkness in his palm and hurled it straight at the center of her shield. Vasilisa's last line of defense shattered into crystal shards. The impact sent her flying back against the wall of the house, knocking the air from her lungs. Before she could even rise, the enemy was already upon her. His hand closed around her throat again, lifting her off the ground. This time she felt her life force literally being sucked out of her. It felt as if all her strength, all her emotions, were being sucked out through an invisible tube. A terrible chill engulfed her, momentarily numbing even the pain. "Where's your commander, bitch?" the chimera hissed, bringing her face close to hers. "Don't test my patience, or I'll show you what true strength is." Vasilisa's frightened gaze suddenly caught on something behind the monster. She felt a faint smile creeping up her lips. "There he is," she whispered barely audibly. The chimera didn't even have time to turn around. Like a meteor, Prokhor, accompanied by a blinding flash of force, slammed into the man with his shoulder. The blow was so powerful that the chimera flew across the yard and crashed into the barn wall. The structure couldn't withstand it. The roof collapsed, burying the beast beneath the rubble. Vasilisa fell to the ground, gasping for air. Through blurred vision, she watched as a dust and splinter-covered hybrid of a human and soulless emerged from beneath the building's debris and broken logs, snorting and spitting. Opposite him, leaning on the shaft of his glaive, stood Prokhor, unharmed, his eyes blazing with fury. His chest heaved loudly and sweat poured down his face. It was immediately clear he had sprinted to the village with all his might. "Were you looking for me, you vulture?" Prokhor's voice rang with suppressed rage. "Well, here I am. Come on, show me what you can do. Or are you only good at tormenting children?" The chimera's black eyes narrowed menacingly. He straightened up, shaking off dust, his lips curling into a semblance of a smile. "Voivode, you are the one I was looking for." His voice sounded surprisingly reasonable for a creature with such a terrifying appearance. "It's good I didn't have to chase you for long. I need a lot of energy. You know, your village is the perfect subject for my research. And the girl," he glanced sideways at Vasilisa, "she's just a sample, a first taste of what awaits everyone here." Without warning, he launched a series of fiery discs at Prokhor. The voivode didn't create a shield, he simply dodged, moving with incredible speed, as if he knew the trajectory of each projectile in advance. Vasilisa froze in awe. She'd seen many magical duels at the academy, but none quite like this. Prokhor moved like a chess player, calculating several moves ahead. He conserved his movements and energy, while the chimera cast spell after spell, gradually losing strength. When the monster launched its next attack, a writhing dark spiral, Procca didn't dodge. At that moment, something happened that made Vasilisa hold her breath. The voivode didn't dodge or form a shield, which would have been the logical response of any academic magician. Instead, he simply extended his open palm towards death, and strange glowing symbols appeared on his fingers for a moment, symbols that Vasilisa had never seen in the magical treatises. No words, not a single accompanying gesture, just direct interaction with the flow of foreign magic. The dark spiral almost reached his palm, stopped, encountering an invisible barrier, and then, as if space itself distorted, the energy rushed back to its creator. The chimera barely managed to dodge its own spell, jumping to the right, and the destructive magic left a deep furrow in the ground behind it, broke through a section of the palisade, and tore through the forest. The stranger's face was distorted with shock and ire. "That," Procca said with a cold smile, "is true strength. Not a mindless waste of energy, but mastery and control." The enemy tried to object, but the commander's voice easily drowned out his words. "You, degenerate, are operating under the false premise that you are the most dangerous sorcerer in the Borderlands, but all I see before me is a moron who is not much further along in his development than a backwards village warlock." The chimera nearly smoked with rage. The aura of darkness and hunger around the creature grew noticeably stronger. Vasilisa watched in amazement as the glaive in the commander's hands ignited from within, seemingly flowing, smoothly transforming into a sword with a straight crossguard and a curved blade. Procca twirled the weapon in his hand, as if checking its balance, and began closing in on his opponent. "And now you'll see the difference between a real magician and an amateur." Vasilisa blinked, and by the time she opened her eyes, the boyar had already taken off, closing the distance between himself and the enemy. The flashing blade nearly hit the chimera's neck. The latter managed to put up a defense at the last moment, but a fountain of stone and dust erupted from beneath his opponent's feet, obscuring his vision. "Too easy," Procca said contemptuously, flowing around his opponent like a stream and delivering another blow. The stranger suddenly broke away with another powerful leap. He flew over the village square, sending one spell after another, dark bolts of energy, poisonous arrows, flaming discs. Vasilisa held her breath, expecting Procca to create a shield, but he did not. Instead, he used the blade as a conduit, imbuing it with magic. It literally sliced through enemy projectiles, leaving glowing afterimages in the air. "Amazing," Vasilisa whispered to herself, recalling her lectures on combat magic. "He's using the saber as a magical conductor." The academy had taught her about this technique, but it was believed that mastering it required years of practice, incredible precision, and control. Most magicians preferred to rely on more reliable, albeit power-hungry, defensive barriers rather than spend countless hours honing this virtuoso style. One of the fiery projectiles slammed into the thatched roof of the barn. It instantly burst into flame, illuminating the area with an ominous orange glow. Tongues of flame greedily licked the dry wood, spreading with alarming speed. Another disc sliced through the wooden frame of the well, splintering it into pieces. Every missed or deflected spell left destruction in its wake. Scorched furrows in the earth, splintered palisade logs, shattered windows in nearby houses. The air filled with the smell of burning wood and hay, acrid smoke, and a magical ozone freshness. Distant cries of "fire, it's burning," rang out. Procca switched to the offensive again, combining physical strikes with short spells. Forcing the chimera to duck another attack, he immediately threw Stone Blade, which shattered the opponent's defense with a crash. Without giving him time to recover, he was at the monster's side, delivering a series of lightning-fast slashes with his saber. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a deep gash across the chimera's chest. Black blood spattered onto the snow, and the tentacles that had emerged from beneath his shirt flew to the ground. The next blow struck the chimera's arm, which he reflexively blocked, severing 2 fingers. The monster howled in pain and rage. "Not as easy as torturing children, is it, you scum?" Platonov hissed. Vasilisa watched the scene, teetering on the edge of consciousness. Never before had she witnessed such a perfect unification of magic and fencing. At the academy, they were taught to specialize, either combat magic or physical weapons in tandem with self-enhancement. But Prokhor broke all conventional boundaries, creating his own fatally effective style. "You're a good dancer," the chimera croaked, clutching his wounds. "Let's see how you handle this." The air around him darkened and began to swirl. Vasilisa's heart sank, recognizing the preparations for Shadow Ring, a powerful area of effect attack that spread out from the magician in concentric waves, destroying everything in its path. Prokhor assessed the situation instantly. Instead of retreating, he conjured stone barrier with a single effort of will. A thin slab rose up right in front of him, shielding him from the deadly wave of dark energy like a watershed. Vasilisa instinctively covered her face with her hands, expecting an explosion, but the stone shield took the brunt of the blow, crumbling into pieces. Part of the wave flew past Platonov's stone barrier, cutting off the corner of a nearby house and sweeping away a cart. It overturned and crashed into a chicken coop, from which a frightened bird burst forth with a shrill cackle. Dust and wood chips rose into the air, obscuring visibility. When the smoke cleared, she saw Prokhor, practically unharmed, slip out from behind the remains of his defenses and run towards the enemy. The chimera didn't have time to prepare his next spell. Prokhor gripped the saber with both hands and delivered a powerful diagonal strike, from the right shoulder to the left hip. The weapon, enhanced by magic, cut through the chimera's flesh as if through stunted weeds. Without stopping, the commander spun on his heels and with a backhand swing, plunged the blade between the monster's ribs right up to the crossguard. The enemy's face twisted in shock and pain. Black blood gushed from the wounds, and the remaining tentacles on his chest spasmed and then went limp. The chimera fell to his knees, black substance gushing from his wounds, spreading across the snow like fat snakes. He looked up, filled with hatred, trying to speak, but instead of words, dark liquid flowed from his mouth. "Anna sends her regards," Prokhor muttered, pulling the blade from the other man's body. A lightning-fast swing, and the enemy's head flew into the air, spinning around its axis. The girl's mind buzzed with magical exhaustion, her throat aching where the chimera's fingers had gripped it. With difficulty, she rose to her feet, looked around, and gasped at the scene of destruction that unfolded before her. The village square had become a battlefield. Half the barn was reduced to smoking ruins, the other half continued to burn, sending columns of sparks and black smoke into the sky. In the distance, a line of villagers with buckets was already forming. The well had been split open, and water was pouring into the surrounding ground, mixing with mud and blood. Parts of a cart, overturned by the blast wave from the chimera's spells, lay scattered across the square. One of the watchtowers had collapsed, and the palisade was gaping like rotten teeth in an old man's mouth. Prokhor stood in the center of all this chaos, leaning on his weapon, which had once again become a glaive. His face was covered in soot, his hair matted with sweat, his clothes torn in several places. But he was alive, and that was all that mattered. The remains of the chimera lay sprawled out nearby. Its head, severed from its body by a saber strike, lay a few steps away, its empty, mindless gaze directed at the sky. "Are you okay?" Vasilisa asked in a hoarse voice, approaching the voivode. "I'll live," he smiled, but it was a wry smile. "And you, alive, thanks to you." Vasilisa carefully touched her neck, where bruises from the chimera's grasp were already appearing. They sat on the steps of the nearest house, allowing themselves a few minutes of rest before dealing with the aftermath of the battle. Zakar and the remaining men were trying to put out the fire, while the women peered out of their houses, hesitant to venture outside. Vasilissa's attention was drawn to an approaching sound that disturbed the peace that had settled. "Do you hear that?" She pricked up her ears. In the distance, the steady hum of an engine could be heard, gradually increasing in volume. Cars were an incredible rarity in these parts. "Someone's coming," Proctor straightened up, gripping the shaft of his glaive tighter. After the recent battle, any stranger was perceived as a potential threat. The sound of the engine approached the village, slowed down, as if the car had stopped somewhere beyond the gate, and then began to move away. Vasilissa and Proctor looked at each other in bewilderment. "Maybe they saw the destruction and decided not to bother," the girl suggested. However, a minute later, the sound of footsteps was heard. Someone was hesitantly approaching the village center from the road. One person, judging by the sound. A tall figure emerged from around the corner. A dark-haired, middle-aged man with a swarthy complexion, a neatly trimmed beard and mustache, wearing an immaculate coat and hat. In his right hand, he held a suitcase. His appearance was so incongruous to the chaos and destruction that he seemed almost unreal. The stranger froze, looking around at the smoking ruins, the charred remains of the chimera, and the two soot-covered figures sitting on the porch. His eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth dropped open, but no sound came. The silent scene lasted for what seemed like an eternity. Finally, the man set the suitcase down, took off his hat, and nervously crumpling it in his hands, said with a strong foreign accent, "Maybe I should just turn around and go back to prison." Nikita Akinfeevich Demidov stood by the window of his office, looking out over the snow-covered garden of his family estate in Nizhny Novgorod. In his hand, he held a piece of paper with the information his security officer had given him. The dim winter light fell on his massive ring bearing the family crest and a jade stone the size of a quail's egg. "Impossible," he said, turning to the other two men sitting in deep leather chairs. "Absolutely impossible." His eldest son, Dmitri, leaned forward, steepling his fingers. "The facts speak otherwise, father. Boyar Sudakov acquired a saber made of twilight steel from a certain Platonov. The weapon was examined by 3 independent experts, including one of the Sudakov's men. There's no doubt about it, it's the purest twilight steel, of the highest grade, beautifully crafted." The third man, Antip Rodionovich, the chief manager of the Demidov mines, shook his head. "We control the Ural deposit, the Yakovlevs control the Sevenoy deposit. All other deposits are mere blips, unworthy of attention." Where did metal of such quality come from, especially in the hands of some provincial nobleman exiled for treason? Nikita Akinfeevich threw the letter on the table and sank heavily into a chair. "Maybe these are leftovers from old stockpiles," he suggested. "Or have the Yakovlevs decided to play against us?" "Sold material on the side." Dmitri rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I checked. Our informant confirmed at their office that for the last 3 years, they haven't sold a single gram to anyone other than the prince's treasury and 2 regular clients, whom we're also keeping an eye on." "Then it's theft," Nikita Akinfeevich frowned. "We've lost 2 shipments in the last 5 years, Antip Rodionovich said, checking his notes. "One was attacked by bandits while being transporting through Murom. The second was in a fire at the northern warehouse, but both incidents were investigated very thoroughly. Could we have made a mistake?" "There is a third possibility," he said quietly after a pause. "A new deposit." Silence fell over the room. This was the most dangerous scenario for the Demidov mines business. If someone had found a new source of twilight steel and managed to organize its extraction, their near monopoly on the market would be threatened. Dmitri waved it off. "That's complete nonsense. The metal is too rare. You know the conditions under which it must form." At these words, the head of the family reflexively rubbed the terrible scar on his neck, running up to his temple. The healers had been unable to remove it. I'd rather believe that someone in one of the principalities sold the ingot on the side, the son continued. His retort remained unanswered. Where is he now, this Platonov? Nikita Akinfeevich finally asked prosaically. According to our information, he was exiled to some remote place on the eastern borders of the Vladimir Principality, Dmitri replied. Demidov SR raised his hand, interrupting his son. Understood. Let's not be hasty. Reconnaissance first. We need to find out who he is and where he got the metal. You're right, it could just be a coincidence. He found an old abandoned cache from the Northern War. Or he mined a few pieces somewhere and is now selling them. If we're talking about a deposit, he rubbed his palms together as if warming them, then we'll offer him our cooperation. On our terms, of course. A predatory smile crossed the patriarch's lips, making it clear to everyone that those terms would be close to slavery. And if he refuses, Antip Rodionovich asked quietly. Nikita Akinfeevich fixed him with a heavy gaze. When was the last time you saw someone refuse an offer from the Demidovs? Antip. Dmitri returned to the map and circled the area around Ugrumika with his finger. I'll send Cherkassky. He's worked in those parts before and knows how to get information without attracting attention. Go ahead, the elder one nodded. And tell our people at the Relic Bureau in Sergiev Posad. Let them find out what kind of bird this Platonov is. If he's a true artifactor of this caliber, why haven't we heard of him before? The Demidovs exchanged glances. Twilight Steel had been the foundation of their wealth for too long to treat any threat to their monopoly lightly. And the discovery of a new source of this rare metal could completely change the balance of power in the principalities. Chapter 13, SIGHING. Deeply, I looked at the smoking ruins of the barn and the remains of our palisade. The Italian, and I had no doubt it was him, clean and tidy as a court dandy, he looked out of place amidst all this devastation. He continued to look from the Chimera's decapitated corpse to the girl and me, covered in soot and blood. I had to act quickly. The smell of burning hay was growing stronger with each passing second. Vasilissa, I turned to her, noticing the terrible bruises beginning to appear on her neck. Entertain our guest. Show him around his new home. And I'll take care of the fire. She nodded, struggled to her feet, and trying to maintain her posture, walked toward the Italian. It wasn't going well. It looked like the ghoul had drained some of her life force. I noticed her discreetly touch her throat and wince in pain. Zakhar jumped out from around the corner of the nearest house, waving his arms as if he was trying to fly. Master, master, he exclaimed. The buckets have been brought. We're crafting a new chain for the well. Great, I nodded, but I'll take care of the fire. Better keep an eye on the rubble. There could be people under it. And send someone to collect the remains of that creature, I nodded at the Chimera. We'll burn it later, once we've dealt with the fire. Touching my gift, I reached for the nearest well. Thanks to my elemental affinity for earth and metal, I wasn't particularly well versed in this type of magic, but what I needed now was brute force, not skill. Energy flowed through me, transforming into the seething stream spell. My hand flushed as if I dipped it in warm water, and a chilly stream erupted from the well, hissing as it rushed toward the burning building. Using existing liquid cost less energy than creating it from scratch. The flames hissed like 100 alley cats. I directed the stream along the edge of the fire, cutting it off from spreading. Smoke and steam enveloped the area, making me cough. I continued to hold the spell until the fire died down. A few minutes later, I heard Zakhar shout, Master, Granny Euphrosyne is over here. She's in trouble. I headed toward the source of the sound. An old servant and two other men were carefully attempting to lift a section of the collapsed barn wall. A woman lay unconscious beneath it. Judging by the position of her arm, she had a complex fracture, white bone protruding through the severed skin, and a dark stain of blood spread around it. Carefully, on my command, I instructed. 1-2 lift. We removed the rubble and tossed it aside. The smell of scorched clothes and hair assaulted our nostrils. At first, the peasant woman showed no signs of life, but a slight flutter of her chest caught my eye. "We need to call Agafia immediately," someone from the village shouted. "We have a doctor now," I turned, looking for the Italian. Before he could finish his sentence, he was already at her side. His clean lab coat was somewhere behind him, the sleeves of his snow-white shirt rolled up. He quickly knelt down next to the woman, instantly assessing the situation. At first he exclaimed something in Italian, and then, noticing our puzzled looks, he switched to Russian. "Her breathing is weak, but she's alive. We need to clean the wound immediately and stop the bleeding." "Mamma mia, what kind of working conditions are these?" He gestured vigorously, speaking with a thick accent. "Water, clean, hot. And clean rags, lots of them. Alcohol, does anyone have any alcohol?" I noted to myself that the doctor's confusion completely disappeared upon seeing his patient. He acted confidently, almost automatically, as if he'd spent his entire life on the battlefield. "The miller has vodka," said one of the peasants. "Primitive, but it will work." "Bring it quickly," the Italian commanded, not taking his eyes off the wound. "And my suitcase? Good heavens, without it I'm like a fish out of water." Vasilisa, who had followed the doctor, was already running for his bag. I sent one of the villagers for vodka and sat down next to the foreigner. "So you're the doctor," I said affirmatively. "Giovanni Marco Albinoni," he replied, not looking at me, carefully feeling the victim's head. "I'm not just a doctor, I'm an excellent surgeon. Now be quiet, I need to concentrate." Vasilisa brought the bag. The doctor clicked the locks and opened it, removing instruments, sterile bandages, and some vials. His hands moved with amazing speed and precision. "The fracture is open but clean," he commented as he worked, treating the wound. "I'll set it immediately. In Venice, we use anesthesia, but here, we'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Hold her tight, it'll hurt when she wakes up." Two other peasants, and I held the woman tightly. The doctor doused her arms in vodka, then took hold of the broken limb. "First, we'll clean the wound of any debris," he explained, working the tweezers with the dexterity of a magician. "There are no large foreign objects. Then we'll disinfect it. On the count of 3, I'll reset the bone." "Uno, 2, 3, a sharp jerk, and the bone snapped back into place. The woman screamed, awakened by the pain, but we held her tightly. "Bene, bene," the Italian smiled. "We'll reposition the tissue, and we can't forget about drainage, of course." He rummaged around, pulled a tube out of his suitcase, and expertly inserted it into the deepest part of the wound. "Now to fix it in place. At the academy, we used special compounds that harden on contact with air, but," he shook his head, "we'll have to improvise. We'll need straight boards and clean rags." "Zakar, take care of it," I nodded to my servant. "Here we'll apply a splint," the doctor continued, working at breakneck speed. "We'll secure it tightly, but not too tight. We must maintain blood circulation. I'll apply the sutures after the patient's condition has stabilized. We need to prevent infection." Surprisingly, his banter didn't interfere with his work. In fact, it seemed to help him maintain his concentration. Watching his manipulations, I realized I was in the presence of a true master of his craft. 20 minutes later, it was done. The woman, though pale from pain, was conscious. The fracture was fixed, the wound bandaged. "You need rest, plenty of fluids, and keep an eye on your temperature," the doctor said, wiping his hands. "Change the bandage every other day. If you develop a fever or the wound becomes red, call me immediately. Holy Madonna." I once saved a prince with a slim chance of survival, and now I'm setting the broken bones of peasants. And you will treat them until you earn back every penny we've invested in you. The villagers carefully lifted the woman and carried her to the nearest house. I extended my hand to the Italian. "Boyar Platonov Prokor Ignatievich, Voivod of Ugrumica. Impressive work, doctor." Albinoni shook my hand, then sighed, looking around. "What the hell is this place?" he asked, throwing up his hands. "They pull me out of a debt hole, put me in a car, take me to some village, and here there's destruction, monsters, wounded, Santa Maria. What's going on? We fought off a soulless attack today, I said, pointing to the Chimera's corpse. That happens in the borderlands. As for your presence here, I bought your debt from the bank. Why? His eyebrows shot up. We need a doctor, a qualified doctor, I said, gesturing around the village. I'm offering you a deal. You work here until your debt is paid off. That's about 6 months at a salary of 25 rubles a month. Once the debt is paid off, you can leave, and I'll help you get to the nearest town, or you stay, and I'll raise your pay. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest, listening intently, then his eyes narrowed. And if I refuse, you'll go back to debtor's prison, I shrugged. Or you can leave right now, I won't hold you back. But the nearest city is many days, journey through forests teeming with creatures like that one, I nodded again at the headless body. The choice is yours, Doctor. Albinoni stroked his neat beard thoughtfully. 25 rubles, that's less than I earned in Sergiv Posad, he frowned. At least no one here calls you a charlatan, I noted. And keep in mind that food and accommodations are free. The Italian sighed and spread his arms in a dramatic gesture. Well then, 6 months in the wilderness, far from the opera or any decent restaurants, but still better than a damp cell. I agree, Boyar, but, he raised a finger, I need a separate room for receiving patients, and an assistant, and a supply of medicine, and you'll have all that, I interrupted him. Zakar will show you the house where you'll be staying. We'll discuss details tomorrow. When the doctor was led away, I sat down on the porch steps, feeling fatigue weighing on my shoulders. It had been a tough day, the battle in Berezniki, the frantic run through the forest, the deadly encounter with the Chimera, saving the village, the fire, and now I had a full night of watch duty ahead. After all, the squad was spending the night in Derbyshire. I stood up, resisting the urge to lie down on the spot. We needed to secure the village. After the Chimera's attack, I couldn't rule out the possibility that ordinary soulless, drawn by the noise and the smell of blood and death, would attempt to enter the village through the breaches in the palisade. By evening, we were tidying up Ugrumika and clearing away the damage. The tower, alas, would have to be rebuilt. There were only a few combat-ready men left in the village, 7, not counting me. I stationed 3 of them at each breach, ordering them to raise the alarm at the first sign of danger. The night was starry and bitterly cold. The air, saturated with the smell of burning, irritated my nostrils. I walked slowly along the perimeter, listening to the night sounds, the rustling of leaves, the distant howling of wolves, the creaking of sentries at their posts. My hand rested habitually on the hilt of my glaive, ready to activate my gift at any moment. Approaching the largest gap, I stopped. From here, a view opened onto the dark forest, an ominous mass of shadows and rustling sounds. Somewhere out there, in that darkness, new creatures could lurk that were no less dangerous than the Chimera. Every hour I made a full patrol, checking the posts and encouraging the tired sentries. No threat was detected, but I had no intention of relaxing. The creatures were attracted to fresh blood, and plenty had been spilled today. Midnight had long passed, but sleep wouldn't come. I stood at the eastern gap in the palisade, peering into the darkness of the forest. Fatigue weighed heavily on me, but I couldn't let my guard down. Quiet footsteps behind me made me tense, but it was only Vasilisa. She approached, wrapped in a warm woolen shawl, my gift, and stood next to me. Her face, pale in the flickering light, seemed especially fragile. "Can't sleep?" I asked, continuing to look around the dark line of trees. "Every time I close my eyes, I see his face." She involuntarily touched her neck, where the marks of the murdered magician's fingers were still visible. "I've never been so close to death before." "You'll get used to it," I said, immediately regretting my abruptness when I saw her flinch. "Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. It's just that in the borderlands, such encounters are a part of life." Vasilisa was silent for a moment, then asked, "And you, how many times have you stared death in the face?" I'm not keeping count, I shrugged. You can die many times over. What matters is the purpose for which you do it. We stood there silently, looking at the stars. Her presence was strangely calming. Academies probably didn't teach how to confront true fear, how to maintain sanity when staring into the abyss of the soulless eyes. You know, she began suddenly, nervously fiddling with the hem of her scarf. When my father sent me off to school, he said, "Just don't bring shame on the family, remember who you are." For years, I crammed theory, practiced spells in safe conditions. But here, she gestured toward the ruined village, it's different. Theory can't prepare you for the way a monster strangles you and sucks the life from you. Academies never prepare you for reality, I responded. They cram you full of knowledge, but they don't teach you how to survive when things don't go according to plan. You only learn that in the field. Most often in combat. How do you know so much about magic? Her gaze became sharp, inquisitive. You use techniques I've never even heard of, redirecting someone else's spell. They don't teach that anywhere. I sighed, trying to formulate a response that wouldn't sound like complete madness. I couldn't say, you see, in my past life, I was a king who united a significant portion of the continent and personally hunted creatures like that down. Let's put it this way, I had a great mentor, I said finally, and I wasn't lying. I really did have a great mentor, my father. And who was that? Her eyes sparkled with genuine interest. A man who knew the value of life, I answered evasively. He said, true power doesn't come from knowing a multitude of spells, but from the ability to choose the right tool for the job. Vassilis sighed and returned to her contemplation of the stars. I'm afraid, she admitted quietly, not of death, but of not living up to expectations. My father wanted a son, a future helper. It wasn't hard to guess what she wanted to say next, a head of the family. But he got me. All my life has been an attempt to prove that I'm worthy of the name. What if I don't? Listen, I interrupted her, turning so that I could see her face. Today you fought a chimera. With no gestures, no words, I saw you cast stone fist through sheer force of will. Many masters are incapable of such a feat, and you didn't run away to save your own skin like so many others would have. You fought a magician a level higher than you, because otherwise he would have slaughtered every villager. If your father doesn't appreciate that, it's his loss, not yours. She looked at me with wide eyes. The uncertainty in them gradually melted away, giving way to something new, determination. Thank you, she whispered, for not letting me die. And for those words, she smiled, and there was more sincerity in that smile than in all our previous conversations. You won't die as long as I'm nearby, I said seriously, that I promise you. We stood like that for a while until dawn began to purple the horizon. Then she left, and I continued my rounds. Toward morning, as the east began to brighten, fatigue descended upon me with renewed force. My eyes were drooping, my legs ached from the endless rounds, but I didn't allow myself to lose heart. Too much depended on my vigilance. As the first rays of sun glided over the treetops, I allowed myself to sit down on a log by the gate. Even a short rest would be a blessing now. My head began to droop, but I sat up abruptly when I heard approaching footsteps. Sir, Zakar stood before me with a steaming mug. I brought you some herbal tea. It's more invigorating than any potion. I gratefully accepted the mug, feeling the warmth spread through my body. A new day lay ahead, and it promised to be no less intense than the last. Morning brought the long-awaited return of the squad. Despite the fatigue of a sleepless night, I met them at the main gate. The hunters entered the village with sacks of trophies, their faces tense. They knew about the chimera and were eager to learn the outcome of the confrontation. Their expressions only grew more anxious upon seeing the scale of the destruction. Creator above. It's worse than we thought, Fedot breathed, looking around at the charred ruins of the barn and the gaps in the palisade. Did you defeat him? I managed to, yes, I said. The men exchanged horrified glances. Many rushed to their homes to check on their families. The reunions were touching. Women hugged their husbands, children cried out joyfully at the sight of their fathers. Hope shone through the devastation. Silenti approached me, awkwardly shifting from foot to foot. "Sir, if it weren't for you, I'm scared to even think what would have happened." He lowered his head. "Thank you." "From all of us, no need to thank me," I said, patting him on the shoulder. "I'm the voivode after all. It's my duty to protect you." Boris, who had finished hugging his wife, joined us with a heavy bag in his hands. "We turned that creature's hut upside down," he said. "Here we found something." He emptied some of the bag's contents onto the table, essence crystals of various sizes. I quickly counted them: 9 tiny ones, 5 small ones, and 1 medium one. Not a bad haul for one raid. "We also collected some other herbs," Boris continued, taking several hermetically sealed boxes belonging to the deceased magician from his bag. "Relics, I think." I opened the first container and whistled in surprise. Inside lay neatly arranged leaves with an unusual, almost shiny surface. "Mirrorwort," I determined, carefully removing one leaf. "A rare variety of blackgrass, used to create protective amulets that repel magic. Costs about 8 rubles a leaf." The second box contained bunches of plants with bluish leaves from which a noticeable cold emanated. "And this is frostboar," I explained to the hunters gathered around. "An ordinary species, but useful. It cools everything around it and is used to preserve food in hot weather. About a ruble or a ruble and a half per bouquet." "Aren't they dangerous?" Boris asked worriedly. "I've heard that some blackgrasses are poisonous." "These ones, no," I reassured him. "What else did you find?" Boris nodded towards the makeshift sled being dragged towards the house. "All the equipment there is made of glass," he explained. "It would be a shame to throw it away. You never know, it might come in handy." I nodded approvingly. The alchemical flasks, condensers, and so on would indeed be useful. "This will be very useful. I was just about to set up production of potions and elixirs. These tools will save us a ton of money." Handing the trophy bag back to Boris, I put my hand on his shoulder. "You've done very well, the whole squad. I'm proud of you." "We didn't do anything special," the other man said, embarrassed. "We just followed your orders." "That's precisely what I value," I emphasized. "Discipline, we'll continue training, and in a month you'll be real fighters." "And in a year," I glanced around at the assembled hunters, "in a year, any warrior you meet will think twice before tangling with Agrumika's squad." The men straightened up upon hearing these words. Pride lit up their eyes, a feeling they'd been missing so much before my arrival. Around midday, guests from Derbyshire arrived. Prokop, a stocky man with a full beard, entered accompanied by Evsey and another hunter. The village elder bowed deeply as I came out to greet him. "Sir Voivode," he began, straightening up, "I don't know how to express our gratitude. You saved Anna and little Mashenka. Without you, they would have perished in the clutches of this evil spirit." "How are they?" I asked. "Have they recovered from their experience?" "Anna's getting better," Prokop nodded. "But the girl, she jumps at every shadow. She slept poorly." I frowned, remembering the child's terrified eyes in the Chimera's lair. "No one deserved a nightmare like that, especially children." "Tell Masha," I said firmly, "that she has nothing to fear. The voivode is nearby and will not allow anyone to harm her. Neither man nor beast will touch her as long as I am here." "I'll pass it on, sir," Prokop bowed again. "And also, about your proposal," Evsey told me. "I'm ready to enter into a joint trade agreement." I nodded and ordered someone to call Stepan the miller. The three of us sat down at the table in the courtyard, spreading out the contract papers Vasilisa had found. "Here's how it'll work," I began. "Stepan will be Agrumika's representative. He'll regularly visit Derbyshire, collect your trophies, and deliver them here. I'll sell the resources in the towns. After the sale, Stepan will return to you with payment. We'll take 20% for the brokerage, the rest is yours." I decided that this would be a fair price. "So that gives us 80%, Prokop scratched his beard. "Wow. And Grivin only paid us 20, I agree, but how long do we have to wait for payment? You'll have to be patient at first, I explained, until we've accumulated sufficient working capital. Then we'll be able to pay immediately upon receipt of the goods without waiting for the sale. He nodded. And one more thing, I added, once we'd finished with the formalities. If you'd like, send a few of your hunters. I'll train them to hunt the soulless properly. The result, more trophies, fewer losses. Evsey praised your technique, Prokop said, glancing at his hunter. Absolutely, Evsey confirmed, nodding vigorously. They swat the creatures down like flies. I've never seen anything like it in my life, Headman. Sounds tempting, the Derbyshire leader admitted. But who will protect the village if the hunters are here? Send 2 or 3 at a time, I suggested. That way the village won't be left unprotected, and in a month or 2 you'll have a trained squad. That's wise, Prokop agreed. I'll do that. We'd barely finished our agreement when shouts came from the direction of the school, Petrovich's former home. Prokop flinched, but I raised my hand reassuringly. Don't worry, it's just our school. Yesterday Vasilisa and I decided that today she would give the first lesson in order to try to redirect the frightened children's attention to something new. And indeed, a moment later a boy of about 8 years old jumped out from around the corner, with a flushed Vasilisa chasing after him, screaming. Styopka, come back immediately, the lesson isn't over. Her voice broke into a shriek, completely at odds with the reserved image she usually painstakingly maintained. I suppressed a smile as I watched her stumble and nearly fall, but with astonishing agility, she regained her balance and continued her pursuit. Noticing me, the geomancer froze, blushing deeply. Discipline issues, I asked in as neutral a tone as possible. They're unbearable, she blurted out, straightening her tangled braid. I tried to teach them basic counting, and Styopka slipped a frog into my desk drawer. A frog, Prokha. It took a lot of effort to keep a straight face. Children are boundary testers, I said. You're a new person and a teacher at that. They need to understand who's in charge. I tried being strict, she sighed. It doesn't help. Try to interest them, I suggested. Tell them why they need what you're teaching them. Show them magic in exchange for their attention. Magic, Vasilisa frowned. But most of them will never become magicians. It doesn't matter, I shook my head. Children need magic in their lives. Give it to them, and they'll listen to everything you say. She considered this as she tugged at a lock of her hair. Maybe you're right. I could show them how geomancers search for minerals or metals. It's practical and looks impressive. You see, I smiled. Now go before your students destroy the school. Oh, she threw up her hands and rushed back. I'll kill them, I laughed as I watched her go. Vasilisa evoked strange feelings within me, a desire to protect, while simultaneously pushing me to greater heights. I saw enormous potential in her, hidden beneath layers of insecurity and her noble upbringing. Turning to Prokop, I shrugged and spread my hands. Kids, sometimes they're more menacing than any soulless. Late in the evening, when the commotion surrounding the squad's return had died down a bit, I stopped by to check on our newly arrived doctor. Albinoni had settled into an empty house near the village center and, to my surprise, had already set up something resembling a consulting room, a table neatly lined with vials and instruments. He didn't notice me arrive, as he was engrossed in sorting through some medications. I cleared my throat to get his attention. Ah, boya, he turned around abruptly, nearly knocking over the flask of dark liquid. I was just thinking about you. I need a few more things to get the job done properly. Bandages, alcohol, herbs for tinctures. Mamma mia, what a backwards I've found myself in. Make a list, I nodded. We'll buy it when we get to the city. The doctor looked at me intently, suddenly tilting his head to the side. Platonov, that's your last name, isn't it? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It sounds very familiar, very familiar. Yes, Platonov, I confirmed, not understanding what he was getting at. Ignacio Platonov, the Italian said suddenly, and I froze. Sigh, There was a man with that name in debtor's prison. We shared adjacent cells for several weeks. He talked about his son. What's his name? Procher. Albinoni beamed, snapping his fingers. An incredible coincidence, isn't it? Chapter 14. I looked at the Italian in surprise. Ignacio Platonov is in prison. Noticing my intense gaze, he nervously adjusted his collar. Madonna mia, I thought you were aware of your family's affairs, Albinoni said, shrugging. I didn't want to be the bearer of bad news. I gestured for him to sit down. I needed all the details, and hasty questions would only frighten the man. You haven't upset me, doctor. You simply surprised me. Tell me everything you know. When did this happen? Why did he end up in debtor's prison? Albinoni sat down on a chair, stroking his beard. About a month and a half ago, I think. We shared adjacent cells in Sergiev Posad, he said carefully, choosing his words carefully. He was, what do you call it in Russian, a noble man. You could tell right away, an aristocrat to the core, very well-mannered. He maintained his dignity even among the prisoners. Why Sergiev Posad? I frowned. We are from Vladimir. That I do not know, he said, shrugging again. But he spoke a lot about you, about his son. What exactly did he say? I sat down on the bench opposite the Italian. I. Albinoni clasped his hands theatrically. He was telling me about his wayward, playboy son who fell in love with girls from noble families and was constantly getting into trouble. He used to say, Mio figlio, my son is a talented boy, but he wastes all his talents on stupid things. I couldn't help but chuckle. It was true. The real Procher had led a rather eventful life before I arrived in his body. Did he say anything about his debts? Why did he end up in prison? The doctor sighed and shook his head. He spoke about it in vague terms, yes. Said you got into trouble with the authorities. Yes, I did get into trouble for participating in a circle of freethinkers, which the local tyrant interpreted as a rebellion. And after that, everyone turned their backs on him. Friends, partners, poof, he mimed, vanishing with his hands. He spent almost his entire fortune on bribes and lawyers to save you from the gallows. He got into debt, mortgaged his estate. When the money ran out, the doctor spread his hands helplessly. I nodded thoughtfully, analyzing the situation. It was a worthy act. The father had done everything possible to save his offspring. Although I wasn't the son saved, such self-sacrifice commanded respect. Perhaps Ignatius and I were similar in this. I, too, would have done anything to protect my family. He wasn't upset with you, you know, Albinoni continued, as if he had read my thoughts. He said that any father would have done the same in his place. La famiglia prima di tutto, family comes first. I lowered my head, sorting through Platonov's memories. They were blurry, like faded paintings, but I saw enough. A motherless young man, lost, searching for his place among the gilded youth, getting into one mess after another. And next to him, his father, silently supporting him, paying off his debts, settling his scandals. I had no words of reproach for Ignacio Mikhailovich. In my past life, I too had been a father and knew how difficult it was to raise an heir, especially alone. The important thing was that Procher Platonov, despite all his frivolity, did not grow up cruel or dishonest. This spoke volumes about my father. Do you know where he is now? Still in prison? Alas, Albinoni nodded. His expression darkened as he looked off to one side. However, I must say, his health left much to be desired. He was coughing up blood and delirious with fever at night. Those cells would turn even the healthiest man into a weakling in a month. And your father? Albinoni shook his head. The jailer allowed me to make him a tincture from his supplies, but without good treatment, I'm afraid, he requires serious medical attention, boyar. I stood up resolutely. Thank you, doctor. This is crucial information. Now get some rest. Tomorrow I will send you an assistant, as you requested. His expression brightened considerably. He even closed his eyes in anticipation. Or Grazy Mill, I hope the village bella at least knows how to tie a bandage. He rolled his eyes dreamily. In my situation, any female company is a real lifesaver. especially if she's, as you say, nice on the eyes. Trust me, you're going to like your new assistant a lot, I said, unable to hold back a sarcastic smile. She's a real beauty. After leaving the doctor's house, I headed to the construction zone where restoration work was underway. All the remaining men in the village were busy harvesting and processing logs. Under the carpenter's direction and Zakar's supervision, the heavy trunks were stripped of bark, sharpened on one side, and baked over a fire to prevent the wood from rotting in the ground. "Everything will be ready by tomorrow, sir," Zakar reported, keeping his eyes on the process. "We'll begin installation at dawn," I nodded, assessing the scope of the work. Without a reliable palisade, we wouldn't survive the next wave of Solus. The tale of Ignacio Platonov's condition haunted me. Alone that evening, I pulled out the megaphone my father had given me following my failed execution. His name was in my contact list. Long beeps echoed through the speaker, but there was no answer. I waited and tried again. The same silence. This could mean anything. Perhaps Platonov's father simply didn't hear the call, or perhaps after he had been thrown in prison, his megaphone had been confiscated or sold to pay his debts. In any case, direct contact was impossible. All that remained was to try to find him on my next visit to Sergeev Posad. I didn't want to ask the Count for another favor. I had to know my limits, especially since my next trip was scheduled to take place soon. To my surprise, the night passed without incident. At dawn, I was about to check on the progress of the palisade, but I was intercepted by a disheveled Albinoni who burst into the governor's house like a hurricane. His face was flushed, his hands gesticulating furiously. "This is a mockery, boya," he shouted as soon as he saw me. "I asked for an assistant, not that old witch. Holy Virgin Mary and all the saints. All she needs is a wooden leg to become a complete copy of your Baba Yaga." I held back a smile, imagining the doctor's face when instead of the beautiful assistant he had imagined, Granny Agafia had shown up on his doorstep. Speak of the devil lagging a little behind, the old woman herself appeared in the doorway, leaning on her cane. Her wrinkled face expressed utter bewilderment. "Why is that crazed foreigner shouting like that?" she croaked. I offered him one of my energy potions, and he took off running as if possessed by a demon. I couldn't help but chuckle, which earned a scorching glare from the Italian. "Dr. Albioni," I said, after finally pulling myself together. "Allow me to introduce Agafia Timofyevna, our healer and village Bella." The old woman's face blushed and wrinkled, turning into a scarlet-baked apple. "Besides, she understands herbs and healing the best. Wouldn't that be a great help to you?" "Ma chi bel scherzo, what a hilarious joke," he said, throwing up his hands. I was picturing a young assistant who would bring a breath of fresh air into my dreary life in exile, and you sent me, her. Agafia pursed her lips, angrily tapping her stick on the floor. "Don't turn up your nose, Dr. Foreigner. Do you think I was overjoyed to accept this position? I have enough to do on my own. It's just that Prokhor Ignatievich asked me to help." Before she even finished, the doctor flew out the door, almost mussing up his carefully coiffed hair. "No, really, what's wrong with him?" Agafia said as she watched him go, puzzled. "He just can't believe his luck," I replied with a smile. "It's okay, he'll get used to it. He's a good doctor, just a little peculiar." Meanwhile, work on the palisade continued, and the installation of new sections was in full swing. The entire village understood that spending another night in the village would be too dangerous without this protection. In the afternoon, I met with Vasilisa to perform a new essence absorption ritual. Recent victories had yielded us a significant supply of crystals, and it was time to convert them into real power. As per tradition, we settled in the backyard of the voivode's house, which was secluded from the daily hustle and bustle. 8 tiny crystals, Vasilisa said, carefully laying the translucent stones on the ground. "Are you sure I can handle that many in one go?" "With my technique," You can handle it, I replied, making all the necessary preparations. Remember what I said about concentration. Pay close attention to the time storage devices. Scald settled on a log, overlooking our preparations with undisguised interest. Today, he was supposed to receive his share of the energy, which made him unusually attentive. There were 10 more tiny crystals in front of me. We were going to perform the rituals in tandem. Let's begin, I nodded when everything was ready. Vasilisa closed her eyes, her palms hovering over the trophies. I focused on the thin energy thread that wrapped around us both, creating a closed circuit. The crystals began to glow from within, faintly at first, then increasingly bright, until the space was filled with a cold, bluish light. I felt the energy flow into me, first as a thin trickle, then as a torrent. The method I taught Vasilisa allowed her to absorb the essence with maximum efficiency, without wasting a drop. She shuddered slightly when the first wave of power reached her, but quickly regained her composure and continued the ritual. Scald impatiently shifted from one foot to the other, awaiting his share. 6 drops of energy went to him. The raven puffed up his feathers, absorbing the gift, and for a moment, his eyes shone with the same bluish light as the crystals. 31 drops in total, Vasilisa sighed when the last traces of the ritual had dissipated into the air. Current reserve is 188. I never thought I'd be able to absorb so much at once. I got 35, I said, feeling the new strength hum within me, seeking release. My current reserve was 198 drops, just a little more, and we'll both reach the rank of journeyman. She nodded, still stunned by the power she'd received. I saw her fingers tremble with pent-up energy. This new power demanded an outlet, a practical application. It felt like my skin was about to glow from within. Energy currents circulated through my body, filling every muscle, every bone, every drop of blood. "Come on," I said, reaching out and grabbing Vasilisa's wrist. "We can't leave power like this locked up inside us. We need to let it out, learn to control it." Her eyes widened, but she didn't resist as I led her toward the newly restored palisade. Her gaze mingled delight and slight apprehension, a rare, precious moment when even a confident aristocrat felt like a student. "Now you can do what seemed impossible before," I said, stopping at one of the sections of the fence. "With this level of strength, you're capable of not just strengthening the soil around the supports, but creating a true connection between the earth and the wood." I knelt down and placed my palm on the soil at the base of the log. The earth responded instantly. The soil began to compact, minerals crystallizing around the base of the post. My ability to work with stone and metal was ideal for this kind of job. I was literally transforming the loose soil into a monolithic foundation. "Watch." I took her hand and guided it to the place where the log plunged into the earth. "Feel the structure of the soil change. Now the logs aren't just stuck into the ground, but have become one with it. You can enhance this effect with your geomancy." Vasilisa sighed deeply and concentrated. Her hand beneath mine flushed with warmth, and when she touched the ground at the base of the pillar, the soil around it compacted, becoming as hard as stone. Tiny mineral crystals sparkled in the dirt, forming a fortifying lattice. "I feel it," she whispered delightedly. "It's like an extension of my body. I can literally feel the particles of the wood connecting with the particles of the earth." "Exactly," I nodded, observing her work. "Continue to do this along the entire row. I'll start on the next section." We moved along the palisade, and magical currents wove through the wood, stone, and earth, creating a sturdy barrier. Now filled with fresh energy, we could accomplish more in an hour than we usually could in a whole day. The air around us sparkled with the abundance of magic, and even ordinary peasants passing by felt the power emanating from us. When the last log was firmly secured, Vasilisa looked exhausted, but her eyes shone with pride and delight at what she had achieved. "I never thought that my gift could be used so pragmatically," she confessed, as we returned to the voivode's house. At the academy, we were taught to follow strict formulas, but you showed us how to sense matter directly. Formulas are crutches for those who don't feel a connection with the elements, I replied. You can do more. Before dinner, I gathered all the hunters. Over the past few days, despite the destruction and restoration work, I hadn't forgotten the need to distribute the spoils fairly. Each received 6 rubles and 16 altins, their share of the essence crystals found during the raid on Berezniki and the Chimera's lair. This is all, for me. Gavrila fingered the coins incredulously. For one expedition, yes, I nodded. You risked your lives and deserve a fair reward. The men exchanged glances of astonishment, as if they'd been handed the keys to the prince's treasury. For them, it truly was a fortune, the annual salary of an average artisan, after all. Sir, Silanti brushed away an unbidden tear, I've never seen so much money. Now I can send my sons to the city school, buy my wife a silk scarf. There will be more where that came from if you continue to serve honestly, I assured them. There is much work ahead, and many soulless who need to be put to rest. Seeing their almost childishly joyful faces, it occurred to me that it was moments like these that I worked tirelessly for, so that the people who trust me could live safely and happily. The first month of spring brought noticeable changes to Ugryumika. The snow still lay thick, but long icicles were already hanging from the southern roof slopes. During the day, the first thawed patches appeared in sun-warmed spots, and the air was imbued with a particular freshness. In the morning, I noticed a forest clearing on the edge of the village timidly turning green. Nature was slowly but surely awakening from its winter slumber. We had barely settled into our daily routine after rebuilding the palisade when the village began receiving guests. The first to arrive, 3 days after our ritual, was a new guest, a dry, wrinkled old man, bald as a knee, but with a full grey beard and a piercing gaze. He was accompanied by 2 sturdy men with bows and rifles slung over their backs. I heard tell of you, Sir Voivode, the old man bowed, looking curiously at the renovated palisade and watchtowers. I'm Tikhon Matveyevich, headman of Ovichkino. News travels fast in the borderlands. They say you helped the villagers of Derbyshire with the Chimera and established an honest trade relationship with them. They don't lie, I replied simply. The old man only chuckled emphatically. I invited him into my house, where we discussed possible collaboration over a cup of tea. Tikhon turned out to be stingy and cautious. He looked for a catch in every sentence, double-checked every figure. 80% for us, 20 for you. He narrowed his eyes incredulously. What, just like that? Where's the catch? No catch, I replied calmly. Pure profit for both parties. Previously, you sold items to the middleman Griven for 20% of their real value. With us, you'll get 4 times that. We earn our cut as middlemen, and you receive fair compensation for your labor and risk. You'll invest the proceeds in developing your own village, and in the future, you might be able to harvest even more trophies. The old man scratched his beard, clearly hesitant, and decided to stay the night in our village to give his answer with a clear head. The next day, a delegation from Anfimovka visited us. It was led by a tall woman of about 40 with a stern face and a commanding voice, the village headman Marfa. Unlike Tikhon, she immediately saw the merits of the offer. It's a deal, Voivode, Marfa nodded decisively after a brief discussion. How wonderful that damned Griven is gone. I'd have strangled him myself, the bastard. I was already sick of handing him the spoils for next to nothing. Anfimovka is with you. Tikhon, who was present for this conversation, still had doubts, fingering the wooden beads of the cross in his hands. I don't know, he muttered. It sounds too good to be true. Marfa rolled her eyes and turned to him. What are you showing off for, you old stump? She exclaimed. Who's going to offer you better terms, or are you planning on putting your essence in pickle jars? Tikhon blushed deeply, but he could not resist the pressure. Okay, you've convinced me, he finally gave in. Ovechkino is with you too. Meanwhile, 3 hunters arrived from Derbyshire for training, strong men with weathered faces and wary gazes. Their integration into our squad was initially difficult. They kept to themselves, were suspicious of any instructions, and often whispered among themselves. To break the ice of mistrust, I organized a demonstration in a clearing outside the village, especially since 2 headmen from neighboring villages were present in Ugrumika. It would be a shame not to impress them. Wooden dummies were placed among the trees to imitate the soulless. Look closely, I said to the newcomers and our hunters. Your main problem is that you see wild beasts in the soulless, but they're not beasts, they're mechanisms of death with simple algorithms. I demonstrated basic dodging techniques, the weaknesses of the different types of soulless, and then moved on to demonstrating teamwork. Boris, Fedot, Silanti, I called out to the experienced hunters. Let's demonstrate the trio formation. Acting as a single organism, we destroyed 6 decoys in a matter of seconds. I deliberately made the task more difficult by attacking from different directions, but our coordinated actions left the targets no chance. Damn, whispered one of the arriving hunters, assessing the results. They were telling the truth. These guys know what they're doing. After the demonstration, the newcomers' skepticism noticeably diminished, and Tikhon and Marfa rubbed their chins thoughtfully, pondering what they'd seen. I'm sure the exchange of experience will soon begin with their fighters, too. The next day, the Derbyshire Rangers were already actively participating in training, eagerly absorbing new knowledge. One of Ugrumika's main problems remained the lack of an early enemy detection system. Even with lighting and the cleared forest nearby, the soulless could get right up to the palisade before the guards even noticed them, leaving minimal time to react. We need an early warning system, I explained to my companion as we walked the perimeter, one that can spot enemies as they approach. I have an idea, but I'd like to hear your thoughts. At the academy, we were taught the basics of artifact making, Vasilisa said thoughtfully, but creating complex artifacts requires at least the rank of master, and it's not really in my wheelhouse. I'm afraid I'm of little use here. I smiled, drawing a few tiny essence crystals from my pocket. Masters, you say? Not always. I know how to create simple but effective alarm signal artifacts. We'll need iron plates, copper wire, and these crystals as a power source. Will you show me? Vasilisa asked eagerly, thirsty for new knowledge. If you behave well, I chuckled, making her blush. It took me over 2 days of work in the forge to create the prototypes, palm-sized metal discs. At the center of each disc was a tiny essence crystal, sealed in a special pattern of copper wire. Vasilisa helped with the calculations and tuning. Her experience as a geomancer proved invaluable in determining the optimal placement. The soulless distort the energy flows around them, I explained, sharpening the edges of another disc. These artifacts react to those distortions. When a creature crosses the protective perimeter, the crystal inside the disc activates and sends a pulse to the main receiver. Their charge lasts a long time, at least 20 triggers, and then the crystal can be replaced. In the center of the village, we attached a bell to a special pole connected to the receiver artifact, a forged metal cube into which I'd installed the largest crystal I had. When the peripheral discs detect the presence of the soulless, they transmit a signal to the central artifact, which would activate the bell. A simple but effective system, giving us precious time to prepare. In total, it took 13 tiny and 1 small crystal. 6 days after the Chimera attack, Froll knocked on my door, interrupting me as I studied a map of the surrounding area. The brigadines are ready, boyar, all 10, just as you ordered, the blacksmith reported, scratching his cheek. We had to work through the night, but I keep my word. With this armor, your hunters will be safe as turtles in their shells. No fang or claw will touch them. I followed him into the forge, where new pieces of armor, leather vests reinforced with metal plates, were hung on special racks. Froll proudly displayed his work, particularly noting the flexibility of the fastenings and how they would resist attacks from soulless claws. "Excellent work," I said, examining one of the suits of armor with appraising eyes. "Give them to the hunters tomorrow morning. And get some more material ready. I think we'll have more trained fighters soon." The following week demonstrated how quickly a settlement can develop when its residents are united by a common goal. Daily training transformed the squad into a true military unit. We conducted 5 successful forays into the forest, destroying over 20 soulless of varying difficulty levels and acquiring 18 tiny crystals and 2 small ones. Vasilissa, who accompanied us on one of our expeditions, used her geomancy to create a detailed map of the Twilight Steel deposit, temporarily enhancing the range of her talent with a tiny essence crystal expended on the spot. The result was worth it. "The vein runs through here," she said, pointing at her hastily scrawled map. "And it goes a good 50 meters deep. It's much richer than we initially thought." Over the entire week, only one hunter, Gavrila, was injured when a rotter suddenly leaped out from behind a fallen tree. Its attempt to break his arm with a clawed paw left a deep gouge in his forearm, but Boris reacted quickly and killed the beast before it could cause any serious harm. Dr. Albayoni, still unhappy about being assigned Agafia as an assistant, still maintained his professionality while treating the young hunter's wounds. "Primitive working conditions," he grumbled, applying a bandage. "At home, we use a special balm with aloe extract, but here, moss and vodka, Santa Maria." Despite all I had achieved here, by the end of the week, I was faced with a simple fact. I had to make another trip to Sergeev Posad. Chapter 15, the day was clear and frosty. The sky, crystal clear, shone with a cold blue, and despite the fact that the calendar said it was spring, the sun offered little warmth. I stood at the gates of Ugrumika, watching the miller, accompanied by 3 hunters, urge on horses harnessed to a loaded cart. "Everything you requested, Sir Voivode," Stepan called out to me, jumping down from the coach box. I rode around all 3 villages and took what was available from each. I walked up to the cart and pulled back the matting that shielded the goods from prying eyes. Inside were neatly arranged sacks and boxes containing trophies from the hunters in Derbyshire, Ovichkino, and Anfimovka. "They say there's a 2-month quota here," the miller said knowingly. They were really afraid to part with it in Ovichkino. They even signed the contracts, but they were still worried we'd screw them over. "The whole village is just like their headman. Those yellow-bellied penny-pinchers." It was understandable, since these resources were collected at great personal risk in the surrounding forests. It was no wonder they wanted to be sure they would receive their hard-earned profits. As I'd already learned, competition between these villages had been fierce since ancient times. They'd lived side by side for centuries, yet in one they still said their neighbors were all drunkards, while in another they'd gossip about the loose women down the road. In other words, all utter nonsense. "Impressive," I muttered, sorting through the loot. 38 tiny crystals, 6 small and 2 medium. In essence alone, worth almost 100 rubles in total. The relics occupied separate, labeled boxes: 4 raven flax bushes with dark, fibrous stems, 6 bunches of shimmering twilight moss, a bundle of vitaweed roots with their distinctive red veins, and a trunk of ironwort, all neatly packaged and labeled. It was this thorough approach that made me like the miller so much. "Anfimovka had the most," Stepan said, stroking his scraggly beard with an air of self-importance. "That Marfa knows her stuff, even though she's a woman. Her hunters go into the forest every day, keeping a strict schedule." Tikhon from Ovichkino turned out to be more stingy, and his hunters are cautious. They don't venture too far. I nodded, calculating the cost of the entire load. It came out to about 150 rubles at market prices, not bad for our first joint venture. Each village averaged 40 to 50 rubles. Previously, under Grivin, they would have received at most 15 to 20% for such a volume, but now, according to our agreement, they were entitled to 80%, about 40 rubles per village, a huge difference for the rural residents. "You're a good chap, Stepan," I patted the miller on the shoulder. "You did everything perfectly." "What are people saying about the conditions?" "Overall, they're pleased," the miller beamed, revealing deeply yellowing teeth. "And they should be happy, of course. Under Grivin, you'd turn in 4 crystals for 1 ruble, but now you get your fair share." Some didn't believe it at first, thinking it had to be a trick of some kind. I smiled to myself, remembering Marfa's face when we first discussed the new terms of trade. I hadn't seen such genuine surprise in a long time. The locals were too accustomed to deception and exploitation. I started packing for the city a week in advance. I needed to not only prepare the goods for sale, but also compile a list of essential supplies for the village, arrange travel arrangements, and plan a route. Before leaving, I had one more important matter to attend to. Vasilisa sat in her room, hunched over the map of Twilight steel deposits when I knocked on the door. "Yes, come in," her voice rang out. I walked in carrying a large canvas bag filled with scrolls, loose sheets of paper, and several notebooks in worn leather bindings. "What is this?" the girl asked, looking up from her calculations. "The pages from the Chimera's hut," I said, nodding to the bag on the table. "There wasn't time to sort through them. I'm leaving for Sergeyev Posad and would like to entrust you with studying them." Vasilisa peeked curiously into the bag and took out the first scroll. "You think there could be something useful here?" She unfurled the sheet and ran her eyes over the lines. "The handwriting is terrible, complete chicken scratch. Honestly, it looks like some kind of alchemical formulas. The magician was mad, but educated," I nodded. "Perhaps his notes contain valuable information about relics, the soulless, or rare artifacts." Her eyes lit up. Her inquisitive, scholarly mind was stronger than her aristocratic arrogance. "By the time I return, prepare a report on the most interesting finds," I asked. "Take special note of anything that might be useful for developing the deposit or protecting the village." "I'll take care of it," she nodded, already shuffling through the papers with noticeable enthusiasm. "Oh, look, there are some diagrams here," she broke off, catching my gaze. "Sorry, yes, I'll study everything carefully," I smiled. I liked this trait about her, a thirst for knowledge that even her feigned coldness couldn't hide. "One more thing," I added. "I need a list of everything we need to purchase in Sergeyev Posad to begin mining operations. What do you say?" Vasilisa put the documents aside and focused entirely on the conversation. "Yes. I have everything ready." She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and handed me the paper. Quickly scanning the text, I saw various tools, fasteners, and magical artifacts. "Excellent, good work." We set out the next day at dawn. I took the same sled cart I'd acquired on my first trip to Sergeyev Posad and a pair of sturdy draft horses. My company included the miller Stepan, whom I'd planned to make my sales representative, as well as young Gavrila, an experienced Fedot from the hunting party. I left Boris to train the squad. New fighters from neighboring villages were arriving every day, and without proper guidance, they could cause trouble. The road stretched out before us like a silver ribbon, winding between snow-covered spruce trees. Despite the fact that spring was upon us, the snow still lay thick, and the cart's runners glided easily along the well-worn tracks, but we'd brought spare tires just in case. Skald hovered ahead, carefully scanning the area for ambushes or traces of the soulless. Gavrila and Fedot sat on the box, swaying rhythmically in time with the horses' movements, their guns at the ready, while the miller and I settled into the cart itself. "So tell me, Stepan," I said, turning to him. "How many children do you have?" "A son and a daughter," he answered proudly, puffing his chest out like a turkey. Pashka is 17, Aglaya is 14. And what does your son do? He helps me at the mill. Stepan scratched the back of his head. He's a smart boy, he knows his letters and can count better than me. Petrovich managed to teach him after all. What was I saying? Oh, he's approaching marriage age. I'll have to find him a bride in the neighboring villages. Your arrival has made that easier. Now I have a reason to visit. He grinned. I nodded in thought. Being well-read and able to count were valuable qualities for what I had in mind. I have a proposal for you, I said, clasping my hands together. I want to open a proper store in Ugrumica with essential goods, grains, salt, soap, fabrics, tools, so that people from the surrounding villages can shop here instead of waiting for visiting merchants who charge through the nose. Stepan looked at me with bewilderment, and then his eyes widened with understanding. So that's what he said slowly. What a good idea, boyar. Those visiting merchants are real swindlers. They ask 3 altins too for a pound of salt, a whole ruble for a pud 3 of grain. Where can a peasant get that kind of money? That's exactly what I'm getting at, I nodded. And if we keep prices constant, below market prices, people will flock to us. We'll still make our money back in wholesale. Better to sell 100 pounds at 90 kopecks than 10 at a ruble. Stepan clearly liked the idea. He scratched his beard and squinted, thinking, who will conduct the trade business? He asked finally. I was thinking about your eldest, I smiled, noticing the way Stepan's eyes lit up. Since he's literate and responsible, he could work behind the counter. I'd pay him a salary, say, a ruble and a half a month, plus a percentage of the proceeds. The miller whistled. A ruble and a half a month was good money for a village boy. For that kind of money, my Pashka would haggle for days, he exclaimed. And what are the terms of the deal? Is it your merchandise you want to sell? The goods belong to me, and the premises too, I paused. Your son will be the clerk. That entails keeping the books, receiving the goods and handling the sales. He'll be responsible for keeping them safe. If there are any losses, we'll deduct them from his salary. If, on the contrary, our sales exceed our expectations, he'll get a bonus. Stepan considered the pros and cons. I knew it was a good offer for him. Every father always looked for ways to get their children a leg up. And what's in it for you, boyar? He finally asked, eyes narrowing. Is it really just to make life easier for the neighboring villages? I chuckled. Stepan was uneducated, but not stupid. Not just that, of course, I admitted. The store will bring in profit, that's one thing, but most importantly, it will tie the surrounding villages to Ugrumica. People will get used to coming to us for goods, to save money, to socialize. Our villages will become closer, and when the time comes, I paused meaningfully, together we will be stronger. Oh, how clever. Stepan shook his head, but his voice was filled with respect. So, you have your eyes on the big game. You want to take over the borderlands? I shrugged, neither confirming or denying. The borderlands must be strong, I answered simply. Otherwise, the soulless will devour us one by one, and strength lies in unity. Stepan was silent for a long time, looking at the road. I didn't rush him, let him digest the information. After all, he needed to see his own personal gain in the situation too. You know, boyar, he began after a while, my whole life I dreamed of escaping poverty, not for myself, but for my children, so that they could live better than I did, so that they wouldn't have to fear for their own skin every day. I'm not a hero like you or hunters. I'm a simple man, but I want a decent life for my children. I nodded. I understood those feelings. My Pashka is a smart boy, Stepan continued, a hint of pride creeping into his voice. But where would he go? The mill has no room for a second master. He's no good as a hunter. He's no warrior. You can't send him to town. Without connections, they'll trample him. But here his own business, respect, a decent living, and protection from the soulless, I added. Ugrumica now has the strongest squad in the borderlands. Yes, that too, the miller agreed. I agree, boyar, and my son will agree, I guarantee it. Just one condition: let my son be taught the merchant's trade so he doesn't disgrace himself. Vasilisa will do just that, I said, extending my hand. Shake on it, shake on it. Stepan firmly shook my hand, and in his eyes I saw not only calculation, but also something more, a glimmer of hope. The journey to Sergiv Posad was uneventful. The weather was favorable, the sun was getting warmer, the snow was melting in places, and the road, though muddy at the edges, remained quite passable. We spotted the soulless tracks twice, but they were old and led away from our route, and once we came across burnt bones in a roadside ravine. Throughout the journey, I couldn't stop thinking about Ignacio Platonov. Even though I'd received word of his imprisonment from the doctor a week ago, I couldn't immediately go to his rescue. Ugrumica required my attention, restoring the stockade, organizing the defense, training the squad, establishing contacts with neighboring villages. If I'd ignored any of these tasks, the village would have remained vulnerable to attack by the soulless. Each matter was important in its own way and could not be delayed. The old man, who had spent his entire fortune saving his son from the gallows, was probably counting down the days in his cell, waiting for help, and I felt sorry for him. That's why I headed to Sergiv Posad with the firm intention of rescuing him. When the high walls appeared on the horizon, I experienced a strange feeling, like I'd returned home. A ridiculous thought, considering I had only a few memories of this city, and even those weren't the most pleasant. We stayed at the same hotel as we had before. Okay, Stepan, listen carefully, I counted out and handed the miller 300 rubles. You take Fedot and the cart and head to the market stalls. Buy everything on the list except the magical artifacts. I'll handle those myself. Haggle, don't settle for the first price. I believe in your business acumen. A satisfied smile broke across Stepan's face. He loved praise. I'll haggle to the best of my abilities, boyar. He practically beamed with pride. The shopkeepers won't have a chance to protect their profits. I'll cut the price in half. And watch your purse, I added. Fedot will make sure no scoundrel fleeces you. Meet me here this evening. When they left, I turned to Gavrila, who was looking around the city hotel with interest, still impressed by the decoration and furnishings. You and I have to pay someone a visit, I said. If it weren't for the news from Giovanni about Ignacio Platonov's poor health, I would have postponed this trip for at least another week. As it was, I had to shift my plans. Of course, sir, he nodded. The Sergiv Posad debtors' prison was located in the northern part of the city, a massive 3-story building of dark grey stone, surrounded by a solid wall. It looked older than the surrounding buildings, as if it belonged to another era. Perhaps it had once housed a fortress or a prince's residence, before someone decided the gloomy atmosphere of this place was ideal for incarceration. Gavrila and I approached the gate, where 2 guards stood watch, pistols and swords at their belts. I presented my documents as the voivode of Ugrumica, and after a brief inspection, we were allowed into the yard. A dry fountain stood in the center of the courtyard, a peeling stone basin with sides cracked by time and frost. Some buildings, likely utility rooms, surrounded it. The main prison building looked even more gloomy from the inside, narrow, barred windows, a massive iron-bound door. Inside, we were greeted by stale air and semi-darkness. They were stingy with both lamp oil and magical glowstones. A narrow, low-ceilinged corridor led to the on-duty warden's room. Visiting hours ended 2 hours ago, the fat man muttered, not looking up from his papers. Come back tomorrow between 9 and noon. I'm not here just to visit, I objected. I want to bail out one of the debtors. The warden looked at me in surprise, appraised my clothes, noting that I had a good coat, and apparently considered the request quite respectable. Why didn't you say so, sir? He said, getting up from the desk. Let's go to the superintendent, that's his department. We were led through a labyrinth of corridors deep into the building. The walls were damp, with streaks of mold visible in some places. Occasionally, through the barred windows in the cell doors, we could glimpse the unfortunate inhabitants, emaciated men sitting or lying on wooden bunks. The superintendent's office stood out from the rest of the building. It was kept spotlessly clean, several oil lamps were burning, and framed prints and official documents hung on the walls. The warden himself, a gaunt man with a neatly trimmed mustache, sat behind a massive oak desk. "How can I help you?" he asked indifferently, gesturing dismissively to the guard. "I'd like to buy out a debtor named Ignacio Mikhailovich Platonov," I said. "I'm prepared to pay off his debt in full, as well as any incurred fees." The superintendent rubbed the bridge of his nose thoughtfully. "Platonov, I think I remember that name." He turned to the shelves holding folders. "Grisha, get in here," he shouted. A minute later, a thin clerk entered the office with a folder in his hands. "Prisoner files for the last quarter," the superintendent requested. "Platonov, you say?" The clerk quickly sorted through the papers and pulled out one of them. "Here you are, Superintendent. Ignacio Mikhailovich Platonov, a debt of 214 rubles to the Imperial Commercial Bank." He paused, skimming the lines. "Oh, it was redeemed the day before yesterday." "The debt has been repaid in full." "Who paid it?" I asked, bracing myself, and my tone left no doubt that I expected a direct answer. The man looked up at me. "And what is your relationship to the debtor?" "I'm his son. I may not have been born Prokhor Platonov, but I now bore his name and lived in his body. And more importantly, I truly cared about his father's fate. Unfortunately, this information is confidential," he replied dryly. "We do not disclose the identities of those who pay off prisoners' debts. This is the Principality's policy." I leaned forward slightly, without taking my eyes off of the man. "There's no policy in the Principality that prohibits a son from knowing his father's fate." My hand landed on the table between us. "Someone suddenly pays off a large debt for a man who's been sitting here for weeks. That's alarming. After all, my father didn't have that kind of money, and none of our acquaintances could." "Mr. Platonov," he said, visibly displeased with the pressure I was putting on him. "I understand your concern, but rules are rules. Perhaps your father had friends you didn't know about. In any case, he's free and has probably already returned home." I noticed him and the clerk exchange a quick glance. Something was fishy here. "The prisoner's release date and condition are not confidential information," I said in a tone that brooked no argument. "When exactly was he released, and what condition was he in?" "He was released at 4 o'clock in the afternoon the day before yesterday," the clerk replied, looking at the papers. "His condition," he paused. "Satisfactory," the superintendent quickly interjected. "As is the case for all our wards." I fixed him with a steely gaze. "According to Dr. Albinoni, Ignacio had been seriously ill. According to my information, he had severe pneumonia." I leaned back in my chair, not taking my eyes off the superintendent. "It's strange that there is no note of this in his documents." The man tensed. I realized that further pressure was futile. Either he genuinely didn't know the details, or he'd received a direct order to remain silent. I wasn't going to bang my head against the wall, especially since I already had my own sources of information in the city. "Thank you for the information." I stood up, signaling that the conversation was over. "I'm sure we'll meet again." Gavrila and I left the office and headed towards the exit. "What do you think?" I quietly asked Gavrila when we went out into the yard. "Lies," he replied laconically. Their eyes were darting around like a fox in a henhouse. "And the clerk almost let it slip." I nodded. My own instincts told me the same thing. We walked outside the prison gates. My head was filled with unanswered questions. Who could have bylaid out Ignacio? For what purpose? And why such secrecy? With these thoughts running through my head, I barely noticed as we walked to the nearest park, where I could sit down and decide on a plan of action. Suddenly, I felt a vibration. The megaphone in my pocket was ringing. It was strange, because I wasn't expecting anyone to call. I took out the device and held it to my ear. "Hello," I said. "We have your worthless dad," said an unfamiliar male voice. It was hoarse, low, with a metallic undertone, as if spoken through a distorting device. "Come alone and unarmed, otherwise you'll get a package containing his head." "Where and when?" I muttered. "The old sawmill on the southern edge of town. Tonight at midnight," came the reply. "And remember, alone. If we see anyone else, the old man is done for." Chapter 16, the call ended. I stood there, staring at the silent megaphone, rage boiling inside me. Someone was about to deeply regret their decision to use Ignacio Platonov as bait. The old sawmill on the southern outskirts of Sergeev Posad looked gloomy and abandoned in the moonlight. The two-story building, its roof caved in places, loomed menacingly over a spacious, overgrown courtyard. Around it stood dilapidated sheds and lean-tos, beneath which stood piles of logs blackened by age and moisture. The sawmill's machinery had long since rusted, and the once powerful waterwheel now barely hung on its axles. The smell of damp wood and rot filled the air. I walked out into the yard in front of the main building, looking around. My father was nowhere to be seen, only deathly silence and a sense of danger spreading through me like a warning chill. Years of military experience in my past life practically screamed that this was an ambush, and one orchestrated by people who knew their business. Two figures stepped out from the shadows of the main building, radiating an aura of magical power that I felt long before I caught sight of them. These were third-stage journeymen, approaching the rank of master, and their resemblance to one another left no doubt of their kinship. Tall and lean, with sharp cheekbones, piercing eyes the color of steel, and thin lips. They looked to be around 30, though their features held something elusively timeless. Beneath their coats, dark gray business suits were visible, perfectly fitted, and impeccably tailored. Pristine white shirts and silk ties with a silvery sheen peeked out from beneath the jackets. Massive rings bearing family crests gleamed dully on their fingers. Following the magician were three burly men in leather jackets, pistols at the ready, clearly personal guards, not mere servants. They hung back slightly, but their tense postures betrayed their readiness to spring into action at any moment. One of the magicians, slightly taller and broader in the shoulders, apparently the older one, stepped forward. His thin lips curved into a self-assured smirk. His entire demeanor radiated condescending superiority, like a seasoned wolf lazily eyeing potential prey. "How predictable," he said, his tone almost bored. "You really did come alone and unarmed. What an obedient boy." "Where's my father?" I asked, ignoring his quip. Instead of answering, he nodded to his henchmen. Two of them, still holding me at gunpoint, approached and began searching me. I let them do so, remaining calm. They carefully checked every pocket, looked under my arms for my holster, but as expected, found nothing. "They should have searched harder, clear," one of the fighters reported, retreating. "Of course," the magician smiled again. "I wouldn't want anything irreparable to happen to your father." "You didn't answer my question." My voice remained even, but there was a distinct edge to it. "Where is Ignacio Platonov?" "Oh, believe me, the old man is relatively safe," the man said, making a vague gesture with his hand. "His fate now depends entirely on your behavior." "And what do you want?" I asked the obvious question. "Initially, the plan was simple, lure you in and kill you," he replied, as if discussing the weather. "But the client had some creative suggestions. They want us to cut off your balls first." He demonstratively fished a long, curved knife out of his pocket, "and only then send you to your forefathers." I laughed. "What an eccentric client you have." "Oh yes," the younger brother sighed heavily. "Are we going to fight or keep wagging our tongues?" I asked indifferently. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise, made a small gesture with his hand, and the next moment there was a loud bang, and I felt a strong blow to the chest, as if someone had hit me with a sledgehammer. 1 week prior, I stood in Froll's forge, holding a sizable piece of bonewood, salvaged from the abandoned village of Berezniki. The wooden relic had an unusual whitish color with thin reddish veins, reminiscent of blood vessels in bone tissue. I want you to make armor out of this. Huh? Frol looked at the piece of wood with disbelief. I've never worked with this material before, boy. Don't worry, I'll teach you, I said confidently. The technology isn't actually that complicated. First, we need to take measurements, I said decisively, and prepare the tools. Bonewood doesn't lend itself to conventional processing. Frol hesitantly set to work. Over the next 4 days, we created something that could save my life. The process was complex, but completely fascinating. First, we cut the bonewood into thin sheets, about 1.5 centimeters thick, following the natural grain lines, which looked a lot like bone joints. It was painstaking work. The smallest deviation from the natural pattern could interfere with the material's magical properties. Frol proved himself a skilled craftsman, meticulously following my instructions. When you start sawing, follow these grooves, I explained, running my finger along the barely visible fibers. The material itself will tell you where to cut. Then came the most difficult part, shaping. The slabs had to be heated to a specific temperature, at which the bonewood became pliable without losing its magical properties. We experimented with the forge until it reached the perfect temperature. Look, I said when one of the plates acquired an amber hue and became flexible like leather. Now it can be molded. We molded the heated plates over a block of wood cut to the proper dimensions to give them anatomical contours. The chest pieces, shoulder pads, and back protectors, every element required special attention. The connections between parts were quite peculiar. The edges of the plates thinned out and overlapped each other, and once they'd cooled, they fused together like bone tissue. It's as if the material's alive, Frol whispered in amazement as he watched the 2 pieces of bonewood join into a single unit without the use of rivets or lacing. On the 3rd day, we had the base of the armor, a lightweight yet incredibly durable structure that followed the contours of my body. However, the work was far from complete. The most crucial step lay ahead, magical activation. I prepared a special mixture by grinding several tiny essence crystals into dust and mixing them with raven flax tincture. We saturated every inch of the armor with the resulting substance, activating the relic's hidden magical properties. And now the most important part, I said to Frol on the 4th day of work. Leave me to myself. What happens next is not for prying eyes. After the blacksmith left, I placed 6 tiny essence crystals in special recesses within the armor. Arranging them according to key energy points on my body, I began a complex activation ritual. With each spoken word, the crystals glowed brighter, and the bonewood began to glow from within, absorbing the magic. I felt it come alive beneath my hands, becoming a part of me, acquiring memory and the ability to adapt to its owner. The final result exceeded all expectations. The result was a thin, lightweight suit of armor, just below the waist, with elbow-length sleeves that could be worn under clothing. It resembled a bizarre, anatomical carapace, milky white in color, with a subtle reddish pattern that mimicked the bone structure. Regular joints, reminiscent of vertebral articulations or joints, revealed the armor's connection points, giving it the appearance of an exotic exoskeleton. At the same time, the armor was surprisingly flexible, did not restrict movement, and was practically undetectable on the body. What do you think? I asked Frol when I let him see the finished armor. Incredible, Frol whispered, touching the armor's surface in awe. I've never seen anything like it. It's like a second skin, only stronger than iron. And 10 times lighter, I added with satisfaction. And most importantly, you won't notice it under your clothes. He was an excellent marksman. The sniper's bullet struck me squarely in the heart, but encountered armor it couldn't penetrate. I staggered at the powerful impact. The bonewood took the impact, absorbing the bullet's energy and distributing a significant portion of it across its entire surface. Tomorrow, a beautiful purple bruise would bloom across my body. And now it's my turn, I hissed, baring my teeth, noticing how the smug smile on the senior mage's face spread and faded. At the same moment, I yanked my belt buckle and with one smooth movement pulled it from my pants loops. The dark ribbon of twilight steel unfurled in the air, reaching its full 4-meter length. The Urumi, a flexible and deadly sword, had been hidden in plain sight. Airborne heel, the world around me seemed to slow down. A bluish haze enveloped my feet, and I rushed forward, swift as the wind. The surprise on my opponents' faces hadn't yet given way to fear, and I was already among them, spinning my Urumi in wide, slashing arcs. The twilight steel whistled through the air, forming a deadly halo around me. The nearest man activated a defensive artifact, a small, round buckler shield, woven from energy, materialized on his wrist. He held it out in front of him, blocking my attack, but he hadn't taken into account the Urumi's most important property, its flexibility. The strip of metal simply curved around the barrier like a living snake, slicing through his unprotected neck. A scarlet stream spurted from the severed artery, and the man wheezed and fell. A second shooter fired at point-blank range, but I was no longer there. Airborne heel gave me incredible speed, blurring my silhouette to the human eye. I dodged the bullet, letting it pass over my shoulder, and swung my Urumi in an upward arc. The flexible blade wrapped around his weapon, tearing it from his hands, along with his fingers and a chunk of his palm. My opponent, screaming in pain, staggered back, clutching his mangled limb. I instinctively shifted to the side, obeying some vague premonition, and at that very moment, somewhere to the right, a shot quietly cracked, a second sniper. The bullet plowed the ground where I'd just been. No more shots rang out. In the back of my mind, I noted that Fedot and Gavrila hadn't let me down. They'd found and neutralized the shooters, just as we'd planned. The magicians finally emerged from their stupor. The younger one shouted a short phrase, and the air around him filled with shimmering shards of ice, which rushed toward me like a swarm of enraged wasps. I spun the Urumi in front of me, creating an impenetrable barrier of spinning steel. Most of the shards shattered against it, but a few pierced my shoulder, striking my armor. Meanwhile, the older magician began to weave a more complex spell. The ground beneath my feet cracked, releasing jets of toxic green gas. I was forced to jump back, gaining distance and losing my advantage. "Not so simple, eh?" the man hissed, surrounding himself with a shimmering force field. I could have responded, but what was the point? The younger magician's ice and the elder magician's poison were a deadly combination that allowed them to control the space. This combo had to be broken up. I darted to the side and saw two flashes of light from the roof of the barn. Fedot and Gavrila opened fire on the last remaining fighter, who was trying to get behind me. My loyal hunters worked harmoniously and methodically, covering my back. The elder mage had already prepared a new spell. Arcs of electricity erupted from his fingers, causing the air to crackle with tension. The attack was aimed accurately, but I managed to crouch down, stretching out toward my opponent, allowing the deadly bolts of lightning to streak overhead. My Urumi slithered like a snake along the cracked ground and wrapped itself around my opponent's ankle. The barrier protected him from injury, but not from the sudden jerk of motion. In an instant, he collapsed on his back, losing his concentration, and with it, his control over the spell. I rushed towards him, raising my blade to strike, and at that moment, the younger, seeing his brother's desperate situation, threw a clot of condensed sound wave at me, whose vibrations distorted the air. Forming a stone barrier with an effort of will, I dove behind it just as the earth, heaving up into a mighty column, tossed the fallen elder into the air. The bolt meant for me met the object in its path instead, splashing across the stone wall. The attack threw the elder magician back several meters. His body slapped limply onto the ground. Blood oozed from his nose and ears, but his hoarse breath still gurgled in his throat. Rage contorted the younger man's face. He let out an inarticulate scream and rushed at me, his hands surrounded by icy blades. "I'll tear you apart, asshole," he barked. We clashed in close combat, his frosted blades against my flexible ribbon. Sparks and ice shards flew from every contact of our weapons, and the air around us filled with the scent of ozone. Despite his fury, my opponent maintained his mastery. His movements were swift and precise. He pressed me, preventing me from exploiting the Yurumi's greatest advantage, distance. One of his blows nearly breached my defenses, narrowly missing my collarbone. My own blows steadily chipped away at his barrier until it finally cracked. And at the crucial moment, I did what Cassia had taught me. I let one of the enemy's attacks slip past me, allowing him to lose his balance, and simultaneously swung the Yurumi around him in a fatal embrace. The blade pressed so tightly against his throat that if he'd tried to take a deep breath, he would have severed his own larynx. However, I deliberately didn't increase the pressure. I needed a prisoner to interrogate. "Who hired you?" I hissed at him. "Where is my father?" Magic bubbled within the enemy's body, preparing to burst forth as a new spell, but a fleeting flick of the wrist, and the twilight steel ripped through the enemy's flesh all the way to the spine. Staggering, the mage clutched his mangled throat, as if trying to stem the bleeding, and fell to his knees. After watching him go with a cold gaze, I walked toward the remaining assassin. To my right, the third crippled man was trying to strap a belt around his arm to stem the copious flow of blood. "Surrender," I said, stopping above the older one. "Your brother is dead, but you may still survive." His eyes, full of rage and pain, bore into mine. There was not a drop of fear in them, only boundless hatred. "For Vlad," he cried. A sharp shock of energy surged through his body. I had only a split second to react. I jerked back, simultaneously erecting a magical barrier. The remaining energy was absorbed into it like water into sand. The explosion shook the sawmill. The wave of heat and power hit my shield, causing it to pulsate and crack. I felt the barrier thinning, but I held it until the main force of the blast had subsided. A few heartbeats later, all that remained was a smoking crater and charred remains. Surveying the destruction, I caught my breath. Fedot and Gavrila were striding toward the dilapidated barn, surveying the situation, rifles at the ready. Bewilderment was practically written all over their faces. They couldn't believe their eyes. 2 professional magician killers had been defeated by 1 man. The old sawmill had become a veritable slaughterhouse. Blood spread across the cracked stones and planks, soaking into the dry wood, forming pools here and there that glistened in the moonlight. I put away the Yurumi, carefully coiling the flexible blade and returning it to its belt form. Fedot and Gavrila dragged in the stunned sniper, bound at the legs and arms, and began methodically searching the bodies, hoping to find at least some information about the person who ordered the hit or Ignatio's whereabouts. I was examining the charred remains of the magician when the megaphone in my pocket vibrated. A name from my contact list appeared on its surface. "Polina Beloziorova, how curious." "I'm listening," I said, trying to shake someone else's blood off my sleeve. "Prokhor, my darling dear, be careful." A worried female voice rang out over the phone, speaking quickly. "I overheard Mommy talking. She's up to something bad. Don't go anywhere and don't agree to anything." I glanced around the battlefield, chuckling at the absurdity of the situation. Dismembered bodies, an explosion crater, blood spatter on the logs, and that alarmed voice issuing a warning. Thanks, you were just in time," I replied, stepping over a chunk of hand severed from a body by the Yurumi. "You said you overheard her conversation?" Chapter 17, Yes, but. "Wait, my love, first tell me, are you okay?" The woman's worried voice sounded as if she was about to burst into tears. I stood in the midst of the carnage I'd caused, trying to grasp the irony of the situation. The woman whose mother had just tried to kill me was now worried about my health. "I'm fine," I answered briefly, leaning over the body of one of the magician brothers. "I'm sorry I didn't call earlier." Her voice quivered like an autumn leaf. "Mommy took away my megaphone after she found out I was still, well, thinking about you. I barely managed to steal it back today when she left for a meeting." I shook my head in amazement, hearing sobs on the other end of the line. Her mommy hated me so much that she'd hired hitmen to take me out with no hesitation. "Polina, I have very little time." I tried to soften my voice so that the girl wouldn't burst out bawling while glancing at Gavrila, who was busily collecting trophies from the bodies. "Better tell me about that conversation." "Yes, I overheard Mom's conversation," Polina said, trying to collect her thoughts. "She thought I was asleep, but she faltered, and I could almost see her nervously twirling a lock of hair around her finger, just like she had done in my hazy memories of Platonov's body. She was talking to Dad's nephews, Vlad and Georgy Vorontsov. Do you remember them?" "No," I said with complete sincerity. "Well, I'm not sure why now. I've told you about them. They're very mysterious people, always have money, but no one knows what they do. Mama previously forbade me from associating with them, saying they were bad company, but now she's constantly asking them for things. They're always so elegantly dressed, and they have such wonderful manners, but," her voice dropped to a whisper, "they have such cold eyes, Prokha, like predators. And they often leave for long periods on business, skipping family gatherings. People say they do something, not quite legal, but Dad always defended them. He said they just know how to run a business." "Mysterious, I drawled, looking down at the body of Georgie, disfigured by the explosion, whose blood was soaking into the dusty boards of the sawmill. It looked like my assumptions about the customer were correct. "Are you sure you're all right?" the girl asked anxiously. "Polina," I said, trying to convey the gravity of the situation to the impressionable young lady, "they kidnapped my father. Do you know where they might be holding him? Specifically, in Sergiev Posad. Because I couldn't believe Ignacio would have been taken out of this city, since the entire trap had been set here. It couldn't have been a coincidence that I received the call from the assassin brothers after my visit to the debtor's prison. I'm sure either the superintendent or his secretary alerted the mages to my presence." "Your dad," she gasped so loudly that she had to move the megaphone away from her ear. "Oh my God, how awful. Mommy has gone too far." "Please, I swear I didn't know anything." "I believe you," I replied curtly, fearing that any sympathy might, on the contrary, lead to hysteria. "Polina, concentrate. Where could the Countess have hidden someone?" There was a ragged breath on the line, then a convulsive sigh. "I don't know. We have a few houses in different cities, but none in Sergiev Posad. We always stay at a hotel." She fell silent, clearly processing something. "Although there is the Craftswoman's Dream, a boutique shop on Merchant Street, where they sell fabrics and all sorts of fashionable things. But Artemy Stepanovich, the manager, is there too. He's such a sweet and polite man. He always gave me candy when I was a child. He would never agree to hold anyone captive." I exchanged glances with Gavrila. A boutique. That made sense. A fairly isolated location, yet completely under the Beloziorovs' control. "This Artemy Stepanovich," I clarified, picking up a ring with the Vorontsov family crest, blackened by the explosion from the ground. "He's devoted to your mother?" "Well, of course." She sounded surprised, as if I'd asked if the sun rose in the east. "He's been serving our family for 20 years now. Mommy trusts him completely. Polina, listen carefully." I lowered my voice to a commanding half-whisper. "You need to stay home and do not tell your mother about our conversation, for your own safety. Do you understand?" "Yes." Her voice suddenly became serious. "Prokha dear, you won't hurt Mom, will you? I know she acted terribly, but she's still my mother. I just want my father back," I answered calmly, "and now I have to go." "Oh, Procky Poo," she said, her voice becoming a sob again, "when all this is over, maybe we could meet, like before. I miss you so much." I shook my head again, even though she couldn't see me. She was a complete stranger to me, and the body of the former Proctor felt no excitement at the sound of her voice. It seemed the guy truly considered their relationship an ordinary and trivial affair. However, I had to give Polina credit for taking a brave and selfless step to go against her mother's wishes. And her mother has a tough character, a real snake, willing to send assassins and take hostages for revenge. Fedot waved at me from the opposite end of the sawmill, indicating that we should leave. The police would be here soon. "I can't promise anything," I answered honestly. "Thank you for calling. You've been a great help." "We'll talk later," I said, cutting off the conversation and putting megaphone away. "Voivode, sir." Gavrila glanced at the screen of the megaphone. "Was the girl any help?" "Unexpectedly, yes," I chuckled grimly. "The Beloziorovs' shop on Merchant Street. I think we should pay the gentleman Artemy Stepanovich a visit." Fedot approached, carrying a rifle he had taken from the slain enemies. "Why let it go to waste?" he remarked with a smile. "That's right," I nodded. "Let's gather all our battle trophies and get out of here." We began to methodically search the bodies. There was little time left. "Look, Voivode," Gavrila said, pointing to a strange bracelet with a dull crimson crystal on the wrist of the guard I'd killed. "Looks like some kind of artifact." I removed the bracelet from his wrist and ran my finger over the cold metal, sensing the magic hidden within. I had witnessed the purpose of this jewelry with my own eyes. It created a shield on the wrist, capable of deflecting blows. However, it required recharging, as the amount of energy imbued into the artifact depended on the size of the essence crystal. Not a bad find. "Take the rest of the weapons." Fedot had already collected the firearms, 3 guard pistols, and 2 expensive sniper rifles with telescopic sights and silencers. Nothing compared to the junk they had in Ugrumika. I took care of the bodies of the 2 magicians myself. The first thing I did was pick up a pair of metal rods, a little less than forearm length, with essence embedded in the handles. These were what Vlad had enveloped in ice and used as blades. A valuable find. Wands like these served as amplifiers and helped magicians focus their power, allowing them to significantly conserve energy during spellcasting, or more precisely, to direct spells and increase their strength. It was like the difference between someone throwing a stone with their bare hands and an archer using a bow and arrow. A good wand to a mage was like a good blade to a warrior, an extension of their body and will. These were water-type wands with sapphire crystals at the base, ideal for manipulating the elements of water and ice, as the late magician had demonstrated in our battle. In skilled hands, tools like these could transform simple liquid into a deadly weapon, and a pair of them was worth at least 400 rubles. I also removed his ring with the family crest, a sign that he belonged to the highest aristocracy. Items like these could tell the police a lot about the bodies, and I wanted to make them as difficult as possible to identify. "I wonder where my ring is." I also took a megaphone, an expensive, state-of-the-art model. The second one, Georgie S., had been damaged in the explosion. I glanced back at the sniper whom Fedot had neutralized, hands bound behind his back. His comrade with the mangled arm lay unconscious nearby. "Let's take them with us," I said. "Hurry, the police will be here soon." Each hunter took one captive and slung them over their shoulders, and we quickly left the sawmill. We decided to move through the outskirts of the city, heading into the forest, and after 20 minutes of wandering, we came upon an abandoned hunting lodge. "Wake them up," I ordered, nodding at the prisoners. Without further ado, Fedot splashed water from his canteen into the men's faces. The sniper was the first to recover, a skinny man with a thin mustache and frightened eyes. The second man a short, stocky fellow with a receding hairline and a stumpy right hand, had to be given a hard slap before he opened his eyes with a muffled groan. "Who hired you?" I asked, crouching down in front of the sniper. This question was the easiest way to test their sincerity because I already knew the truth. I was just following orders," he stammered. "The Vorontsovs were paying us. We didn't know." "And who, in turn, hired the Vorontsovs?" I asked, looking straight into his pupils, which dilated with fear. "I don't know," he said, averting his eyes. "You're lying," I cut him off. "You knew you were working for Countess Beloziorova." The second man shook his head, clutching the stump of his arm with his bandaged hand. "We just hired guards, sir, I swear." "And did you guard an old man?" I pressed harder. "Ignacio Platonov." They looked at each other, and I knew I had hit the nail on the head. "Speak, or you'll lose more than just your fingers," I warned coldly, pulling the flexible sword from my belt loops. "They're keeping him in a shop on Merchant Street," the sniper blurted out, swallowing half his words as he gulped in fear. "There's a secret room in the basement, disguised as a storage room. The entrance is behind the fabric rack. Any security, 2 in the shop itself, 1 more near the old man, and the manager, Artemy Stepanovich." "Is he a sorcerer?" I asked, remembering what Polina had said about the sweet old man. "No, but he has protective artifacts. He is the Countess's confidant, after all." I stood up and paced in front of the prisoners, considering the information I'd received. The picture was almost complete. Now it was time to decide the fate of these two. "You have a choice," I said, gazing down upon them. "Swear your allegiance to me or meet a swift and honorable death." They gave their answer immediately. "We swear to serve you, sir." The sniper nodded quickly, smiling obsequiously. "You are a very powerful mage, a great honor." "Me too," the wounded mercenary immediately picked up. "The Countess didn't pay us even half of what she promised." "But you're a true warrior. I recognize your strength." Their words filled me with nothing but disgust. I saw right through them, frightened, ready to betray anyone to save their own skins. For years they'd served the Vorontsovs, doing their dirty work, and now, having witnessed real power, they were willing to desert their masters. People like them weren't warriors, but jackals, always defecting to the winning side. For the sniper, with shaking hands and teeth yellowed by tobacco, lying came as easily as breathing. The other man, with the eyes of a scavenger crouched and ready to strike, was just waiting for the moment to betray me. I had killed their masters before their eyes, and now they were ready to kiss my boots, but tomorrow, if they sensed weakness, they'd stab me in the back. I'd met enough people like that in my life. Their loyalty was like a weather vane, always shifting with the wind. Such people can be neither faithful servants nor worthy enemies. And if I couldn't rely on them, why leave witnesses who knew exactly who had taken the brothers' lives? A twitch of my hand and the Urumi lashed out, slicing through the throats of 2 liars and leaving a gash in the frozen ground. Gavrila looked silently at the dead men, then raised his eyes to me. "You did the right thing, Voivode." They couldn't be trusted. We continued on our way to the city, leaving the bodies in the forest. We walked in silence, but I sensed something was bothering the young man. "Tell me what you wanted to ask," I said to him. "Your weapon," he nodded uncertainly at my belt. "I've never seen anything like it." "How did you learn to do that?" I instinctively ran my hand along the metal strap. Memories washed over me like a tidal wave. "This is an Urumi, a weapon from the south, a flexible sword whip," I answered, lost in thoughts of the past. I had been taught to wield this weapon by a man named Kashia. His life had been full of trials. Born in the southern lands beyond the warm seas, he was captured as a young man and sold into slavery to merchants from Korzum, and traveled with them further and further from his homeland, first along caravan routes to the north, then to the eastern lands. Kashia was then sold to the Cuman Khan as a highly prized slave warrior. And when my troops decimated the steppe dwellers, I witnessed the dark-skinned captive attempt to gain his freedom. Cutting down 5 Cuman warriors with a deadly dance of his flexible sword before being disarmed. Unlike the vultures I'd recently killed, this man carried himself boldly and confidently, even though his body was rife with scars and signs of torture. I saw him not as an enemy, but as a bearer of unique knowledge, and instead of execution, I offered him a place in my service. Over time, mutual respect developed between us. When I expressed interest in Urumi, he agreed to become my mentor. The training was conducted in secret. I didn't want the courtiers to see my failures during the first few months. Urumi dances with your blood and sometimes drinks it, Kashiya said. My arms and body were covered in scars from my own weapon, but my tenacity impressed even my seasoned mentor. The Urumi transformed movement into death, becoming a devastating weapon that was so easily concealed. Gavrila gazed at me with admiration, unaware of the storm of memories flashing through my head. You know of many unusual weapons, Voivode, he said respectfully. Perhaps someday you could teach me about some of them. Not right away, of course, I understand. I glanced at his strong frame and keen eyes, noting a firmness in his character. Not everyone was destined to master the way of the flexible sword, but this boy had potential. Perhaps, I nodded, but let's start with the basics. The Urumi requires training and discipline. Perhaps a different weapon would be more suited to your hand. I know of many. You'll test them when the opportunity arises. We hurried through the nighttime city, approaching the center. Merchant Street was 3 blocks away. This respite allowed me to make a single phone call. I looked over my clothes carefully, making sure that there were no obvious signs of the recent battle on them. We have a more difficult fight ahead of us, I said to the other two, because we'll have to act quickly and precisely. We can't let the enemies kill my father. Be prepared for anything. They nodded in sync. Got it, Voivode. We won't let you down. The opulent facades of houses and shops loomed before us. A car sped past in the distance. Somewhere, the horseshoes of a lone rider clattered. Merchant Street greeted us with evening silence and dim streetlights. The Beloziorov's shop stood out among the other buildings, with its massive sign decorated with exquisite calligraphy and display cases filled with rolls of expensive fabrics. A quick inspection revealed the following information. The 2-story building with a stone foundation had 2 entrances, a front entrance from the street and a service entrance from the courtyard. Fedot, Gavrila, I pointed to a narrow passage between the houses. Let's go through the back door. Weapons at the ready. We quickly circled the building and found ourselves in front of a small courtyard enclosed by wrought iron bars. At the service entrance, we saw a security guard finishing his last cigarette. He flicked the butt away and stepped inside. Accelerating with airborne heel, I rushed forward. Despite all my newfound agility, the door slammed shut in my face, but that didn't stop me. Drawing my short sword as I ran, we were about to fight in a confined space, and the Urumi would only get in the way. I mentally lengthened it and rammed it hard directly through the metal door. The blade encountered a fleeting resistance as it pierced through the barrier and speared the back of the man on the other side. A muffled cry erupted, and the body slipped off the blade with a rustle and fell to the floor with a crash. "Ware," came a slightly muffled voice from inside the building. I jerked my sword toward me and in one motion severed the lock and part of the door frame. The metal gave way with a soft clang. In an instant, I was inside, shortening my blade again as I went. We burst inside, finding ourselves in a dark utility room. Gavrila nearly tripped over the dead man lying on his stomach. A second later, another guard emerged from around the corner, alarmed by his comrade's silence. To his credit, he even managed to fire a couple of shots, but the shield artifact I had taken as a trophy caught all the bullets, causing them to ricochet off and into the wall. And then I was at the man's side, and his life ended like an unfinished song. The blade entered right under the ribs, finding his heart, and the only sound he made as he fell was a quiet sigh. "Follow me," I commanded, peering into the semi-darkness. We moved along the corridor leading to the main shopping area. "Clear," reported Fedot after checking the rest of the rooms on the first floor. "Find the manager," I ordered my companions, not looking up from my search for a hidden passageway. "I'm going to find my father." Pulling back, a heavy velvet curtain revealed a steep stone staircase leading to the basement. The room proved more spacious than expected, with vaulted ceilings, stone walls, and numerous shelves filled with merchandise. I found the right fabric rack almost immediately. I approached the massive wooden structure, piled high with rolls of silk and brocade. Without wasting time searching for hidden mechanisms, I simply grabbed the edge and pulled hard. The wood creaked, the rack tilted, and behind it, a narrow passageway opened, leading to a hidden room. The secret room turned out to be a gloomy chamber with bare walls, and they were already expecting me. The third and final guard held the emaciated, handcuffed old man before him, gun pressed to his temple. Ignacio's gray hair was matted with sweat, and the state of his clothes left much to be desired: dirt, loose threads, a hole in the knee of his pants. "Not one step further," the guard shouted, desperately pressing the barrel into the old man's age-spotted skin. "Or the old man dies." I froze, focusing my magical gift on the stone wall behind him. The guard nervously licked his lips, sensing his temporary advantage. "I propose a deal," I said calmly, distracting his attention. "Let the old man go, and I'll let you go." "Shut up," the guard snapped. "On your knees, quickly." As he shouted, I directed a thin stream of energy toward the wall behind him. The stone responded, bending to my will. "You should have taken the deal," I said simply. A stone blade shot out of the wall, piercing the back of his head and stopping a millimeter from Ignacio's. The guard's body went limp, his pistol arm sagging at his side. Ignacio took a weak step forward and sank to the floor. "Father," I said, leaning over the old man. Ignacio opened his inflamed eyes, and recognition flashed in them. "Procker," he whispered through dry, cracked lips. "How? Where?" I found the keys to his handcuffs on the guard's person. I could have cut the steel bracelets, but I didn't want to harm the old man. "Hang in there," I said as I picked him up, feeling how light his body had become. "We're leaving," a loud voice came from above. "We tied him up, boy." Holding Ignacio in my arms, I went upstairs. On the floor of the main shop, a man in an expensive suit knelt, gazing in horror at the two hunters. A tall, thin figure with a neatly trimmed beard, he was a typical representative of the merchant elite. What are you doing in my shop?" the man stammered, his trembling hands held before him. "Artemy Stepanovich, I presume." I carefully lowered Ignacio onto a chair. "Yes, that's me," he said, nervously glancing from the bodies of the guards back to me. "What's going on here? Is this a robbery?" "No," I stepped toward him. "This is a rescue mission. This is the man you tortured on Countess Beloziorova's orders." "He wasn't tortured," the man tried to object. "At his age, sitting in a basement in handcuffs with pneumonia is torture." His face contorted. "I was only following orders," he said quickly. "It's not my fault that the Countess—" "Silence," I cut him off. "I'm not going to talk to you. The Countess's number." Ignacio coughed, drawing my attention. His condition was rapidly deteriorating. He needed urgent medical attention, but I knew they wouldn't let us leave. Someone had probably already called the police after hearing the gunshots. "Yes, of course." Dialing the number he gave me on my megaphone, I waited until the receiver on the other end was picked up and said, "I hope I woke you. It's Platonov. We need to talk." Chapter 18. There was a heavy pause on the other line. I heard Beloziorova suck in a sharp breath on the other end. Ignacio coughed again, and I put my hand on his shoulder, nodding to Fedot to get some water. "You," an icy female voice finally cut through the silence. "How dare you?" Every word burned like a stream of liquid nitrogen. There was not a shred of respect or politeness in her manner. Not a hint of the delicateness or diplomacy so often employed by the aristocracy in conversation. None. It was an icy shell she used to shield herself from me, keeping me at a distance. An impenetrable wall built from contempt, anger, and wounded pride. I could almost physically feel the chill emanating from her, penetrating even through the speaker of the megaphone. The way she emphasized the word dare made it clear that in her value system, I occupied a place somewhere between the dirt on the soles of her shoes and the annoying insect that dared to disturb her regal peace. "Let's skip the pointless questions, Countess," I said calmly, as if I were addressing a subordinate who had disobeyed orders. "You know perfectly well who I am and how I dare. Right now, my father sits before me, emaciated and ill, kidnapped on your orders. Don't you dare blame me," she hissed. "This is retribution for what you did to my daughter, and if you hadn't been holed up in your rural backwoods, I wouldn't have to resort to such methods." I shook my head, though the woman on the other line couldn't see it. Gavrila looked at me questioningly, but I gestured for him to continue guarding the bound store manager. "We're not talking about the past, Countess. We are talking about the present." I paused. "Your actions violate the laws of the principality. Hiring assassins, kidnapping, torture." I listed each count in a measured and methodical tone. "What impudence!" Her voice shook with rage. "You've dishonored my Polina. You've turned her into damaged goods." She practically spat out the last words. "No decent house will accept her as a bride now." "Your daughter is not merchandise," I retorted placidly, "and everything between us was consensual. Perhaps if you hadn't kept her in a golden cage, she wouldn't have embraced the first man who showed her the usual signs of attention." "You dare—" "I'm done with the past," I interrupted, preventing her from seizing the initiative. "Let's return to the present. Firstly, you have the blood of not only those convicts on your conscience, but also your nephews. Secondly, I know that Prince Obolensky has a particular interest in this situation, and it seems he has chosen not to side with you." This was not a bluff. Considering the prince was related to Beloziorova, he clearly had a stake in what happened, and the Countess had likely turned to him for help in this conflict. Obolensky's inaction spoke volumes. The prince had every right to detain me for questioning immediately upon my arrival, to throw me in prison, and to launch an investigation. However, none of this had happened. On the contrary, I was invited to a social event, and the prince himself commissioned a weapon of my making. If the ruler of Sergiev Posad had wanted to support Countess Beloziorova, he certainly wouldn't have missed such an opportunity. Therefore, in the confrontation between two noble families, he decided to remain neutral, or even to side with me, since he allowed me to move freely around the city. Police sirens sounded in the distance, and I beckoned Gavrila and Fedot to the back entrance. They shouldn't fall into the police's clutches with their reappropriated firearms. They nodded knowingly and slipped out of the hall. "What do you want?" she suddenly asked coldly. I smiled. Finally, a productive line of conversation. An immediate cessation of all hostile actions. I began listing my conditions. Significant compensation for damage to my father's health is an absolute must. And then we continue about our lives, completely oblivious to one another. "Are you out of your mind?" Her voice sounded almost surprised. "Demanding money from me after everything you've done? This is not a negotiation, Countess," I said, stating my position in an icy tone. "This is your last chance to avoid a public scandal that will destroy your reputation and standing in society. I think this is worth more to you than a few thousand rubles." The money was of little interest to me. It was just a nice bonus. The problem was that Beloziorova was holed up in Vladimir, where I was not permitted entry, meaning that dealing with her directly was currently impossible. The only options were to attack her wallet or her reputation. "I have connections in all the principalities." Her tone became threatening. "You think you've won, but your connections I interrupted her again, did little to protect your husband's nephews, and they seemed such a formidable force. But now they're dead, and I have exhaustive evidence. The testimony of your manager and the sergeant who drove me to Ugrumika, the megaphones of your deceased relatives, that was a bluff. I had no doubt that one of the brothers' recorders contained incriminating evidence, perhaps correspondence from the Countess herself, but I hadn't yet managed to crack the artifact. I heard her take a sharp breath. "So you killed them," she whispered. "They attacked me," I stated calmly. "I defended myself, just as I will continue to defend myself. Unlike them, you can avoid this fate. Simply agree to my terms." I heard someone pounding on the door behind me. Time was running out. "Does Obolensky know about your presence in my shop?" the Countess suddenly asked. Of course, I allowed myself to smile. There was a louder knock on the door, and I could hear the police shout outside. "You'll get nothing," the Countess finally spat. "And Ignacio will die, and you will go after him. You aren't long for this world, Platonov. Mark my words." "All right," I said calmly. "We'll do things the hard way." I hung up and turned towards the entrance of the store. "We'll see how well you dance now," the manager drawled sarcastically, "when you have to deal with the police." Ignacio coughed, his eyelids fluttering. "Prokher," he whispered painfully. The shop door swung open with a bang, and uniformed men rushed in. At the head walked a sturdy middle-aged man wearing captain's stripes. "Everyone freeze," he barked, and the soldiers took aim at us. "Drop your weapons," and he didn't have time to finish. From behind him appeared an elegantly dressed man whom I immediately recognized. "Stop, Captain," Trofimov said calmly, showing the documents. "This man is acting under the knowledge of Prince Obolensky." The guards froze in confusion, and I barely suppressed a smile. The call I made a couple of hours earlier had paid off. It seemed my intuition had been right, and now the Countess would have to deal with more than just me. "But we have a report of an armed attack," the captain objected. "This matter falls under the jurisdiction of the Prince's Chancery," Trofimov snapped, approaching me. "And Captain, please call the physicians. Mr. Platonov requires urgent assistance." He glanced at my father, then at the bound manager, and understanding flickered in his eyes. "Countess Beloziorova has overstepped her authority," he whispered quietly in my ear. "The prince expresses his regret for this. Tell the prince that I regard this conflict as a personal matter between me and the Countess," I replied just as quietly. "I have no intention of giving this incident a political tint." Trofimov nodded understandingly. Political games of state were still being played, even when it was a matter of life and death. "This manager can tell you most of what happened here, for example, about the dungeon in the basement." With a nod from the prince's representative, the indignant Artemy Stepanovich was taken away by the police. "And this is the megaphone of one of the people who tried to kill me," I said, holding out the artifact. "I'm sure you'll find a lot of interesting things in there. And here, I was wondering whose bodies were discovered near the sawmill an hour ago," the man clucked, accepting the item. "I'll take a look, and if it concerns you, I'll send you the information." "I'm grateful to you. The physicians are already on their way," the captain said, still perplexed by the turn of events. "Excellent," Trofimov turned to him. "Captain, I instruct you to personally escort Mr. Platonov and his father to the prince's hospital, if necessary." I looked at this strange man, Trofimov, and wondered how far his authority extended and what he knew about me. But those were questions for later. Right now, the most important thing was saving Ignacio. Lydia Beloziorova sat in her bedroom, nervously glancing at the megaphone lying on her bedside table. The clock showed well past midnight. Georgie and Vlad should have called 2 hours ago. The carefully crafted plan, worked out down to the last detail, was now inexplicably going awry. "Damn them," she muttered, checking the missed call log once again. The Countess stood and walked to the window, pulling back the heavy curtain. The city was asleep. Somewhere out there, Platonov should already be dead. Finally, she could tell Polina that the family's honor had been restored. This cocky young upstart who had seduced her daughter, causing her so much stress and headache. First, he'd ruined all plans for Polina's marriage to the Lebedev's youngest son, then miraculously escaped the gallows, and now he was apparently climbing the social ladder using his cunning. That's why she had decided to take extreme measures. No amount of money was worth such shame. Kidnapping his father was a risky move, but when the superintendent of the jail had reported that Platonov had arrived in Sergiev Posad, she realized this was her chance to end the problem once and for all. The megaphone rang, making her jump. Finally, but it was from an unknown number. "I hope I woke you. It's Platonov. We need to talk." She felt as if someone had poured a bucket of ice water on her, a voice she never expected to hear again. Her nephews, what had happened to them? The entire subsequent conversation passed in a blur. This scum spoke to her as if he had the right to tell her, Beloziorova, nay Obolensky, what to do. All right. We'll do things the hard way. Something in his voice, the absolute certainty, made her shudder. What if the call ended? Lydia threw the megaphone onto her bed. She needed to act quickly, talk to her husband, and maybe even the patriarch of the Vorontsov family. The boys might have been considered the black sheep of the family due to their criminal activities, but their father would surely want to respond in some way. She spent more than half an hour in deep thought, trying to work out the correct course of action. The phone rang again. This time, the number belonged to her cousin. "Lydia," a cold voice said as soon as she put the phone to her ear. "Matvey," she straightened up, though he couldn't see it. "I was just about to..." "Quiet," he cut her off. "I just spoke to my people." "What have you done, Lydia?" "Kidnapping, hired assassins. In my city, that asshole Platonov is under my protection," the prince said conclusively. "And do you know why? Because, unlike you, he was smart enough not to use my city as a battlefield for his personal vendetta, not to mention his rather curious talents. He dishonored Polina," she screamed. "And you have decided to dishonor our family name with your actions," Obolensky barked back. "On top of that, the superintendent of the debtors' prison has already admitted to accepting a bribe from you. 30 rubles, Lydia. Is that how much you value your reputation? That's it, cousin. Your little games are over. Your shop closes tomorrow. And pray that old man Platonov survives, otherwise no family connection will save you from a public scandal." The countess turned pale as she felt the ground slip out from under her feet. But what do I do about Polina? Her reputation? You'd better start thinking about your own reputation," the prince answered coldly. "And about how to pay Platonov the compensation he demands. And he will demand it, I assure you. In blood or in gold you will pay." The other line clicked, leaving the countess alone as her world crumbled around her. The prince's hospital turned out to be a modern 3-story building with wide windows and spotlessly clean corridors. Father was immediately placed in a private room, and the physician, a tall, gray-haired man with a jauntily curled, waxed mustache, immediately walked in. At his direction, the nurses removed Ignatio's dirty clothes and washed him. "Severe exhaustion, dehydration," the healer said, moving his hands over my father's body. "Pneumonia, hypothermia, a cracked rib." I tallied each word as a new score with the countess, but I maintained my composure. The physician extracted several greenish-tinted essence crystals from a leather satchel and placed them on Ignatio's chest and forehead. He then began to chant the spell silently, though his lips moved and his hands traced intricate patterns. The crystals slowly faded, transmitting energy to the patient. My father's skin gradually took on a healthier hue, and his breathing evened out. "Your father must remain here for at least a day," he said, completing the ritual. "The threat of him dying has already passed, but we must ensure that he makes a full recovery." I nodded graciously. "Security will be provided," Trofimov added, pointing to 2 tall soldiers standing frozen at the entrance to the room. No one will disturb your father without your knowledge. Convey my gratitude once again to the prince. I will remember this kindness. Certainly. I returned to the hotel close to dawn and was surprised to find the hunters hunched over something large laid out on the table. They were so engrossed that they didn't even notice me come in. "What is that you have?" I asked as I took off my coat. Fedot and Gavrila both jumped, like boys caught stealing apples. Between them on the table lay a huge skein of rich blue fabric with silver embroidery, clearly expensively crafted. Next to the skein sat an elegant carved wood box decorated with mother-of-pearl. "Voivode," Fedot cleared his throat, assuming a deliberately unperturbed expression. "So we sort of collected the compensation." "Compensation?" I slowly approached the table, examining the fabric. It felt like pure silk, clearly imported. It must cost at least 50 rubles a skein. "Well, yes," Gavrila said, sticking his chin out stubbornly. "They tortured your father, so they had to be punished. And you decided," I ran my fingers over the fabric, "that the best punishment was to clean out their shop." "We didn't clean it out," Fedot said indignantly. "We only took a tiny bit, for moral damages and mental suffering. That hardly covers even half of what they did to your father." I opened the box Gavrila had brought. Inside was a small pile of money, 63 rubles in silver and gold. Perhaps it was the store's daily cash register. "I took it from the office," Gavrila explained proudly. There were also some accounting ledgers there, but I was afraid I wouldn't be able to sneak them in unnoticed. "That's where the dirt on their whole family is," Fedot declared confidently, as if he were a great accounting expert. "We should have taken it." I shook my head, torn between laughing and hanging my head in my hands. "What if you had been caught with this?" I asked, trying to inject some sternness into my voice. "What then?" "But they didn't catch us," Fedot said, spreading his hands. "We left through the back door and then through the alleys, the back alleys. We're not fools, Voivode. We used all the commotion as cover." "What's wrong with that?" Gavrila looked genuinely confused. "That's always what we do in the village. If you offend someone, expect a response. This countess offended you, so we're within our rights." Fedot also wanted to grab the silver candlestick, but I didn't let him. It was too conspicuous. "Thanks for that." I couldn't help but grin, imagining the picture, my hunters sneaking through the dark streets with a bulky candlestick. Fedot noticed my good mood and broke into a smile. "So, does that mean we did the right thing?" "It was wrong," I said, trying to keep a straight face. "But it's too late to return it now. We'll have to confiscate it." That's it," Gavrila said gleefully. "Confiscate it. I told you the voivode would understand. And in the future," I looked at them sternly, "don't touch anything unless I give the order. We're not bandits." "Of course, voivode," they both nodded in unison, but there was a cunning glint in their eyes. "By the way," added Fedot, squinting slyly, "there was also a box with some gilded things that I confiscated." He pulled a small, flat case from under the bed. Inside was a set of cutlery, 8 gilded silver spoons, decorated with engravings. With a heavy sigh, I looked at the simple-minded but roguish faces of the village men, for whom such compensation was a completely natural thing, and unable to contain myself, I burst out laughing. In the morning, having confirmed that my father was on the mend, I went with the hunters to the relic. As soon as I entered the spacious hall, events took a completely unexpected turn. A young clerk, seeing me, jumped up in alarm. "Mr. Platonov, what an honor! The boss is waiting for you. Please, please come this way." Inside the office, everything was hustling and bustling, unlike before. We were led into an office where a portly, middle-aged man with a receding hairline and darting eyes sat at a desk. Upon seeing us, he jumped up from his desk, nearly knocking over his inkwell. "Boyar Platonov," he exclaimed, bowing as low as if I were at least a prince. "Andrei Pavlovich Sizov, new head of the Relic Bureau. It is a great honor for us to receive you." My eyebrows shot up in surprise. Where is the previous boss, Mr. Muckin? I asked, recalling my last visit. Sizov froze, as if trying to figure out whether I really didn't know or was just testing him. Akaki Akakevich, that is, the chief of the department lowered his voice. In prison, sir, for bribes, sir. A terrible thing, boyar, terrible. They caught him red-handed, yes. They say the prince learned that he was in cahoots with the merchant Bolshilapov. I see. Let's get back to business. I nodded to Fedot, who began laying out our goods on the table. We've brought essence crystals and relics to be appraised. Sizov's eyes lit up at the sight of the neatly arranged crystals, 38 tiny ones, 6 small ones, and 2 medium ones. Several stones with a distinctive bluish hue stood out among them, and 2 had a green tint. Excellent, excellent, he leaned over the table. Especially these tinted ones. You know the gradation, right? Refresh my memory, I said, testing his honesty with information I already knew. Of course, Sizov nodded. White crystals are basic. They contain pure energy. They cost the standard price. Tiny ones are a ruble, small ones are 5, medium ones are 15. He pointed to the bluish crystals, but these, which have an elemental affinity, are worth 50% more. They're ideal for elemental spells, in this case, metal and water. But the real treasure, he whispered, gesturing at the greenish ones, are the healing crystals, twice as expensive as the basic ones. They're used in healing artifacts and in complex healing rituals. What about red ones? I asked, remembering the ruby-hued crystal I'd found in the village elder's house. Oh, of course, Sizov affirmed eagerly. The red ones, for example, for combat artifacts, are 3 times more expensive than the basic ones, and the black ones, he lowered his voice. We don't even officially appraise the black ones. They're bought up by the secret services. I nodded knowingly, satisfied with his sincerity. Then they moved on to the relics. 4 bushes of raven flax with dark fibrous stems, 6 bunches of shimmering twilight moss, a bundle of vitaweed roots with their characteristic red veins, and a trunk of ironweed, all neatly packed and labeled. Raven flax is 3 rubles a bush, Sizov began. Twilight moss is 1.5 rubles, vitaweed is 12 rubles a bunch, and ironwood is 22 rubles a trunk. It seemed that the new head of the Relic Bureau had decided not to take any risks and offer an honest assessment. That's 176 rubles in total, I calculated. Absolutely correct, Sizov beamed. Would you like cash or check? I chose cash, it was safer. While the paperwork was being processed, I reflected on how successful this trip had gone, despite all the dangers. Returning to the hotel, I visited my father, who had noticeably improved, and then went to prepare for the Butelins' dinner party. The Count's invitation had arrived before everything else had occurred, and now that the situation had stabilized, I could afford to visit. The megaphone began to ring loudly as the carriage was turning toward the Butelin estate. I didn't even need to look at the screen to know who was calling at such an inopportune moment. Only one person could pick such a perfect time. Prokhor, I've studied the Chimera's records, and there's something here. Vasilissa's voice was alight with excitement. Chapter 19, I gestured to the coachman to stop and take a stroll, giving me the opportunity to speak openly. He nodded understandingly and walked away, lighting a cigarette. Vasilissa, not so fast, I said, trying to calm her fervor. Start from the beginning, in order. A rustling sound came through the speaker. It sounded as if she was shuffling through papers. These notes, she started. Several pages are ruined, damaged, some are hard to make out, because the mad author's thoughts jump around the page like fleas, but I've picked out the facts. She sighed deeply. For one, I determined the identity of the Chimera. It was Arkady Verlin, a former third-stage journeyman from the Murom Academy. I frowned, trying to place the name. No, nothing familiar. Apparently, the late Platonov had never crossed paths with him, which was no surprise. Go on, I encouraged her. He was conducting various studies. Her voice was thick with disgust. A year ago, he was accused of stealing rare specimens and conducting unethical experiments. They weren't described in detail. In any case, the incident was quickly hushed up, and a little too quickly. He had an influential patron whose name is never directly mentioned. I wonder what interest this man could have been pursuing. I thoughtfully ran my finger across my chin. Verlin was formally acquitted, but the doors to the academy were closed to him, she continued. The diaries are filled with pages of disappointment, bitter cries of injustice, the typical whining of a narcissistic loser. What about his research? I asked, knowing that this was where the most compelling news must lie. It was unlikely that just whining would have gotten the girl so worked up. There was a tense pause on the other line. Well, here, Vasilis's voice trembled. I read this and felt physically ill. Procher, he developed a method for extracting essence from living soulless. As if they were alive to begin with. However, I understood perfectly well what she meant. The point is, she continued, and I could hear her voice trembling, that post-mortem crystal extraction yields only a small portion of the potential energy. When they're alive, the energy circulates, amplifies, and so he decided to absorb all the energy at once. I finished her thought. Yes, but it required a special ritual. Vasilisa paused. He called it symbiotic extraction. Verlin discovered he could use living people as conduits for the soulless energy. I gritted my teeth, already knowing where this was heading. The method requires creating an energetic bridge between a person and the soulless, she continued in a wavering voice. The younger the person, the better the conductivity. Teenagers and children work best. I felt a cold rage build inside me. The person is placed in a special contraption with the soulless, Vasilisa said, her voice growing quieter. Then a complex system of runes is applied to both of them, using a mixture of crushed essence crystals and the blood of the living subject. When the ritual is activated, the person's life force literally draws energy from the soulless. And what happens to the human? I asked, although I already knew the answer. They die, Vasilisa whispered, slowly, painfully, and sometimes they turn into a vegetable. And the energy output? I asked wearily. 8 to 10 times more than with normal extraction, Vasilisa replied. But the crystals have a distinctive black hue and are unstable. They often explode when used and sometimes distort spells. I sighed loudly. Such knowledge should never have been uncovered. Is there anything else? Yes, and then there's, perhaps the most surprising thing. Vasilisa's voice took on a new tone. You see, Verlin wasn't just obsessed with science, he was in love. Hopelessly and unrequitedly. I raised an eyebrow at this unexpected turn of events. His diary is full of nasty poems, Vasilisa snickered. I won't even read them, I'm too embarrassed. But he constantly refers to someone called Katerina or Katia. He even drew a real portrait of her in pencil. And I know her, Procher. What? I straightened up. It's Ekaterina Terekhov, Vasilisa said with confidence. She studied with me at the Smolensk Academy, a year ahead of me. When I saw the portrait, I recognized her immediately. Those almond-shaped eyes, the slightly upturned nose. Terekhov. I tried to remember if I had heard this name before. Yes, of the very same Terekhovs, Vasilisa confirmed. Her father, Prince Rostislav Terekhov, has ruled Murom for 20 years now. Wait, I said, trying to wrap my head around this information. Are you saying that Verlin's patron was the Prince of Murom himself? Most likely, Vasilisa agreed. In one of the entries, Verlin mentions RT. That's too much of a coincidence. I leaned back in my seat, thinking, Murom, the birthplace of Platonov's mother. The Demidov's shop was also there, where I needed to buy equipment for the mine. It seemed I knew the destination of my next journey. And who is this Katerina? I asked. What is her relationship to Verlin? None at all, Vasilisa snorted. As far as I remember, she didn't even notice the likes of him. Katerina was always haughty, even by aristocratic standards. Suitors from the best families were always circling around her. Sounds like a classic story of unrequited love, I couldn't help but add sarcastically. Don't laugh. Vasilisa suddenly became serious. I think that's what ended up breaking him. After the scandal at the academy, he lost everything: his position, his reputation, his prospects, and the chance to ever be with Katerina. Unrequited love turned into obsession, and when he became a chimera, it turned into madness. I finished for her. Precisely, the woman confirmed. In his latest entries, he constantly refers to Katerina as if she were right there with him. He asks her opinion on his experiments, seeks her approval. It's creepy. That was what that girl in the cage was talking about. I'd met warriors whose minds were shattered by the pressure of war, grief, or loss. Some of them even spoke with ghosts. From the information I received, a picture began to form in my head that I didn't like at all. Vasilisa, I said slowly, what you've discovered could have extremely serious political consequences. If Verlin really was connected to the Prince of Murom's family, I understand, she replied quietly. That's why I've kept these notes under lock and key and only told you. I appreciated her caution. Too many powerful people might want this story never to see the light of day. And don't forget that the world is full of dishonest and vicious people. For you and me, that ritual is sheer abomination, but for others, it might prove a perfectly rational way to increase their essence supply. Oh my God, do you really think anyone would use it? How naive she is. Believe me, they absolutely would. I believe it, she answered simply. I wonder if Prince Veratine knows what's been going on in his domain, I mused. And what role did Terikov play in all of this? Did the Chimera manage to inform him of her discovery? Or not, I don't know, Vasilisa answered with a sigh, but it seems we've inadvertently found ourselves involved in something much more serious than just a hunt for a mad magician. Agreed, I said, gripping the recorder tighter. Thank you for the information, Vasilisa. You've done a great job. We'll discuss what to do next when we get back. In the meantime, hide these notes well and don't tell anyone about them. Of course, she replied. Be careful. Always, I chuckled and ended the call. Soon the carriage was moving again, and I was lost in thought. So Arkady Verlin, a former third-stage journeyman, obsessed by his unrequited love and a thirst for recognition. Expelled from the academic community, he found refuge in the wilderness, where his research crossed all boundaries of ethics and common sense. And then an accident occurred, and he became a victim of his own experiments. The fruits of his labors must not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands, otherwise they may do irreparable harm. The lights of the Butelin estate were already visible ahead, and I tried to push aside my gloomy thoughts. A social event awaited me today, not a monster hunt. Although, given the morals of the local aristocracy, there wasn't much of a difference. When the carriage stopped at the front entrance of the Butelin mansion, I immediately noticed a slender female figure frozen on the threshold of the house. Elizabeth, dressed in a cream dress peeking out from under her fur coat, was already waiting for me. Her hair was styled in an intricate updo, and a diamond necklace sparkled around her neck. Prokhor Ignatievich, she smiled warmly, extending her hand to me to kiss. I'm so glad you accepted our invitation. I gallantly touched my lips to her thin, gloved fingers. How could I refuse such a flattering offer, Elizabeth Nikolaevna? I replied with a slight smile. Your father said you were quite persistent in your desires. The girl turned slightly pink, and it would be a crime not to see your beautiful eyes again. Her cheeks turned the color of a tomato, but she soon pulled herself together. Well, I hope this evening doesn't disappoint you, she cooed, placing her hand on my elbow. Let me show you to the living room. As we walked through the suite of luxurious halls, I caught the servants' curious glances. My visit seemed to be the main topic of gossip in the house for the past few days. Elizabeth, seemingly oblivious to the attention, chattered casually. How's your village doing, Prokhor Ignatievich? Ugrumika, I believe. I hope the locals have already realized their good fortune to have such a worthy ruler. I chuckled, remembering the villagers' first reaction to my appointment and all the subsequent events. Oh, you could say we've reached some kind of mutual understanding. Life there is slowly improving. We're opening new industries, strengthening our defenses. The school has even opened again. A school in such a remote place? The girl asked, genuinely surprised. Enlightenment must reach every corner of our land, I said admonishingly. Otherwise, we will continue to live in the Middle Ages. She laughed, covering her mouth with her hand. My God, Proctor, you sound just like my dad. He's always talking about the aristocracy's duty to the people. And he's right, I replied calmly. All right, no time to lecture the nobility on their social responsibilities, especially before dinner. Meanwhile, we reached the living room where the other guests had already gathered. Count and Countess Butelin greeted me with restrained smiles. Next to them stood a young man of about 18, in whom the family resemblance was easily discernible. Proctor Ignatievich, allow me to introduce my son Ilya, the Count said solemnly. He just returned from the Vladimir Magic Academy for the holidays. He passed his exams with flying colors, as was expected of a Butelin. There was undisguised pride in the father's voice. Ilya nodded slightly sheepishly. I'm very pleased to meet you, I said, shaking his hand, and congratulations on your academic success. The Vladimir Academy is renowned for its demanding standards. Thank you, he replied. I've heard of your accomplishments, Proctor Ignatievich. I've even seen some of them, he said, hinting at the duel. I must admit, they're impressive. His face and voice were full of a youthful frankness. It seemed that, unlike his sister, the young count had not yet fully mastered the art of social deception. Then I was introduced to the other guests, longtime friends of the family. The tall man with a military bearing turned out to be Count Konstantin Olgerdovich of the Gorchakov family. The plump gentleman with a puffy face was Boyar Vasily Yeletsky. The comely middle-aged woman was Boyarinya Ekaterina Belutov. Remarkably, they all belonged to the upper crust of the aristocracy and carried a fair amount of weight in society. After greeting each other and bowing, the servants invited us to the table. I found myself sitting across from Ilya, who was eyeing me with interest, as if he wanted to ask me something but couldn't bring himself to say it. The first courses passed with light, polite conversation. The guests discussed the latest news, gossip, the weather, all the usual. I remained silent, absorbed in the exquisite dishes. Suddenly, Boyar Yeletsky turned to me. Tell me, my dear Proctor Ignatievich, what's it like to go from being a boyar in the capital to being the voivode of a godforsaken village? Admit it, is it hard to drink kvass with the peasants after court receptions? There was a distinct hint of mockery in his tone, though his outward appearance was of utmost politeness. The Count gave his friend a warning glance, but remained silent, apparently wanting to gauge my reaction. I calmly wiped my lips with a napkin and turned a glance full of polite interest to the boyar. Honestly, it's not that hard, I said with a slight smile. Especially when you learn that some of the peasants are far more selfless than many members of the nobility. At these words, Gorchakov almost choked on his hors d'oeuvre, and Butelin's son eyed me with interest. Besides, I was sent there with the noblest order to bring this backwards back to life and transform it into a prosperous region. Call me a romantic, but I believe every village has potential. It just takes a little effort in the right places, and I think I've found them. The guests perked up and looked at me curiously. My answer seemed to puzzle the boyar. He clearly expected me to complain about my fate or downplay my new status in whatever way I could. But it never occurred to me to be ashamed of my appointment. Well, what an interesting position, Lady Belutov drawled. And how are you getting on in this field? Please share, Proctor Ignatievich. It was clear from Yeletsky's face that he would have been glad to change the subject, but I was not going to give him that opportunity. Thank you for your interest, my lady, I said, giving her my most charming smile. I must admit, it requires a certain amount of persistence and even firmness. The locals were a bit skeptical at first, but I managed to convince them of my serious intentions. After a few educational demonstrations, of course. Educational demonstrations? Gorchakov raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. I shrugged. I'm not sure you'll be all that interested in this topic. It turned out that the local village elder, in collusion with a visiting merchant, had been fleecing the villagers for years, and when they tried to kill me on the road, I had to execute them both. After that, even the most conservative minds realized that sometimes inevitable change must be accepted. A ringing silence fell. All eyes turned to me, some in amazement, some in shock. Only Ilya looked on with undisguised approval, clearly pleased by this confirmation of my resolve. Feeling I'd gained the upper hand in this verbal duel, I casually sipped my wine as if nothing had happened and continued to recount my accomplishments in Ugrumika, from strengthening the defenses to plans to open a hospital. By the end of my speech, Yeletsky was scowling, Ilya was beaming, the noblewoman hid her smile behind her fan, and Gorchakov nodded approvingly. Only the Count and Countess maintained impassive expressions, but I saw sparks of amusement in their eyes. After dinner, Count Butelin invited the men to the smoking room for a game of billiards. I accepted a glass of excellent cognac, but refrained from a cigar. I wasn't in the habit of smoking. Yeletsky turned on the magavision hanging in the corner of the room so we could listen to the evening news. The host spoke cheerfully about upcoming cultural events, new fashion trends, and high society gossip. The men listened with half an ear, chatting quietly and exchanging impressions of the dinner. Suddenly, the presenter's tone of voice changed, becoming more serious and alarmed. And now to the crime report. This morning, new details emerged about a series of murders that swept the city last night. As you may recall, earlier it was reported that Boyar Ignatius Platonov had filed a complaint against Countess Beloziorova. However, the audacious plot was uncovered, and the suspects were detained. Everyone present turned their surprised faces toward me. According to our information, the detective department is currently trying to determine the extent to which Countess Beloziorova herself was involved in this dirty business, and whether the perpetrators acted on her direct orders. In any case, the reputation of the distinguished family has suffered a serious blow. Time will tell what drove them to take such radical measures, unbecoming of true aristocrats. We will keep you updated on developments. An awkward silence fell over the room. The guests exchanged meaningful glances, and some shook their heads disapprovingly. I calmly took a sip of cognac, only keeping one eye on the reactions of those present. Of course, for the Butelins, as for the entire aristocracy, any scandal of this kind was akin to an earthquake. Society did not forgive mistakes and did not forget blunders. "What a disgrace," muttered Count Gorchakov. "Prokhor Ignatievich, do you believe the Countess was involved in this outrageous crime?" Everyone's eyes turned to me. I looked serenely back at them, holding their gaze one by one, and spoke, choosing my words carefully. "Until the investigation is complete, I will refrain from making any judgments. Moreover, it is not for me to determine the Countess's degree of guilt. The Prince's court will sort this out. However, I will not allow anyone to harm my father. And those who tried to harm him have already received their just punishment." For a moment, a ringing silence hung in the billiard room. Ilya Butelin was the first to break it. "You absolutely did the right thing, Prokhor Ignatievich. Family is sacred, and any violation of it must be severely punished." The other guests nodded in agreement, eager to express their outrage at Beloziorova's actions and their solidarity with me. Count Butelin signaled to the servant serving drinks, who bowed and turned off the magavision. The conversation shifted directions. Soon Ilya and I found ourselves facing each other at the billiard table. As he made the break shot, he suddenly asked, "Tell me, Prokhor Ignatievich, did you really manage to change things in your village? Or were you simply unwilling to lose face in front of my dad and his friends?" I grinned and took my shot, sending 2 balls into the pocket at once. I won't lie, there have been some successes, but there's still a lot of work ahead. It's a long and difficult process, Ilya Nikolaevich. The main thing is to never give up and always believe in the success of your business. Then others will believe in it too. The young man nodded thoughtfully, considering my words, and also leaned over the table. During the game, we struck up a conversation, discovering many common interests, from hunting to magical theories. It turned out that the young man possessed an inquisitive mind and was keenly interested in everything beyond the academy's curriculum. I eagerly shared my life experiences with him, and he asked me about everything, from life in Ugrumika to the details of my duel with Osakin. By the end of the evening, we felt like, if not bosom friends, then good buddies who spoke informally with one another. Having finished the game, I waited for the other guests to leave the room and handed the counter case containing the dagger I'd promised him. He appraised the item very favorably, and we returned to the living room. Elizabeth immediately flew to my side, her eyes shining. "Prokhor Ignatievich, would you like to continue our evening in a less formal setting? Ilya and I were planning to hit a lovely nightclub nearby. It's the trendiest place in town, and you simply must join us." I was a little taken aback by such an unexpected proposal. Social gatherings were one thing, but noisy entertainment venues, wasn't that a bit too presumptuous for a respectable young lady? Seeing my confusion, Ilya laughed and patted me on the shoulder. "Don't be such a prude, Prokhor. Enough of this ceremony. Come with us, I swear, you won't regret it. Lisa won't lead you astray." While I was searching for the words to refuse diplomatically, Elizabeth had already flown up to her parents, chattering about her decision. The Count sighed but nodded. "Well, children should have fun, but I'd be very grateful, Prokhor Ignatievich, if you'd keep an eye on my progeny. I know these clubs and their crowds." He gave me a pointed look, and I realized that there was no way out. "I would be honored, Nikolai Konstantinovich." I bowed my head ceremoniously, mentally saying goodbye to my hopes for a calm end to the evening. Elizabeth beamed and was already pulling me toward the exit, chattering about DJs, trendy dancers, and the club's elite crowd. Ilya winked at me and followed us. Well, this evening promised to be rich in surprises. Chapter 20. I waited for Elizabeth in the spacious hallway of the Butelin mansion, gazing at the heavy paintings in gilded frames. Mostly battle scenes and portraits of stern ancestors looking on with silent disapproval. Ilya, who had already changed into more modern attire, jeans, and a smart shirt with rolled-up sleeves, looked impatiently at the wide marble staircase. "Lisa's always like this," he sighed, noticing my gaze. "First she insists on going, and then she makes everyone wait." Before he could finish speaking, hurried footsteps were heard above, and Elizabeth appeared. She was wearing the same fur coat, but underneath, a blue, off-the-shoulder dress that matched her eyes was visible. The outfit was noticeably bolder than the one she'd worn to greet her guests. "Well," she twirled around in front of me, briefly dropping her fur coat into the arms of a footman who had just arrived. "Prokhor, what do you say?" "You look captivating," I replied politely, although internally I merely shrugged. Despite how nice she was on the eyes, her spontaneity, bordering on immaturity, was even more striking. It manifested in the way she constantly demanded attention and in her manner of speech, which was full of enthusiastic exclamations. How old was she? 17, 18. For someone her age, this was normal, but for me, who had lived a long life, been widowed in a previous world, had children, survived wars, and crowned myself emperor, it was difficult to imagine even the remotest semblance of a romantic relationship with her. Someone like me required a completely different kind of woman, a mature individual with character and her own viewpoints. Ilya quickly threw on his coat and winked at me. Don't just stand there, proc her. The carriage is here. The carriage turned out to be a luxurious car with wood-paneled doors and chrome headlights, so massive it could easily accommodate 6 people. A uniformed driver and a grim-faced bodyguard in a formal suit sat in the front. We settled into the back seat, Ilya, me, and Elizabeth, who, judging by her sparkling eyes, was enjoying every minute of the adventure to come. The engine rumbled, and the enormous vehicle pulled away smoothly. By local standards, a personal car was the height of luxury, affordable only to a select few. The Butelin's status as one of the city's wealthiest families was evident. Proctor, tell us, Elizabeth leaned forward, is it true that you dealt with that terrible Countess Beloziorova's men yourself? The news says she tried to kidnap your father. I frowned. The details of yesterday's events were clearly not intended for younger ears. Overall, yes, I said reservedly. The Countess and I had a disagreement. She went too far and I had to intervene. So how many were there? Elizabeth said, not letting up. On the Magavision, they said there was a whole gang of mercs, 2 third-stage journeymen and several accompanying persons. I shrugged, seeing no point in hiding the well-known facts. Ilya whistled. And you took them out, 2 journeymen, by yourself, thanks to some training advantages, I answered indifferently. Plus, I had a few helpers from my village. Amazing, he said, shaking his head. After the duel with Osakin, I thought they were exaggerating about your abilities, but it seems that was just the tip of the iceberg. I hope your father is all right, Elizabeth asked politely. Yes, thank you. The prince's physician provided him with all the necessary medical care, and he's on the mend. The important thing is that I wasn't too late. Oh, we are almost there. Elizabeth clapped her hands, looking out the window. There it is, the Silver Crescent. Just so you know, it's the trendiest club in town. Only the cream of society, no shady types. Sometimes the shady types and the cream of society are one and the same. The car stopped in front of a 3-story modernist building with stained glass windows. Above the entrance, a crescent-shaped sign shimmered with light stones. The doorman respectfully opened the car door, and we stepped out. At Lisa's request, the driver and bodyguard remained in the car, as soon as they had extracted a promise from her that she would call at the slightest sign of trouble. Inside, the club was impressive. Mirrored walls, frosted light fixtures, a silver-trimmed bar, and a dance floor with shimmering, multicolored tiles. Velvet sofas were arranged in a semicircle, creating cozy alcoves for conversation. The air was thick with the scent of expensive perfume and tobacco. My ears were immediately bombarded by an avalanche of sound, the rhythmic bump of the bass, interspersed with strange electronic trills and some kind of cantillation in a foreign language. The booming vibrations echoed in my chest, like the beating of drums before a battle. What are these sounds? I asked, listening in astonishment. My companion smiled. It's Brazilian funk from the Green Empire. It's the latest trend in all the capital's clubs. It combines traditional rhythms with modern beats, all processed through special crystal resonators. Like it, I listened carefully to the pulsing rhythm. At first it had sounded foreign, but it suddenly awakened something long forgotten, like skalds singing before battle, like the choral songs of the rowers on my fleet's longships as we charged toward the enemy. The same captivating power, the same rhythm calling to action. The blood began to flow faster through my veins. You know there's something to this, I nodded, a half-smile forming on my face. This kind of music keeps you awake and invigorates you better than coffee ever could. You won't hear anything like it in my village. You see, Elizabeth beamed, I told Ilya you'd appreciate it. Everyone who's anyone in the younger crowd comes here, she explained proudly a moment later, leading us to one of the alcoves. Children of officials, heirs to merchant families, younger offspring of aristocratic families. We'd barely even taken our seats when the Butelins' acquaintances flocked to the table, 3 young women and 4 young men, dressed in Moscow's latest fashion. After a brief introduction, the conversation flowed freely. One of the young men, Kirill, the son of the local ICB branch manager, looked at me with poorly concealed arrogance. "So you are that voivode from, what was it called? Uglumika? Ugrumika," I corrected him evenly. "And yes, I am he, and don't worry, mispronouncing the names of villages is normal. Especially for those who have never been beyond the city limits and only know the countryside from stories told by servants." An awkward silence fell around the table, interrupted by Ilya's nervous laughter. "You certainly don't mince your words, Prokhor." I just smiled, and Kirill pursed his lips and didn't butt in with any more commentary. The evening continued peacefully enough until I went to the bar to get drinks for my companions. There, I came face to face with the last people I expected to see, Lev Osakin and Fyodor Uvarov, accompanied by 3 friends. "What chance?" Uvarov said coldly as he gave me the once-over. "Mr. Platonov himself, in the flesh. Have you decided to revamp your image and part with the uncultured hick bit? Being a member of high society is much more comfortable, isn't it?" "Ah, Mr. Uvarov," I smiled, maintaining my composure. "I hope you're having a good time. Tell me, do you also need a wingman to talk to pretty girls?" I nodded slightly toward Osakin. "Or are you able to hold your own?" One of his groupies scoffed, trying to stifle laughter. Fyodor gritted his teeth, and Lev, visibly drunk, grimaced. "You know, our duel still haunts me, Platonov. It was just sheer luck. Next time your trick won't work." "How strange that you remember it that way," I smiled, studying his mouth. "By the way, give my compliments to your dentist. The work is worth every penny, almost unnoticeable, unless you know where to look." His face purpled with rage. "You," he began, but at that moment Elizabeth walked up. "Prokhor, we've been waiting," she exclaimed cheerfully, but noticing the company, she stopped short. "Oh, good evening, gentlemen." "Ah, Madame Butelin," Osakin said dismissively. "Now I understand how that country bumpkin got here. You'd better choose your company more carefully, otherwise you'll get a bad rep. After all, if you prefer the company of backwater riffraff, well, that means you're no better." Elizabeth's eyes filled with tears, and at that moment Ilya ran up to us. "What's going on here?" He stood between his sister and Osakin. "No one's talking to you, squirt." One of Uvarov's friends, who was emanating pungent, intoxicating fumes, roughly pushed the young man away. I looked around. The Butelins' friends, who had just recently been enjoying themselves at the table with us, were studiously averting their eyes, pretending not to notice the conflict. No one was rushing to help. How familiar. Human nature remains the same in any world. Many will be there for us in moments of joy, but few will stand shoulder to shoulder when the going gets tough. "Listen, Osakin," I stepped forward. "You have one last chance to apologize to Elizabeth Nikolaevna. Otherwise, this time you won't get away with just a broken nose and knocked-out teeth." Uvarov chuckled. "Be careful, Platonov. There are only 3 of you and 5 of us, and among us are 2 journeymen. Think before you threaten." "Funny," I laughed. "That didn't help the 2 journeymen I encountered yesterday." A tense silence fell over the room. Only the DJ continued to fill the hall with vibrating bass. Carefully removing my jacket, I turned to Ilya, who was already burning with righteous anger. "What do you think, Ilya? Should we teach this gang of miscreants some manners?" My shirt sleeves were rolled up in seconds. Ilya bared his teeth and clenched his fists. With immense pleasure. A good fistfight was a favorite pastime of my compatriots, from commoners to aristocrats. At that moment, the DJ changed the song. The speakers exploded with an electronic beat, overlaid with absurdly contrasting lyrics. The absurdity of this musical accompaniment only added to the surrealism of the proceedings. A wreath of wild flowers, a blossom in morning dew, a sugary sip of birch sap, a nightingale's coo, to hear the will of silence, on path through forest deep, to chat to heart's content with trees about the love we keep, forenoting the fist aimed at my face. I dodged it and stepped forward with a sharp movement. As I did, I landed a punch to the jaw of the closest of Osakin's friends, a short guy with a thin moustache. Ilya followed suit, elbowing another in the solar plexus. We found ourselves in the center of the circle, back to back, facing 5 opponents. "Stay close," I threw over my shoulder, dodging Uvarov's clumsy swing. Our fight momentarily drew the attention of the other patrons. Some retreated to the walls in panic, while others moved closer, anticipating the spectacle. Girls screamed, and men shouted encouragement. The mustachioed man who had taken the first blow proved tougher than he looked. He recovered quickly and now tried to approach from the side while I was busy with Uvarov. His fist whistled past my ear, I dodged it, and responded with a crisp punch to his torso that hit his liver. The guy doubled over, wheezing in pain, but he didn't fall, straightening up again and going on the attack. Ilya handled himself well for a university student. His style betrayed his classic boxing training, his stance was closed, his punches were precise, if somewhat academic. Osakin and his second friend were pressing Butelin, but for now he was holding his own. "You're dead, Platonov," Uvarov hissed, trying to reach me with a series of short jabs. I easily blocked them and responded with an accurate hook to the jaw. Uvarov's head snapped to the side, but he remained on his feet. The 5th member of their group, a tall and silent type, attacked me from the other side. This guy was more serious than the others. His movements were precise, his strikes well placed. Military experience or serious martial arts training. "I underestimated you," I remarked with interest, blocking his attack and responding with a series of blows, most of which he took with a hard block. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ilya miss Osakin's blow and stagger slightly. Shifting sharply, I pushed the tall man aside and struck Lev in the side, forcing him to retreat from Butelin. "Hang in there," I said to Ilya, returning once again to our back-to-back stance. The music continued to play, increasing the absurdity of the situation. "Mother Earth, a white birch tree for some, she's an annoying thorn, but she's holy ruse to me. Mother Earth, a white birch tree for some, she's an annoying thorn, but she's holy ruse to me." It was at that moment that the situation changed. I saw Uvarov take a step back and arrange his fingers in a characteristic magical formation. A second later, a translucent ball of energy flew toward me. "Ilya magic," I shouted, dodging the blow that crashed into the wall and left a smoking mark. Osakin also cast some kind of spell. His arms were enveloped in a sheet of ice, which he used to reach Ilya. Butelin barely managed to jump away, but the hem of his shirt was still covered in an azure crust that began to creep upward. He quickly knocked the ice away and responded with his own spell, a blast of air that pushed one of his opponents back several steps. The tall, dangerous man also used magic. His hands were covered in something like metal armor, increasing the power of his blows. Enough games. Until that moment, I had held back, not wanting to seriously injure these arrogant boys. However, if they'd decided to escalate a normal fight into a magical duel, well, they'd get exactly what they deserved. With one fluid motion, I extended my arm forward and materialized a blunted stone blade in the air, a cloudy granite slab as thick as an arm. It whistled through space and slammed into the nearest enemy, sending both him and his comrade flying into the adjacent tables. The air filled with dust and tiny stone particles, and tiny rock crystals danced around my fingers. The tall man with metal-clad fists rushed at me, swinging for a crushing blow. This time, I didn't dodge. Activating the stone fist spell, I felt my right arm encrusted with a hard stone shell up to the elbow. Our blows met in midair, metal against stone. There was a crunch, but not from my hand. His wrist bent unnaturally under the pressure of my granite glove. He howled in pain and fell to his knees, clutching his limb, and then I tossed him toward the dance floor. Osakin, seeing how I dealt with his comrades, attempted a more powerful ice spell. I didn't let him finish, closing the distance with a single leap. Without waiting for the magical construct to form, I slid off the center line, grabbed his leading arm at the elbow, redirecting the magic toward the ceiling, and simultaneously executed a sweep under his supporting leg. Lev, off balance, only managed to squeak as my other hand grabbed the back of his head and, accelerating, slammed the swordsman's face into the bar counter. It bore his weight with the philosophical stoicism of an anvil. The crunch of a rebroken nose and the sound of crumbling teeth mingled with his muffled howl. When I let him lift his head from the counter, a scarlet mark remained on the polished wood, and new voids gaped in his mouth. "I haven't paid those off yet," he wheezed, clutching his face from which blood was gushing. At that moment, Ilya, displaying an unexpected strength and agility for his age, struck Uvarov in the solar plexus. Fyodor doubled over, gasping for air. I closed the distance with a dash, grabbed him by the chest, spun him around, and threw him onto the nearest table. The expensive tabletop couldn't withstand the impact and broke with a crack. He collapsed to the floor among shards of glass and broken dishes. We were just beginning to enjoy the satisfaction of justice served when the establishment's security, 6 burly men in black suits, rushed us from all sides. 2 of them flashed batons, and another reached for the holster under his jacket. "Stop," I said, imbuing my voice with a drop of energy. The air around me thickened. The floor beneath the guards' feet trembled slightly, and then thin threads of bluish energy ran across the floor, enveloping their boots in a stone crust. All 6 of them froze, like statues rooted to the ground, unable to move a single step. I slowly looked around at them. Their faces expressed a mixture of fear and amazement. For a moment, the irises of my eyes flashed silver in response to the energy surge. "It's too late to move now," I said calmly, but every word rang with suppressed power. "You should have been more careful to keep the smug scum who dare insult Count Butalin's daughter out of your establishment." "Wait," came a shout from the second floor. A well-groomed, middle-aged man in an impeccable suit, obviously the manager of the club, hurried down the stairs towards us. "Gentlemen, gentlemen," he exclaimed, rubbing his hands nervously. "What a terrible misunderstanding. Please allow me to make amends from our establishment to you." I looked at Elizabeth, who was standing off to one side, her hands pressed to her chest. Her face expressed surprise mixed with admiration. "Elizabeth Nikolaevna," I turned to her, catching Ilya's satisfied gaze, "what do you think? Should we stay or should we go?" She thought for a moment, looking from me to the defeated offenders, then decisively shook her curls. "We are leaving. It's getting too stuffy here." I nodded and released the energy grip holding the guards. They immediately retreated, clearing the way for us. The manager continued babbling apologies, offering compensation and free services in the future, but we were already heading for the exit. Near the end of the bar, Ilya, smiling, reached for a bucket of ice and champagne and then deftly grabbed the bottle. "Compensation for emotional distress," he winked at me. We stepped out into the cool night. The Butalins' car was already waiting at the entrance. Ilya whispered something to the driver, who nodded, starting the engine. "Where are we going?" I asked as the car pulled away. "To Pancake Mountain," Elizabeth replied, still excited by the night's proceedings. "There's a great view of the city there." The drive took about 20 minutes. We left the city center, climbed a winding highway, and found ourselves at a flat overlook from which the Trinity Lavra of St. Sergius was in full view. The city lights sparkled like a scattering of stars fallen from the sky. Ilya deftly uncorked the bottle of champagne and proclaimed, "May there always be trustworthy people nearby in times of trouble." He took a swig and passed the bottle to me. Elizabeth giggled. "Did you see Osakin's face when Prokhor slammed him against the counter? I thought he was going to burst into tears right there." And Uvarov, said Ilya. There's 3 of you and 5 of us. Huh, as if that could stop us, eh? I smiled as I observed their excitement, took a symbolic sip, and handed the bottle back to the boy. For them, it was an adventure, a bright spot in their otherwise measured social life. For me, it was just another day in an endless series of conflicts and confrontations, but I still allowed myself to savor the moment. You know, Elizabeth said, looking at me with a sudden seriousness, I've never seen someone defend my honor so decisively. Usually everyone just averts their eyes and prefers not to get involved. In this world, power only recognizes power, I replied, gazing thoughtfully at the city lights. People like Osakin thrive precisely because others choose to ignore their antics. It's not a question of chivalry, Elizabeth. A man who publicly insults Count Butelin's daughter and goes unpunished today will consider other things to be permissible tomorrow. Boundaries are set by actions, not words. Besides, I smiled slightly, we must ensure that his dentist's children have a good education. She didn't get the joke right away, but she laughed nonetheless and grabbed the bottle from her brother's hands. Ilya nodded, and I saw a glint of respect in his eyes. I didn't let you down. You were phenomenal, I answered sincerely. Not everyone has the gumption to go into a fight outnumbered. He glowed from the compliment, and we continued the conversation, enjoying the champagne and the nighttime view of the city. A light wind rustled through Elizabeth's hair, making her fair locks sparkle in the moonlight. Ilya told funny stories from the academy, and we laughed as if we had no enemies, no plots against us, no dangers. It was almost as if I really was 22 again, the same age as these 2 carefree youths. It was a strange but enjoyable evening. In the morning, after quickly freshening up, I went to the address I had received yesterday during the dinner party. The law firm's building was located on a quiet street near the city center. It had a simple white stone facade and a brass plaque engraved with the words Stremyanikov and Partners. Count Butelin was quick to point out that Pyotr Pavlovich Stremyanikov was the foremost specialist in a wide range of legal matters throughout the 3 principalities. I was led into a spacious office where behind a massive desk loomed a gaunt man of about 60 with a sharp profile like a bird of prey. He stood up to greet me, Boyar Platonov. His voice was soft but self-assured. The Count told me that you would be paying a visit. What exactly was it you wanted to discuss? My question made his eyebrows arch in surprise. Pyotr Pavlovich, what can you tell me about border law? Chapter 21, Stremyanikov instantly perked up, like a hunting dog scenting game, a rather specific area of jurisprudence. Could you clarify what aspect specifically interests you? Border law? His intent gaze slid over my face, trying to discern my motives. I leaned back in my chair, assessing him. His slender fingers, slightly stained with ink, spoke of a man accustomed to working extensively with documents. His keen gaze betrayed a sharp mind. However, before continuing, I needed to clarify one point. First, I'd like to know whether there's a conflict of interest here, I said. After all, Count Butelin recommended you. The man winced slightly, as if he had been offered sour wine. I don't represent the Count's interests on a permanent basis, Boyar Platonov. He has his own attorney. I only helped him once with a very delicate matter. My principle is to maintain independence. This allows me to work with various parties without creating conflict. If we move toward collaboration, you can be assured of my objectivity. I nodded, accepting this answer. He seemed as honest as anyone in his profession could be, but I'd only be certain after further communication. In that case, I'll explain the situation. My current position is this. I've been exiled to the village of Ugrumika in the Vladimir Principality. I've been appointed voivode with the obligation to pay a tax of 1,000 gold rubles. I'm required to contribute that amount of resources to the prince's treasury. At first, This seemed impossible. The village was barely making ends meet, but I've managed to establish certain streams of income. Now the question arises of expanding my territory and authority. Pyotr Pavlovich listened, tapping his fingers on the table. When I finished, he let out a quiet chuckle. Your case presents a very curious legal conundrum, boyar. He stood and walked over to the bookcase, pulling out a heavy leather-bound tome. You see, if you had been sent as viceroy, as is usually the case, you would have effectively been acting in the prince's place. You would have been an official representative of the prince, but then the demands placed on you would have been considerably simpler. He opened the book and ran his fingers over the page. However, the prince probably decided, how to put it delicately, to drown you. He appointed you voivode and imposed an exorbitant tax. 1,000 rubles is no small change for a village, I replied. Of course. Stremyanikov slammed the book shut. The prince clearly thought you couldn't handle it. However, something peculiar happened. You didn't drown. Now listen carefully. He leaned across the table toward me. Your status as a voivode, unlike that of a viceroy, gives you the right to expand your lands at the expense of your neighbors. Plains, forests, abandoned and even inhabited villages, unclaimed by anyone, all of this can become part of your domain, and your only obligation will remain the payment of the prescribed tax. I reflexively leaned forward. This was unexpected. Explain. Gladly, he said, sitting back down. According to the 1678 Charter of the Prince's Lands, a voivode can create his own guard, enter into local trade agreements, and even issue his own coin, the latter, of course, with the prince's consent. A viceroy has no such rights. Stremyanikov chewed his lips, as if contemplating something. However, I must point out one odd detail. Although you've been called a voivode, you're not actually qualified for the position, as you only have one village under your command. A voivodeship requires at least 3 settlements. So there was a mistake, either a mistake or, more likely, a deliberate calculation. It was done so that you would have the power of a viceroy, but pay taxes as a voivode. The prince deceived you, he said, throwing up his hands. I mulled the information over in my head. If everything was correct, it opened up interesting possibilities. Perhaps my connection would prove a blessing rather than a curse. I have one more matter to discuss, I said, lowering my voice. Something of more magnitude, but first, I'd like a guarantee of confidentiality. Pyotr Pavlovich nodded understandingly. Naturally. We can sign a standard non-disclosure agreement. Everything said will remain strictly between us. I shook my head. That's not enough. What I am about to share is too valuable to be backed by a signed piece of paper alone. What do you suggest? His voice took on a wary tone. A ritual, I said simply. A magical vow that will bind you to silence about everything I tell you next. Stremyanikov recoiled as if I had offered him poison to drink. I've never heard of such a ritual. It's a very old rite, I answered calmly. It has remained within our family. What happens if I breach confidentiality? He asked cautiously. You will die, I said simply. Noticing how his pupils dilated, I clarified, if you recount what you've heard to third parties without my direct consent. The lawyer rose from his seat and walked to the window. His shoulders tensed. For heaven's sake, what kind of issue is this that requires such secrecy? It's a matter of strategic importance. I deliberately didn't elaborate in order to whet his curiosity. Stremyanikov turned, and I saw in his eyes what I expected. Professional interest had overcome fear. Curiosity was a powerful tool for influencing people. I agree, he said slowly, but on one condition. You will sign a 3-year contract with me, under which I and I alone will represent your interests in all legal matters. Clever. He understood that the ritual I proposed signified something extremely important, and therefore potentially profitable. Agreed, I nodded, but with one caveat: reasonable prices, payment after services rendered. Naturally, he smiled. I pulled a simple knife from my inside pocket. Stremyanikov glanced at it sharply, but said nothing. "We'll need a drop of your blood and a drop of mine," I explained. "And you'll need to recite the words of the oath." I made a small cut on my finger, then handed the dagger to him. He hesitated, then followed my example. I joined our fingers and closed my eyes, concentrating. The words of the ancient incantation came to my mind, not from Platonov's memory, but from the depths of my own past. The lawyer obediently repeated the words after me. The air in the room seemed to thicken. I felt the energy, 150 drops, quickly leave me, creating a connection between us. A faint bluish glow enveloped our hands for a moment, then faded. "The oath has been taken," I said, opening my eyes. Pyotr Pavlovitch looked simultaneously horrified and delighted. He stared at his finger, where a bright, shimmering glyph had appeared for a moment, then disappeared, retracting beneath the skin. The cut was already healing. "I've never seen anything like it," he whispered. "Now to business," I said, leaning forward. "In Ugrumica, near the village, a vein of twilight steel has been discovered, a very large deposit." The lawyer froze as if struck by lightning. He opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. "Twilight, steel," he finally managed to squeeze out. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Independently verified using 2 different methods, and the metal content of the ore is 65%. Stremyanikov collapsed into a chair, pale as a sheet. His hands were shaking. "My God, do you even understand what this means? Twilight steel, the Demidov Yakovlev monopoly. It's... He couldn't finish his sentence, gaping at me in shock. I smiled grimly. His reaction confirmed my own conclusions about the value of our find. "Precisely. And now I want to know how to protect this territory, legally." Stremyanikov slowly regained his composure, breathing deeply and rubbing his temples. The extraordinary news had clearly thrown him off balance. He reached for the decanter of water on the corner of the table, poured himself a full glass, and noisily drank it down in one gulp. "Boyar Platonov, do you even understand the scale of the situation?" He finally regained his composure, though his voice was still agitated. "Twilight steel isn't just a valuable metal. It's the foundation of the Principality's military might. Artifacts, high-quality weapons, magical constructs. The Demidovs and Yakovlevs have maintained a monopoly on production for centuries." "I am perfectly aware of all of this," I nodded. "That's why I'm asking about legal protection." He sat up straight in his chair, gradually returning to a professional tone. "In the borderlands, the limited principle of the master is the one who defends, applies," he began. "This means that the governor of the border territory has the right to manage certain resources without further approval from the central government." He took a blank sheet of paper out of his desk drawer and began to write. "This principle applies to everyday and low-value resources in the borderlands. You may freely dispose of forest resources for village fortification, hunting grounds, agricultural lands, relics, and common ores," he said, as he underlined something twice. "But," I said, reading between the lines. "But strategic resources," Stremyanikov looked me straight in the eye, "which undoubtedly includes twilight steel, still require approval from the central government, since they are especially valuable for the entire principality." I leaned back in my chair, considering this information. A voice inside me told me that coming to an agreement with Prince Vladimir would mean losing control of the deposit. The man who had exiled me would hardly allow me to gain such a bargaining chip. "Is there a way around this restriction?" I asked bluntly. Pyotr Pavlovitch squinted, studying me with an appraising eye. "There is a certain title that allows one to own and develop even strategic resources without the prince's consent." He paused dramatically. "This is the title of Margrave." "Margrave?" I frowned, unable to find anything about the title in Platonov's memory. "It sounds not Russian. It's no wonder you haven't heard of it," The lawyer stood up and began pacing the office. It's a fairly rare title, though it has deep historical roots. He stopped at the bookcase, took out a weighty volume, and opened it to a bookmarked page. After the fall of Constantinople in 1453, the idea of succession from the Roman Empire became an important instrument for legitimizing power. Stremianikov began, adopting a didactic tone. Our ancestors actively developed the concept of Moscow as the Third Rome, borrowing many legal and administrative principles from Byzantium, which itself retained Roman institutions. He turned the page. When the Russian Tsardom disintegrated into separate principalities during the time of troubles, each sought to emphasize its connection to the imperial legacy. This fragmentation created a need for special border territories that could effectively defend the borders from the soulless and the humans. This is how the Marches emerged, border regions with special status, and Margraves are those who rule them, I stated. Precisely, he nodded. Literally, it translates to border count. This title is equivalent in status to a count, but has special powers within its march, including the right to develop all discovered resources. Stremianikov turned a few more pages and pointed to a map of Russian principalities. Currently, there are several Margraves within the Commonwealth of Russian principalities. The most famous are Margrave Tatishchev of Uralsk and Margrave Nevelsky in the Far East, who guards our borders from the Manchurian Principality. Both occupy strategically important positions and enjoy considerable autonomy, although formally they are subordinate to their princes. I listened carefully, analyzing how this information could change my strategy. And can I claim this title? Theoretically, yes, Stremianikov said, returning to his seat. You already meet a number of requirements. You come from a boyar family, you are a voivode, and you have a settlement in the borderlands under your control. But, I asked, once again reading between the lines, but you must meet two more conditions, the lawyer said, counting on his hand. First, pay your taxes early. Not just make the next payment, but pay off your obligations for a certain period in advance, thereby demonstrating your financial solvency. He put up a second finger. Secondly, and this is more important, the settlement under your control must not just be a village, but a fortified permanent settlement, which has a garrison of a certain size, a sufficient population, and also a school and a hospital. I considered this. We practically had a school already. Vasilisa was working with the children. A hospital, you could say we had one too. Dr. Albinoni was a practicing physician, albeit with primitive working conditions. And what size of garrison and population must a settlement have for it to be considered a fortified settlement? I asked, realizing I needed specific figures for planning. Pyotr Pavlovich opened another volume, running his finger along the lines. According to the 1687 Code of Conduct on Border Settlements, a fortified garrison must consist of at least 75 trained soldiers capable of permanent service, he said, turning the page. As for population, a minimum of 150 permanent residents is required, of which at least 75 must be men of military age. Temporary workers and seasonal residents are not included in the count. So, if a village changes its status and becomes a fortified settlement, then I meet all the criteria of a Margrave and can request recognition of this status. Absolutely correct, Stremianikov nodded. Moreover, since you've already been appointed voivode, the prince can't simply refuse you. The refusal must be legally justified, and that's far more difficult than simply saying no. What about the taxes? How will they change once I become a Margrave? Stremianikov rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Here lies one of the main advantages. The Margrave pays a fixed tax, not a constantly increasing one. So, if you currently pay 1,000 rubles as a village governor, then when you become a Margrave, you'll pay the same amount, regardless of how much your income from mining increases. My prospects were becoming clearer. The Twilight Steel deposit could bring in colossal profits. And my status as a Margrave would allow me to maintain my independence from the prince's arbitrary rule. And legally, how does the status recognition process work? I said, moving on to practical matters. You need to submit a petition to the Principality's main administration bureau, enclosing all supporting documents, an inventory of Ugrumika's fortifications, a garrison register, census information, documents confirming the existence of a school and hospital, and a receipt for early tax payment, the lawyer listed. I can prepare all the necessary paperwork, I nodded. How much do I need to pay up front for it to be considered an early payment? I asked. At least a 6-month advance, Stremyanikov replied. That's 500 rubles altogether. It was a considerable sum, but the deposit was worth the expense. I see. I stood up, extending my hand. Thank you for this consultation, Pyotr Pavlovich. I have much to consider. And one more thing, Boyar Platonov, Stremyanikov said as he shook my hand. I recommend acting quickly. News like this has a way of spreading, even despite magical oaths. Influential families like the Demidovs have ways of learning about valuable deposits. I nodded, fully agreeing with his warning. Time was working against me. We spent the next hour preparing all the necessary documents, including the contract and a limited power of attorney that would allow Pyotr to perform significant legal actions on my behalf, submitting requests to authorities, obtaining certificates, and so on. Now I knew exactly what needed to be done. Ugrumika was to become a fortified settlement, and I was to become a Margrave, gaining control of the strategic deposit. I was sure that this would rub many influential people the wrong way, but all tricks and games amount to nothing in the face of absolute power. After leaving the law office, I headed straight to the Magic Shops district, located near the northern gates of Sergeev Posad. Unlike the wealthy central streets, this area was cluttered with small shops, their windows illuminated by multicolored magical lights. Signs promised goods to suit every taste and budget, from the simplest glowstones to complex artifacts available only to aristocrats. At the shop Zdarsky's Artifacts, I was greeted by a lean old man with a long grey beard and an unexpectedly piercing gaze. As soon as I stepped through the door, he looked up from his catalogue and gave me the professional glance of a merchant assessing a client's solvency. "How may I help you, sir?" he asked, mechanically adjusting his thin-framed glasses. "I need some artifacts," I replied, cutting straight to the point. 3 powerful drainage crystals, 2 dozen glowstones, and a couple of ventilation artifacts. The shopkeeper nodded and headed to the warehouse. He soon placed everything I'd requested on the counter. The fist-sized drainage crystals shimmered with a deep blue light and seemed cool even from a distance. I tested their activity by bringing my hand close to them. The moisture on my skin immediately began to gravitate toward the stone. 30 rubles apiece, the merchant said, watching me, guaranteed to work for a year. The glowstones proved to be of high quality, an even white glow without the flickering that so strains miners' eyes. At a ruble each, it was a very fair price. The ventilation artifacts, compact cylinders with symbols carved into the sides, created a powerful flow of fresh air, which could be verified by activating a test rune. 40 rubles apiece was expensive, but we couldn't skimp on safety, especially with mining. I considered whether I should immediately buy the magical lift and reinforcing stones for the supports, but I decided to postpone this purchase until we broke the ground on digging the mineshaft. I paid the merchant 190 rubles, a significant but reasonable expense, packed the artifacts into my backpack, and headed to the prince's hospital. The majestic building stood on a hill overlooking the entire city. Tall lancet windows, massive columns, and an abundance of magical lamps symbolized the wealth and influence of the prince's family. In the spacious, marble-floored vestibule, I was greeted by a young physician in a blue and white uniform. Boyar Platonov. "Your father is ready to be discharged," he announced, checking the entries in his logbook. "Please follow me." We climbed the wide staircase to the second floor. The hallway smelled of medicinal herbs and disinfectants. It was warm, despite the high ceilings. Thanks to an ingenious heating system, I noticed the magical heating grates along the walls. My father was waiting in a small room, sitting on the edge of the bed. He had noticeably regained strength over the course of several days of treatment, though he still looked haggard and pale. Hearing our footsteps, he raised his head, and I again noted how unusual it was to see him, a man I knew only from Platonov's memories. "Prokhor," his voice was quiet but firm. "I'm ready." Checkout didn't take much time. I was given at-home care instructions, a special diet, strengthening infusions, and limited physical activity. After signing the discharge paperwork, we left the hospital and headed to the hotel. I supported my father by the elbow. He walked slowly, but tried not to show weakness. Stepan was waiting for us at the inn to give his report on the tasks I had assigned him. He was sitting in the common room, sipping herbal tea and making notes in a tattered notebook. Upon seeing us, he rose and bowed respectfully. "Everything's taken care of, sir," Stepan said, getting straight to the point. "I've hired a dozen carpenters, skilled craftsmen. 2 even worked on the construction of the prince's hunting lodge. The team will be here within 3 days. They're finishing up their last order." I nodded, indicating for him to sit. My father and I also took a seat at the table. "I've bought the second batch of steel in full," Stepan continued. 250 kilograms, as agreed. It's already been loaded onto the sled. "Everything's in order with the store too." "What goods did you buy?" I asked. "Everything on your list." Stepan pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his bosom. "Salt, sugar, 2 kinds of tea, black and green, 5 types of fabric, linen, cotton, wool, calico, and chintz. Household goods, soap, candles, matches, kerosene for lamps. Tools, knives of various sizes, axes, saws, nails, hammers. For women, needles, thread, buttons, ribbons. Medicines, bandages, iodine tincture, burn ointment, castor oil. I also bought extra paper, ink, and slate pencils for school." "Excellent." I was pleased with his initiative. "All within budget, 300 rubles, just like you said." Stepan allowed himself a slight smile. "There's even a little left. Everything's recorded, down to the last kopeck." Everything had been accomplished exactly as I'd planned. "Let's wrap up our business in the city and head back," I ordered. Within an hour, we were leaving Sergiev Posad. Ahead of us, a freight wagon on runners, loaded with the steel and goods we'd purchased for the store, was driven by Fedot and Gavrila. My father, Stepan, the driver, and I rode in the second sleigh. The runners glided smoothly along the packed winter road, and the steam from the horses' breath mingled with the light fog hanging over the fields. Ignacio was silent, lost in thought, and I reflected on my recent conversation with the lawyer. When we had driven far enough out of the city, I sat closer to my father and covered us both with an extra blanket, not so much for warmth as for privacy. "Father," I said quietly, "we need to talk." Chapter 22, "Father," I spoke quietly, so that only Ignacio could hear my words. "First of all, I want to thank you for everything you did to try to save me from execution." Ignacio raised his tired eyes, in which a shadow of surprise flashed. "Strange words, son. What else can a father do when his heir is threatened with death?" A gust of cool spring wind ruffled my hair. I adjusted the blanket, covering Ignacio more tightly. His face looked haggard from his ordeal, but had already acquired a healthy glow thanks to the treatment of the prince's physicians. "That Italian surgeon," I continued, "he told me you were in prison together." Ignacio winced as if he had swallowed something bitter. "Do you know him?" he asked in surprise. Yes. I paid his debt because Ugrumika needed a doctor. What a chatterbox. I was hoping you wouldn't find out. I wanted to spare you any unnecessary worries, at least until you were more firmly established in your new position. A commendable, if naive, hope. Life rarely goes according to our plans, I noted. The old man sighed heavily, collecting his thoughts. After your arrest, I tried to help in every way possible, he began, his voice weary but firm. I mortgaged our estate in Vladimir, even sold your mother's family jewels. It all went to bribes and lawyers. He sighed, closing his eyes for a moment. When Vladimir's moneylenders stopped lending, I turned to the LitRPG bank. The manager of the Vladimir branch refused, but his colleague in Sergeev Posad was more accommodating. They're famous for lending large sums even to the most desperate, albeit at exorbitant interest rates. And I had no choice. 214 rubles, I said slowly. Father winced. That was after I'd already paid off more than half the debt. I was borrowing at 15% a month. It was madness, of course, but I was counting on the prince's justice being meted out quickly. If they'd passed a different verdict, we could have returned home, and I would have petitioned the prince to return our lands. Ignacio shook his head. It didn't work out. Why did you stay in Sergeev Posad? After you were sentenced, Ignacio sighed, I began looking for a way out. I approached our old business partners, the Mirashin family, who had taken on construction contracts with us. I also approached the Kaelins, whose trading house we built in Vladimir. He smiled bitterly. Everyone cited hard times and their reluctance to associate with those who had been disgraced. Saburov made sure to make it clear to everyone that helping the Platonovs would be going against the prince's will. You've always been an honest man, not a political schemer, I remarked, having extracted the information from Platonov's memory. Exactly, Ignacio nodded. These games are not in my wheelhouse. Time passed and the interest accumulated. When the debts came due, I couldn't fulfill my obligations. The bank went to court, and then he spread his hands. Debtors, prison, I pondered his words. So Count Saburov had not only ensured that I was sent into the wilderness to certain death, but had also done everything to deprive me of any support. A consistent man. What happened when you were released? I asked. It's a dark story, he frowned. 2 men came into the cell, handsome, well-dressed young men, their gaze deadly cold, the Vorontsov twins, as I later learned. They said someone had posted bail for me. I asked who. They said the man who ordered it wanted to meet with me. And what then? I asked calmly, even though I already knew the ending of the story. And then, Ignacio smiled faintly, they brought me to a shop on Merchant Street. They took me to the basement, where they gave me a megaphone for communication. Beloziorova? I asked, keeping the conversation going. The very same, he confirmed, observing my reaction. Lydia Markovna herself. I kept a straight face, only clenching my jaw slightly. What did she want? She proposed a deal, Ignacio said irritably, as if the memories still angered him. She promised to forgive me all my debts, return the mortgaged estate, even secure my reinstatement in the prince's court. In exchange, she only demanded one thing, that I call you and ask you to come immediately. You were to go alone, unguarded, to the designated location. You refused, I stated, since I hadn't received any calls. I laughed in her face, the old man said calmly. I told her the Platonovs wouldn't trade their children's lives for all the treasures in the world. I was impressed by his answer. This man was willing to sacrifice his own life to save his son. Such nobility was rare even among the highest aristocracy. When I refused, she went berserk, he continued. She ordered her men to lock me in the basement and starve me. She said that if I was useless as bait, I would at least serve as a hostage. That sooner or later you'd want to find me and come running like a good little boy. And you were in the basement the entire time, he nodded, until you showed up with your men. You know the rest. I gazed thoughtfully into the distance, at the fields where white patches of snow still lay along the roadside, but the first timid greenery was already poking through. We approached a small grove of trees that offered temporary shelter from the piercing wind. "Father," I turned to him. "A lot has changed since we last saw each other. I have changed too." "I've noticed," Ignacio smiled softly. "You seem to have matured in these past few weeks. You've become more level-headed, more purposeful. I'd even say you've developed a certain authority. That's good. Especially in your new position. You know, when you're staring death in the face, you rethink a lot of things," I said thoughtfully. "Life, duty, honor, everything takes on a different meaning." Ignacio stared closely at my face, as if he saw something there that others couldn't. "It's amazing," he said quietly. "You've become so much like my grandfather, Procher. He was just as unyielding, just as strong. I remember it as if it were yesterday. When a detachment of our family's enemies besieged our estate, he didn't flinch. He said, in the face of death, 'It's not flesh that counts, but honor.' And he repelled the attack, even though the odds were stacked against him. All tricks and games amount to nothing in the face of absolute power." I recited the family motto without even thinking. "There it is." The man perked up, his eyes sparkling. "These are the very words our family has always lived by. Not hiding, not dodging, but meeting danger head-on." He shook his head. "Amazing. It's as if the spirit of your ancestors has awakened within you." I noticed a swift, black movement in the sky. Scold, as if sensing that we were talking about him, descended in wide circles and with a hoarse croak swooped down, landing confidently on my shoulder. His claws dug lightly into the thick fabric of my coat. "Well then, master, aren't you bored?" His voice sounded mockingly in my head. Ignacio sat up abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment. The raven studied the old man with one gleaming black eye, head cocked to one side. "A raven?" Ignacio whispered, as if he'd seen a ghost. "A black raven on your shoulder." "This is Scald," I said, serenely scratching the bird's neck, and he closed his eyes in pleasure. "My companion." "Oh, I've been promoted to companion, have I?" "I'm moving up," the raven commented sarcastically, though out loud he only let out a satisfied croak. The old man looked at us, and a strange mixture of awe and delight spread across his face. He suddenly straightened up, despite his recent weakness, and his eyes filled with an almost youthful gleam. "A sign," he whispered, reaching out to Scald but not daring to touch him. "Truly, the Platonov bloodline has awakened within you." He looked at me with sudden respect, as if I had become someone else in his eyes, and slowly made a symbolic bow, only a slight inclination, but with obvious admiration. "My son," his voice deepened, with a note of respect. "Even in that damned prison, I kept wondering, why has my Procher changed so much? And now I see, the true strength of the Platonovs has awakened within you, that which made our family great. Well, well." "How quickly the old man realized who's in charge here," Scald said, cleaning his beak on my shoulder. "But Radomir fought for 6 months before his father acknowledged him." "It's just a raven," I objected. "To what extent can the All-Father's messenger be just a bird?" "No," Ignacio shook his head with unexpected stubbornness. "It's a sign. The mark of a true head of the family line." He straightened, as if lifting a weight from his shoulders. "From now on, whatever you decide, whatever you do, I will support you, for I see in you a successor to the great work of our ancestors." Scald, still perching on my shoulder, made a sound suspiciously like a laugh, but didn't say anything. And I realized I'd unexpectedly received something valuable, the absolute devotion of a man who no longer saw me as a youth in need of tutelage and advice, but recognized me as a leader and successor to the dynasty. "Thank you, Father," I nodded seriously. "And I count on your wisdom and experience to guide me." Ignacio sat up proudly, and it seemed that he had gained strength. "I will follow you," he said with renewed determination, straightening up. "Now together we will restore the family's former glory." "So, you'll come with me to Ugrumika?" I asked, changing the subject. The old man thought before replying. All that awaits me in Vladimir is an empty house, mortgaged to moneylenders, and I need to recover my health. If you allow me, I'll stay with you. Perhaps I can be of use in organizing the farm or negotiating with neighboring villages. Of course, I said, putting my hand on his shoulder. Your help will be invaluable. We fell silent, looking at the road. The sled's runners squelched with a mixture of snow and spring mud, and our thoughts flowed smoothly and leisurely, coalescing into a clear plan of action. Prokhor, can I ask you something? Ignacio said suddenly. Yes. What happened between you and Polina Beloziorova? I knew you were having an affair, but I didn't know her mother hated you so much. I sighed. Platonov's recollections on this matter didn't paint a full picture, perhaps because he had treated her so casually, using her. Several secret meetings, passionate confessions on her part, one night spent together. I couldn't find anything concrete that would explain Lydia's excessive hatred. However, the Countess's words during our conversation over the megaphone had given rise to certain thoughts. She accused me not simply of a frivolous affair with her daughter, but of turning her into damaged goods. In her opinion, no respectable household would accept her as a bride now. Apparently, this was the root of her rage. In aristocratic circles, where marriages were often arranged for reasons of profit and prestige, an unmarried woman's reputation was valued above all else. The slightest hint of inappropriate behavior could ruin hopes of a successful marriage and disgrace the family in the eyes of society. Apparently, before her affair with Platonov, Polina had been considered a highly desirable bride. Young, beautiful, and from a noble family, the perfect match for any ambitious suitor. How many hopes her mother had pinned on her, how many plans she had made. A marriage with someone like Prince Veretine's heir would have significantly elevated the Beloziorovs, standing in the local hierarchy, and all these plans were ruined by a scandalous affair. Rumors of the young countess's fall may have already begun to circulate around town. Polite society was merciless to those it deemed disgraced. Now the Beloziorovs were left with no choice but to hastily marry Polina off to some provincial gentry or to a wealthy merchant or businessman who would be glad to enter a noble family in any way. Which, of course, couldn't help but fall short of the Countess's ambitions, which were clearly aimed higher. And she blamed only one person, me, for the collapse of all her ambitious plans. The fact that Polina herself was madly in love with an unsuitable lover was irrelevant. For Lydia, her daughter was merely a tool in a game of power and status. Wounded pride, fueled by snobbery and prejudice, that's what drove the Countess in her quest to destroy me. In her mind, a pitiful boyar had dared to tarnish the family honor and ruin the carefully crafted matrimonial plans. Such things were neither forgiven nor forgotten. It's a long story, I said. Listen, I see, Ignacio sighed when my story had come to an end. My relationships with women are one of the things I've reconsidered since the failed execution. It won't happen again. I believe you, but be prepared for the Countess to continue dogging you. After the Vorontsov's murder, you have definitely become her mortal enemy. I know, I allowed myself a restrained smile, but we'll handle it. Both her and our other enemies, we have a lot of work ahead of us. The sun was setting in the west, painting the sky orange, when the convoy finally appeared on the road leading to Ugrumica. Ignacio Mikhailovich Platonov, still weakened from his time in debtor's prison, sat up in his seat, trying to make out the place his son had settled into over the past few weeks. At first, a palisade appeared, unexpectedly tall and sturdy for an ordinary village. As the wagon approached, Ignacio noted that the walls were heavily fortified with fresh logs and even had several watchtowers. On one of them, he spotted a sentry with a gun, which surprised him even more. "We are home," said Prokhor, who was sitting nearby. Ignacio heard in his son's voice a pride for his own accomplishments that had never been there before. The sentry on the tower noticed the approaching convoy, and soon the gates swung open. Heavy draft horses pulled the wagon onto Ugrumica's main street, and Ignacio gasped involuntarily. Instead of a backwater village, terrified by frequent attacks by the soulless, he saw before him a settlement teeming with life and order. Neat houses lined both sides of the street, some already renovated, others still in the process of being repaired. The usual village junk or abandoned lots were nowhere to be seen. In front of one of the buildings, children of various ages sat on benches, while a young, dark-haired woman explained something to them, pointing to a small magical artifact. "A school?" Ignacio asked in surprise. "Yes, Vasilisa teaches," Procca nodded. "She's a geomancer from a good family, but she chose to stay here. The children have grown fond of her, though they're a little afraid of her." The convoy moved further, and Ignacio noticed more and more details that revealed the voivode's firm hand. The cleared central square, the well with its new frame, and the strong gates. The local residents noticed them in the square, and soon a small crowd began to gather around the carts. Their faces showed neither the fear nor the suspicion typical of peasants at the sight of strangers. On the contrary, they smiled warmly, bowed to Procca, and looked curiously at his father. "The voivode has returned," someone exclaimed, and the cry was taken up by others. Among those who greeted him, Ignacio noticed a strong man of about 30 with a broken nose, a beard, and the confident gait of a warrior. "Boris," Procca introduced him, "my squad commander." The man came closer and bowed. "Welcome back, voivode. Everything is in order, just as you left it. Guards have been posted, and we've increased patrols." "Good," Procca nodded. "This is my father, Ignacio Mikhailovich. He will live with us. I am glad to welcome you to our village, boyar." Boris bowed his head respectfully to Ignacio. "We have heard of your misadventures. You will be safe in Ugrumica." An elderly woman emerged from the crowd with a bundle in her hands. "Voivode, we didn't know you were bringing your old man here, and I just happened to have some fresh-baked mushroom pies. Would you like some?" "I would love some, Agafia Timofevna," Procca smiled, and Ignacio noted with surprise how naturally his son interacted with ordinary people, without arrogance, rudeness, or ingratiation. "You raised a fine son," the woman continued, turning to Ignacio. "I have barely recognized our village since he arrived. The previous voivode, may he rest in peace, was afraid to set foot outside the gates. But your boy fought against the sluice, and liberated Berezniki, and defeated the scum that came into our village." Ignacio looked from her to his son in surprise. Meanwhile, the conv continued toward the large house in the center of the village. When the wagon stopped, a short, stocky man of about 50 with a shaggy beard ran out onto the porch. His eyes widened at the sight of Ignacio. "Master," he exclaimed, rushing towards the cart. "Ignacio Mikhailovich, my dear man, what a joy." "Zakar," Ignacio broke into a smile as he recognized his old servant. "You're here too. Where else would I be? I came with the young master. I'm running the household," Zakar said, helping Ignacio down from the cart. "You've grown so thin, master. Never mind, I'll fatten you up in no time. Take your father to the guest room," Procca ordered. "I'll join you soon, but I need to sort out a few things with Boris." While Zakar was leading Ignacio into the house, the old servant continued to speak. "Don't worry about how modest it is right now. It's temporary. I'm sure that soon we'll have a true estate, not a village, but an entire town." Ignacio carefully examined the house's interior. The building had clearly been constructed several decades ago, with pretensions of metropolitan glamour, but had then fallen into disrepair. Now, however, the interior was clean, the walls had been renovated, and the furniture, though old, was sturdy and well-maintained. "So many changes," Ignacio said thoughtfully. "Procca accomplished all this in such a short time. Oh, he works miracles." Zakar clasped his hands. The biggest thing is that he's established trade with the neighboring villages. Now they're selling their spoils through us. The miller, Stepan, is helping him. The master said they'll open a real shop soon, so we don't have to go to town for our goods. Zakar led Ignacio into the bathhouse. Within a minute, sauna brooms, clean clothes, and even a small jug of kvass were ready. When Ignacio, washed clean of the road dust, went out into the dressing room, a tall, dark-skinned man with a neatly trimmed beard and moustache, dressed in an unusually cut frock coat, was already waiting for him there. "Signor Platonov," he exclaimed in a strong accent, throwing his arms out to the sides. "As the Russians say, fancy seeing you here. Who would have thought we'd meet again, and under such circumstances? Dr. Albinoni." Ignacio visibly perked up, extending his hand to the Italian. "I'm glad to see you, and that Proca helped you." "Oh, that's quite a story." The Italian waved his hands theatrically. "But to put it briefly, your amazing son paid my debt and offered to serve here as a doctor. I confess, when I arrived and saw this village," he lowered his voice to a dramatic whisper, "I thought I was crazy for agreeing to it. But now," he raised his voice again, "now this is the best decision of my life. Here I am a real doctor, I am respected and not, what do you call it, an errand boy for aristocrats." Despite the theatrics, the doctor proved remarkably competent. He carefully listened to Ignacio's lungs, checked his pulse, and examined his eyes and tongue. "Nothing to worry about," he remarked, finishing his examination. "A little nervous exhaustion, some nutritional deficiencies, but overall you're doing well. I'll prescribe a tonic of local herbs with a little relic added. In a week, you'll be as strong as a young bull." After the doctor left, Ignacio stretched out on the clean bed with pleasure. Dozens of questions swirled in his head. How had his son, a frivolous youth just a few months ago, managed to transform a remote village into a thriving community? Where did the funds for all this come from? And what was the secret behind all these transformations? That evening, a dinner was held, to which, in addition to Proca and Ignacio, Vasilisa, Boris, Dr. Albinoni, Stepan, and several other villagers were invited. Conversation at the table was lively, and Ignacio watched with interest as his son skillfully guided the conversation, asked questions, listened to reports, and gave orders, without fuss, clearly and in a businesslike manner. When everyone had left, Proca and Ignacio were left alone in the voivode's office. It was perfectly orderly. Maps of the surrounding area hung on the walls, neat stacks of papers lay on the desk, and some strange metal plates sat on a separate table. "I'm impressed, son," Ignacio said sincerely. "I never would have thought you could accomplish so much in such a short time. People respect you, they fear you, not out of fear of punishment, but out of a reluctance to let them down." "When did you become such a leader?" Proca smiled thoughtfully. "Perhaps it was always in me, it just needed a test to manifest itself." "Vasilisa mentioned that you fought a chimera," Ignacio said, moving on to the subject that had been bothering him all evening. "I've only heard of such a thing once before." "Is it true?" "Yes," Proca nodded and pointed to the map on the wall. "It was killing people in the neighboring villages. I tracked it down and destroyed it." "And you dealt with it alone?" he asked, looking at his son with new respect. "I have reliable people by my side," Proca replied. "Now you are among them." Ignacio wanted to say that he felt too old and exhausted for any new adventures, but looking at his son's determined face, at this new confidence in his eyes, he suddenly felt a surge of strength. "Yes, son, now you have me too," he said firmly. "And together we will restore the Platonov family to true greatness." A cold wind made the branches sway outside the window. "After the execution, you developed a talent, didn't you?" Ignacio said after a pause. "That's why you managed to survive the gallows. That's why you learned to fight like you did." Proca smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying this guess. "I've heard that talent awakens only on the brink of death," Ignacio continued, a hint of pride in his voice. My grandfather said it was the greatest gift, more powerful than ordinary magic. His own talent made us a family to be reckoned with. We may have had little luck with talents for generations, but in you, the power of your ancestors has awakened. Proctor only smiled encouragingly. The sunset light was fading outside, and a new hope was igniting in Ignacio's soul. Perhaps this remote village, lost among the woods, was the place where their family's rebirth would begin after all their misfortunes. If so, he would do everything to help his son on this journey. I've been thinking, Proctor said slowly, that the people need a holiday to catch their breath. What about a Maslenitsa, a Pancake Week celebration? Chapter 23, the morning DAWNED clear but cool. The sun's rays transformed the remnants of snowdrifts into a dazzling smattering of diamonds, and thick clouds of steam billowed from the air. I stood near Stepan's mill, watching the carpenters at work. Only 3 days had passed since our return from the city, but work was moving quickly. The extension for the future store was already taking shape. 4 logs were joined together, forming a rectangular room attached to the back wall of the mill. The roof had yet to be erected, but the walls were already standing strong. Stepan paced around, pointing out minor flaws to the workers and adjusting their plans. His son, Pavel, a strong lad of about 17, carried boards alongside grown men. His face was flushed from the effort, but his eyes shone with pride. After all, this was his future shop. "How's it going?" I approached the miller, extending my hand in greeting. He shook it firmly, smiling into his thick beard. "We'll be finished in about 3 days, sir," he said contentedly, adjusting his hat that had slipped down onto his forehead. "We're already putting up shelves inside. The counter will be here," he said, pointing to a cleared space by the entrance. "And we'll set up a storage room here with a separate entrance." "Pavel has cleverly calculated everything. You've raised a smart son," I remarked, watching the young man supervise the placement of a heavy oak beam that would become the base of the counter. Stepan straightened his shoulders, not hiding his paternal pride. He learned to read and write from the late Petrovich. "He knows numbers. He can tell the difference between the goods. You can't pull the wool over his eyes. He's an honest guy. He'll handle it." The goods brought from Sergiev Posad were temporarily stored in a barn under guard. The stockpile was impressive, enough to start trading and attract the first customers from the surrounding villages. But I wanted more, not just to open a shop, but to organize an event that would cement Ugrumika's status as a shopping center for the entire region. "Stepan, I have an idea," I said, pulling the miller away from the workers. "What if we schedule the store opening to coincide with Maslenitsa? We'll throw a big festival and invite people from the neighboring villages." The miller thoughtfully rubbed his chin, squinting his eyes. "There's barely any time left to prepare," he said doubtfully. "Is there any point in starting all this now?" "Yes, people need a celebration, living proof that the village is on the rise. And it will be another reason for all the residents of the borderlands to rally together." "Well, whatever you say, think about it," I added confidently. "We won't just open a shop, but we'll also give the elders their first cut of the sales of relics and essence. Let them see how profitable it is to work with us. There will be music, refreshments, competitions, a celebration the likes of which these places haven't seen in a long time." As I spoke, Stepan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He nodded vigorously, slapping his hand on his knee. "You're right, though. The people are starved for fun, and what a publicity boost it will be for my boy," he beamed. "But where will we accommodate so many guests?" "I've already considered that," I said, looking around the village, noticing several empty houses that couldn't withstand life in the dangerous borderlands. "We need to prepare accommodation for the guests, organize food, security. Let's call Zakar. He's our manager now. Let him take care of the details." Half an hour later, the 3 of us were sitting in my office. A map of the surrounding area lay spread out before us, on which I'd marked all 3 villages with which we'd already established trade relations. We're expecting about 50-75 guests, I calculated, taking a sip of hot tea. Not all of them will be staying overnight, but half will probably stay. We need to get the house ready and organize a communal meal. Zakar was busily writing out numbers on a sheet of paper, his lips twitching as he calculated. We need to clear out the houses, he finally said. The ones on the eastern edge are empty, but they're still sturdy. We'll light a fire in them early to warm them up. We'll make do with beds, there are bunks, and we'll borrow blankets from the villagers who have some to spare. What about food? Stepan asked. It's pancake week after all, so we'll need pancakes. The old biddies, Zakar faltered, seeing my disapproving look. Our village beauties will manage, he said, changing his shoes. Agafia will gather some helpers. Flour won't be hard to get, and we'll have butter and eggs too. We'll also make some mead and kvass. I nodded, pleased with their enthusiasm. Folding my hands on the table, I outlined the general plan. We need to organize 3 main events at the fair. The first is the grand opening of the store. The second is the payment of shares to the village elders. And the third is competitions, fistfights, shooting, and various children's games like sack races, bowling, or horseshoes. We need prizes for the winners. Aren't you afraid the sluice will show up? Stepan asked cautiously. All that noise, all that fun. Boris will increase the patrols, I replied. Besides, we have a perimeter alarm. Let the people relax without fear. The discussion lasted about an hour. We divvied up the responsibilities. Zakar was responsible for accommodations and meals, Stepan for the sales side and inviting guests, and I decided to personally handle security and entertainment. Once all the details were agreed upon, the men went off to carry out their assigned tasks, and I decided to visit our teacher. The school was housed in Petrovich's former home, a 2-story log cabin with spacious rooms. The space that had once been the living room had been converted into a classroom with several long tables and benches. A single map hung on the walls, and a few books lined the shelves. I stopped in the doorway, listening. Vasilissa's clear voice, interrupted by childish giggles, came from behind the door. And now let's count to 10 again. Styopka, don't fidget. Katia, put that stick down. What did I tell you? Peering cautiously inside, I saw a curious sight. Vasilissa, the educated aristocrat, stood in the middle of the classroom, hands on her hips, trying to calm down a gaggle of village children of various ages. Her usually neatly styled hair was disheveled, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were blazing. One more time. 1, 2, 3, Petya, stop pulling Mariana's braid, or I'll put you in the corner with the girls. When she noticed me, relief flashed in her eyes. Children, the voivode has come to see us, she announced, straightening up and trying to look dignified. Say hello. The children greeted me in a discordant chorus, looking at me with curiosity. Keep studying, I nodded to them and gestured for Vasilissa to leave for a minute. When we reached the hallway, she took a deep breath and leaned against the wall. They'll be the death of me, she said dramatically, rolling her eyes. I've fought a chimera, I've explored abandoned caves, but nothing compares to this. This childish delinquency, I prompted, barely suppressing a smile. Exactly, she waved her hands. Can you imagine, today I was explaining to them how a simple magic compass works and this. Styopka, she lowered her voice, hid a dead mouse in it, a mouse. In a very fine measuring device, I couldn't help but laugh. Her eyes flashed angrily, but then her lips twitched into a smile. So, how are things going? I asked when we had both calmed down. Are you making any progress in your studies? She brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and her face lit up. Actually, yes, she admitted proudly. Most of them can already sound out syllables, and Mariana has a real talent for arithmetic. And you know, sir, Styopka, despite his antics, is well versed in animals. Are you using the word sir again? I reminded her softly. Vasilisa grew sheepish and corrected herself. You know, even Styopka. Anyway, I can handle it, she finished decisively. This is a challenge for a true scientist, to tame these little savages. She glanced over her shoulder at the door, from which a growing hubbub was already sounding. Oh no, they're up to something again. I have to go. Wait, I touched her arm to stop her. I wanted to invite you to the meeting. We're planning a fair for Maslenitsa and the grand opening of Stepan's shop. I'd like the school to participate too. Maybe the children could prepare something. Poems, songs, Vasilisa thought for a moment, and a light flashed in her eyes, familiar to me from our conversations about Twilight Steel or geomancy. What a great idea, she exclaimed. I'll make them learn some welcoming speeches for the guests and some poems for the fair. Excellent. There's one more thing we need to discuss. We'll need specialists for the mine in the future. Engineers, calculators, skilled mages. I was thinking about your classmates. Vasilisa visibly tensed, her fingers tightening around her wrist. Why my classmates? She sounded anxious. We can find other specialists. What's the matter? I narrowed my eyes, carefully studying her reaction. The girl nervously adjusted a strand of hair that had fallen out from under her scarf. Most of my classmates are the children of aristocrats. They won't go to the wilderness to work in a mine. And who would? I wasn't going to back down. She pondered this, biting her lip. There are several people. She began to mentally run through the candidates. Anton Krylov, for example, a talented geomancer but without the resources or connections. His specialty is applied crystallography, perfect for mining. Anyone else? I took a small notebook and pencil out of my pocket. Maria Somov, Vasilisa continued. She's the best according to the MAG administration's calculations, but she had problems with the dean, and she might have been expelled. Also, Nikita Vershinin is a powerful earth mage, but his family is broke. He works part-time to pay for his studies. I wrote down their names, devising a plan of action. How do we get in touch with them? I have their contact information, Vasilisa said, crossing her arms. But are you sure you want to bring in outsiders? Sooner or later it will have to be done. For now, I'm just laying the foundation for our business venture. You know better and, she broke off, hearing a rumble from the classroom. My God, what are they destroying? We'll continue this conversation later. She rushed into the classroom, adjusting her hair and dress as she went. From inside, I immediately heard an indignant cry, Stepan Andreevich, get off the table immediately. Katerina, give me back that book right now. Don't you dare tear it up. I shook my head, barely suppressing laughter. Who would have thought that the haughty aristocrat like Vasilisa would be so captivated by her new role as a village schoolteacher? It seemed she had finally found a job that brought her not only academic satisfaction, but also genuine joy, though she would never admit it. As I left school, I mentally added one more item for my next trip to the city, to allocate funds for new teaching aids and equipment. Ugrumika was changing day by day, transforming from a godforsaken village into a hub of future prosperity. And the upcoming Maslenitsa was to be the first public declaration of our ambitions. The next day, the March sun shone brightly in a cloudless sky, sparkling in the stagnant puddles. Ugrumika, which had recently seemed like a dreary backwater, was being transformed before our eyes. The village was buzzing like a beehive. Maslenitsa, the first real holiday under my leadership, was approaching. I stood on a tower by the main gate, watching as a team of carpenters arrived. A dozen burly men on 2 sleds loaded with tools came through the gate. Their leader, a grey-moustached, broad-shouldered man named Arkhip, jumped down from the front sled and headed toward me. Here we are, Sir Voivode, Arkhip bowed solemnly, pulling off his fur hat. The team has arrived in full force, as agreed. Good, I nodded briefly, carefully examining the craftsmen. Strong, solid people with calloused hands and confident looks, exactly the kind of people I needed. Zakar will show you where to stay. We'll discuss the work after lunch. The carpenters were integral to our work. Much remained to be done, finishing the store, constructing new buildings, renovating the old structures, and strengthening the site for the festive celebrations. And in the long term, work on the shaft would begin, but that was still a long way off. Zakar briskly led the workers to the empty houses we'd prepared for them. I climbed down from the tower and headed toward my house. I had a rather important call scheduled for today. In the office, I took out the megaphone and dialed the lawyer's number. Stremyanikov answered almost immediately. "Good afternoon, Pyotr Pavlovich," I began, sitting down in a chair. "I need your advice on the legal formalization of my authority over the neighboring villages." "Glad to hear from you, Prokhor Ignatievich." The voice on the other line was clear and businesslike. "You wish to officially become the voivode of..." There was a rustle of pages turning. "Derbyshire, Ovechkino and Anfimovka, am I correct?" "Exactly," I said, drumming my fingers on the table. "Everything needs to be done according to the law so the prince's chancery can't get into trouble." "There are several options," Stremyanikov said, then paused. "The first is to obtain a princely decree, but that's unlikely given your complicated relationship with Veratine." "Other options?" I interrupted impatiently. "The second option is martial law," the lawyer continued. "According to the Borderlands Code, in the event of an emergency, a senior officer may take command of an area within a 3-day march radius to organize a defense. But officially I'm not an officer," I objected. "A voivode is equivalent to a military rank. And the threat of attack by the soulless can be considered an emergency situation," Stremyanikov chuckled. "Which, as I understand it, is a constant in your area." I thought about it. It wasn't a bad idea, but the prince might object that the sluice threat wasn't an emergency precisely because it was constant. "The third way," the lawyer continued, "is the most promising, an oath of allegiance. If the headmen of these villages swear allegiance to you in the presence of witnesses and sign the relevant documents, you automatically become their voivode. This is an ancient custom enshrined in the Code of Laws." "What is required for such an oath?" I asked, perking up. "You need a properly composed document, at least 3 witnesses from each village, the seal of the headman and your seal as voivode." This seal had already turned up among my predecessor's belongings, though it had been dusty and thrown into a far drawer of the office. "I will prepare all the necessary documents," assured Stremyanikov, "but you will have to convince the headmen." "I will. What about the taxes?" I asked the key question. "How will this affect my payments to the prince?" "This is where the main benefit lies," the lawyer said with satisfaction. "Remember our conversation about how you need at least 3 settlements to be a voivode? You're currently facing a legal quandary. You've been appointed voivode, but you're not actually qualified for the position. You're short 1 village." "Of course, I remember," I nodded, although Stremyanikov couldn't see it. "When you officially become the voivode of 3 villages, in addition to Ugrumika, you will finally be worthy of your position. Moreover, according to the law, the tax rate for the voivodeship is fixed upon appointment. This means your tax will remain the same 1,000 rubles the prince determined." "You mean I'll still only have to pay for Ugrumika?" I leaned forward in surprise. "Precisely." I distinctly heard Stremyanikov click his tongue. "Furthermore, each of these villages retains its own tax obligations to the prince's treasury. They will continue to pay their taxes directly, not through you. This way, the prince will receive even more money and will not be able to formally object. You could, of course, hypothetically petition for a reduction in the tax burden on the villages under your control due to double taxation, but you understand, he would refuse." "Thank you." "When can you send the documents?" "You'll receive the full package by tomorrow evening," Stremyanikov assured. "If you have any questions, please contact us." After our conversation was done, I left the house. It was time to check on the progress of the obstacle course construction. My team had been working on it for several days behind the palisade on the eastern side of the village. Boris met me at the scene. His face was flushed from the cold and the physical labor. "How's it coming along?" I glanced at the field beyond the village, where wooden structures were visible. "Almost finished, Sir Voivode," Boris nodded toward the field. "A climbing wall, a ditch lined with logs, sheltered firing positions, all as you ordered. We'll be done soon, just the finishing touches remain." We made our way to the obstacle course. The work was impressive. My 12 hunters, who now proudly called themselves a squad, had created a veritable playground. The course's 3 sections stretched for almost 200 paces, an area for testing strength and agility, an area for camouflage and stealth, and a final area, targets for testing accuracy. "It's certainly not as convenient to train in the mud," Boris rubbed his fur-mittened hands, "but we've gotten the hang of it. We'll hold a competition here for Maslenitsa," I said, gesturing around the strip. "Let the boys from the neighboring villages try their hand at it too. We can try to lure the most agile ones into the squad." Boris beamed. "Great idea. My guys are already racing through the track, competing with each other. Gavrila beat everyone yesterday, even Fedot. That's good. We need warriors strong in body and spirit. Keep it up." The morning of Maslenitsa dawned clear and frosty. The first rays of sun tinted the snowdrifts pinkish, and the village gradually awoke. I stepped out onto the porch of my house, breathing in the crisp winter air. Ugrumika, all dressed up for the festival, was a joy to behold. A straw effigy in a bright sarafan, a symbol of the passing winter, stood tall in the main square. Multicolored ribbons and flags hung between the houses, fluttering in the light breeze. Preparations for the celebration began at dawn. Women bustled around outdoor ovens, baking mountains of golden-brown pancakes that gave off a tantalizing aroma. Men set up tables and benches for guests from neighboring villages. I walked around the square, ensuring that everything was going according to plan. Zakar followed behind me, holding a list of the planned events. Ovechkino sent 20 people, about 15 came from Derbyshire, and 24 from Anfimovka, Zakar reported, checking his notes. "The stalls are already lined up. The competition is ready to begin this afternoon." By midday, the village square was filled with people. The fairground stalls drew the eye with their colorful wares, woven belts, carved figurines, pottery, and sweets for children. Local artisans displayed their goods. I observed the surroundings with a certain awe. Just a few months ago, Ugrumika had been a terrified, impoverished village, but now it was bustling with life. Children squealed as they slid down the ice slide built at the edge of the square. Young people crowded around a pole with a prize tied to the top, new boots that I had allocated from the treasury for the winner. "It's time to begin, sir." Boris approached me and nodded towards the obstacle course behind the village, where guys from all the surrounding villages had already gathered. The competition began with a test of strength, throwing a heavy log for a distance. Stepan the miller, acting as judge, recorded the results on a special board. Then began the obstacle course, which was particularly interesting. Young men enthusiastically navigated the walls, ditches, and labyrinths my teammates had built for training. As discussed, we took note of the most skilled. "Look at our Gavrila go," exclaimed Fedot as his comrade deftly vaulted over the final obstacle, outpacing his rival from Derbyshire. After the competition, the guests gathered at tables laden with refreshments. Boris proudly displayed the trophies of his recent hunt, the roasted carcasses of 2 boars, which were immediately shared among everyone present. Vasilisa put together a magic show for the children, simple but effective geomancy tricks, and her students recited poetry. The little ones squealed with delight as tiny animal figures emerged from the earth and colorful sparks swirled in the air. The highlight of the celebration was the grand opening of the village's first real store. Stepan and his son Pavel, dressed in new frock coats, stood at the entrance and swaggeringly invited guests to browse the merchandise. The 2 floors of the wooden building were filled with a variety of goods, from fabrics and clothing to tools and household items. The 2nd floor housed hunting gear and household utensils. I noticed women from neighboring villages admiring the colorful pieces of calico and wool, while men tried out new axes and saws. The residents of Ugrumika couldn't hide their pride as they showed off their shop to their neighbors. "Now we feel like we're living in a real city," I heard Agathia say to the guests from Derbyshire. Many approached me repeatedly to express their gratitude. The women, who had previously had to wait months for visiting merchants to buy thread or needles, were especially pleased. By evening, as the sun began to set, a large bonfire blazed in the center of the square. Girls danced in circles, boys tested their strength in friendly matches, and old men shared memories of old times. Albinoni, who had initially kept to himself, finally lost his composure and began telling tales of the carnival in Venice, gesticulating wildly and occasionally switching to his native language from an excess of emotion. My father, Ignacio, noticeably stronger after his illness, sat surrounded by elderly people and told them with obvious pleasure about the construction projects he once oversaw in Vladimir. It was a joy to see the color return to his formerly pale face and the sparkle of life return to his eyes. The celebration ran until late into the night. I sat on the porch of my house, watching the people having fun, and felt a strange sense of satisfaction. I couldn't yet say I'd gotten used to this world, but I was definitely starting to find my place in it. The next morning, I awoke to a loud knock on the door. Zakar peered into the room, looking worried. "Sir Voivode, the village elders have arrived. They're arguing with such gusto on the porch, it seems like a fight is about to break out." I quickly dressed and went out into the hallway. Even through the closed door, I could hear the indignant voices. Prokop from Derbyshire and Tikhon from Ovechkino stepped forward as soon as they noticed me. "Voivode, be a fair judge," they said almost simultaneously, then cast irritated glances at each other. "What happened?" I crossed my arms over my chest, looking around at the heated patrons. "Malicious libel and slander," shouted the man behind Prokop, shaking his fist. "He's lying and not even blushing," retorted the stocky, bearded man standing next to Tikhon. "Sir Voivode," Prokop stepped forward, "we tried to settle the matter ourselves, but we couldn't reach an agreement. God knows I didn't mean to bother you, but this is a serious matter," Tikhon continued. "And you are a just man, Voivode, a wise one. It's clear you know how to establish order. Judge us fairly." Chapter 24, onto the porch, adjusting my clothes and straightening my shoulders. The square in front of the house was filled with people. Locals and visitors from the surrounding villages had begun to gather, drawn by the unusual sight. Prokop and Tikhon stood in the center of the circle, and behind them stood the participants in the conflict, glaring suspiciously at each other. I stepped further out. "Let's sort this out like decent folk," I said loudly. "First, let's hear one side, then the other. No shouting or insults." I pointed to the empty seat in front of me. "Come here, we will judge you according to our conscience." Scolds silently settled down on the roof above my head. "Who will go first?" I asked, looking around at the assembled group. A short man with a scar on his cheek took a step forward. "I, Pavel Goyunov from Derbyshire," he began, nervously fiddling with his cap. "I've lost my grandfather's ring, a silver one with a blue stone. It's a family heirloom passed down from my great-great-grandfather. He got it back during the campaign in Turkey." "When did it disappear?" I asked. "Yesterday, during the festival. I always wear it on my little finger," he said, showing me his hand. And in the evening I looked. The finger was there, but the ring was gone. I searched the whole area, checked every place I'd sat. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. Goyunov cast an angry glance at the man with a thick beard on the other side of the table. And then Vanka Bugrov bragged to his men that he knew where my ring was. It was obvious he stole it. Their villagers were always like that. My grandfather used to say, if you let your guard down for just a second, they'll cut the shirt off your back in a flash. The bearded man jerked forward, but Tikhon held him by the shoulder. Don't you dare accuse me, Bugrov growled. I didn't steal anything. I said I knew where your ring was because I saw you. Enough, I interrupted him. Your turn will come. Pavel, do you have anything to add? Goyunov twirled his cap in his hands. Nothing to add. Grandfather's ring disappeared. He repeated a second time just to be sure, and this guy, he nodded at Bugrov, bragged that he knew where it was. And then he started denying it. Everyone heard. Okay, I turned to the bearded man. Now you, Ivan, speak. Bugrov threw his shoulders back, looking me straight in the eyes. I said I knew where his ring was because I saw him behind the barn last night puking. Forgive my rude words, Voivode, he said with a slight bow. But he was drunk as a pig, and now he's slandering honest people. You're lying, Goyunov shouted. I wasn't even there, or rather, not at night. Silence, I barked. One more word out of turn and you'll both have to leave. Both men fell silent, but continued to glare at each other. A sizable crowd had already gathered around us, almost the entire village, and the guests left after the celebration. Ivan, I continued, you claim to have seen Goyunov drunk behind the barn. When was that? Around the time the fire was lit. I went there to get firewood. And you're sure it was him? Well, it was a bit dark, Bugrov admitted, scratching his beard, but he had a similar figure and the clothes were the same. I remember he was wearing a red shirt. And you decided that he lost the ring there? Yeah. He might have dropped it when, well, you know, he was losing his lunch. I leaned back on the bench, mentally addressing Scald. The raven, pretending not to care, lazily turned his head. Did you hear the argument? I asked him in my mind. Every mundane word, the raven responded with slight irritation. Have you seen a silver ring with a blue stone? Did you fly over the village yesterday? I did, I was hunting. And yes, I saw something interesting behind the barn. This sick guy, I asked. Among other things, people are so funny in this kind of, predicament, especially that guy. I remember him because he had a beard all over. Well, it's not important. I noticed that I was sitting with my head down and my brows slightly furrowed. Apparently, it looked like I was deep in thought. Looking up, I saw the assembled group eagerly awaiting my decision. At that moment, Scald swooped down on my shoulder and croaked loudly, then again, tilting his head to the side and looking at me with shining eyes. Did you see the ring? Maybe. What's in it for me? Look at that. Someone in the crowd whispered admiringly. He's talking to a raven, some kind of witchcraft, an old woman muttered, crossing herself. A warlock, of course. Oh, dear Mother of God, came a surprised cry. The voivode understands the language of birds, I sighed mentally. The best nuts and a piece of dried meat. I'll be right back, the raven said, as he threw himself into the air with a sharp crack. Circling above the heads of the astonished onlookers, he headed toward the barn. He returned a minute later, carrying something shiny in his beak. Landing gracefully on his shoulder, the raven carefully placed a silver ring with a dark blue stone in his outstretched palm. A reverent gasp went through the crowd. Sorcery, the boy standing in the front row said admiringly. Divine power, Agafia corrected him. The voivode communicates with the birds of the heavens. Goyunov leaned forward, recognizing his lost heirloom. My ring, he exclaimed with relief. But where? I looked at Bugrov, noting his confusion. You're right, Ivan, I said. Pavel Goyunov was behind the barn yesterday. Bugrov nodded triumphantly, but I raised my hand, stopping him. However, I continued, twirling the ring in my fingers, it was Goyunov you saw last night. What? Bugrov blinked in confusion. You said yourself it was dark. You saw a man in a red shirt, but it was Pavel. I turned to the crowd. Who else was wearing a red shirt yesterday? There was silence, then a guilty voice was heard from the back. It was me, Voivode. Everyone turned to look at a short guy who was nervously shifting from foot to foot. Yakov Berezina from Ovichkino, he introduced himself. I really did have a few too many drinks yesterday. And behind the barn, I started feeling unwell. Do you recognize the ring? I asked, showing the find to its rightful owner. He nodded fervently. The raven found it in a crack under the deck, I remarked, handing it over. It fell between the boards. You must have dropped it when you were passing the barn during the day. Goyunov reverently accepted the relic and placed it on his little finger. Thank you, Voivode, he said emphatically. This memory of my ancestors, it's invaluable to me. Then he turned to Bugrov. Sorry, Ivan, I got carried away. Beer S on me, Bugrov tutted, but extended his hand in reconciliation. And you must forgive me. I shouldn't have started babbling until I had everything figured out. Both headmen stepped forward, clearly impressed by the peaceful resolution of the situation. Thank you, Voivode, Prokop bowed, a wise and just decision. Even the birds of the heavens serve you. Scald, who was sitting on the table, ruffled his feathers with pride and let out a smug croak. Surely they wouldn't call him a bird of the heavens every day. I hoped he wouldn't start demanding that we recite odes in his honor. When Prokop, Tikhon and their men stepped aside, the crowd parted, letting through a tall woman I knew well, about 40 years old, with a stern face and a commanding voice. Next to her walked a young man and woman, holding hands. They looked simultaneously sheepish and hopeful. Voivode, I have a request for you now, announced Marfa, the head of Anfimovka. It also requires your decision. Speak, I nodded, inviting them to come closer. The young girl next to her was barely of marrying age, and the boy's face looked familiar to me. This is Nastasia, Marfa pointed to the beauty, who stood frozen, her gaze downcast and fiddling with the hem of her apron. An orphan in my care since childhood, and this is Antip, she nodded toward the boy, the son of your hunter Silenty. The young couple stood holding hands, looking both determined and frightened. Nastasia and Antip fell in love at Maslenitsa, Marfa continued, and now Nastasia wants to move in with him in Ugrumika. What's the problem? I asked, although I already guessed the answer. The boy has no home of his own, no farm, Marfa shook her head. He lives with his father in his hut, and they're not married yet. I'm not against their union. The girl is already of marriageable age, but we must keep order. I turned to the young man. What do you say, Antip? The boy stood straight, letting go of the girl's hand. I love Nastasia, Voivode, he said firmly, and I'm ready to take her as my wife. I have strong hands, I'm not afraid of work. Father promised to help with our hut, but it will take time to build. When are you going to the church? I asked. There was an awkward pause among the crowd. We haven't had a priest for 3 years now, Silenty finally said, emerging from the crowd to join his son. Father Gregory died of fever 3 years ago. And they haven't sent a new one. It's such a remote place. An unexpected turn of events. So, for the past 3 whole years, no one got married, no one was baptized, and no one had a funeral service. Once we sent the boys off to Sergiev Posad, Silenty explained, but the journey is long and dangerous. You can't just make the trip willy-nilly. Only if you really need to. Someone in the crowd burst out laughing and immediately got an elbow in the side. I thought about it. The situation had become more complicated. Not only did the young couple need a home, but they also had to find a priest. My decision is this, I finally said. Nastasia can move to Ugrumika, but until the wedding she will live in Agafia's house under her supervision. I raised my hand, forestalling any objections. Agafia is strict, but fair. She will ensure that propriety is maintained, and we'd also see how serious the boy's intentions were when it came to more than docking a dragon boat in the harbor, but also starting a family. He'd need to work and sweat for it. And you, Antip, I looked at the boy, must have a hut built by the end of spring. Not just cut down, but erected, with a roof, a stove, and all necessary living accommodations. The team from Sergev Posad will stay and help with the construction. I addressed everyone gathered. As for the priest, I'll write a petition to the monastery. We'll marry them when he arrives. I'll help with the dowry, Marfa added, satisfied with the decision. The girl has a chest of linen from her mother, some dishes and other utensils. Antip straightened up, his eyes shining. Thank you, Voivode. I swear you won't regret your decision. Nastasia finally raised her eyes, full of tears of gratitude. Thank you, she whispered, looking at me with such adoration, as if I were not just a voivode but the prince himself. Marfa nodded in satisfaction. A just decision, voivode. The girl will be looked after, and the young couple won't have to wait months to see each other. As the crowd began to disperse, I remained on the porch. Skald stamped his feet on my shoulder and mockingly said in my head, "Look at you, O wise judge, deciding people's fate." "Oh, stop. It's just a practical approach," I answered him in my head. They would have done something stupid. They would have run away, but at least this way they'll be of some use to the village. By the way, I await my reward, O magnanimous lord. Skald shifted his claws impatiently and poked me in the cheek with his beak. Lightly, but demandingly, I headed home for the promised treat. It was amazing how, in this world, even simple, everyday disputes became a test of my ability to govern fairly. From the window, I saw Silenty hugging his son, clapping him on the shoulder, and in the distance, Zakar was already talking to Agafia, apparently discussing the girl's housing. "Would you like me to save anyone else, Lord Voivode?" Skald asked ironically, crunching on nuts. "Perhaps I should delight your subjects with a trick, fly in circles overhead, pretend to wear a crown." But even his mocking couldn't dull my satisfaction at having made the right call. The day promised to be interesting. After all, there was still so much to do. The village headmen passed the outskirts of the village, departing Ugrumika satisfied and with money, approximately 45 gold rubles per village, a very respectable sum for such small settlements. Stepan could barely contain his pride. His first commercial trading venture with the neighbors had been a resounding success. "Safe travels," Zakar shouted after the departing carts. Marfa, who was confidently holding the reins, turned around, caught my gaze and answered with a sincere smile. "We will expect your merchant in 3 weeks, Sir Voivode." The headman of Derbyshire, the stocky Prokop, raised his hand in a farewell gesture and shouted, "For the first time in a decade, I don't feel like I'm being cheated on relic prices." "May you live 100 years, Prokor Ignatievich." I bowed my head, accepting the thanks without a hint of dissent. My father, standing nearby, looked on with a sly smile. He was clearly pleased by the neighbors' increased respect for our village. Ignacio had done much to advance our family's fortunes in the capital, but he never imagined that part of the family business would be based in one of the remote villages of the forested borderlands. "It's begun," he said quietly, squeezing my shoulder lightly. "That is how empires are built, Prokor. With small deeds and treating people honestly." He stood there for a moment, watching the group leave, and then turned around, saying it was time for lunch. We agreed to meet up again later. Vasilisa and I had a new ritual planned for today. The ochre sunset streaked across the evening sky. 15 tiny essence crystals had been prepared in the backyard for me and 4 fewer for the girl. She wouldn't have been able to handle such a quantity due to her lack of a familiar. Vasilisa appeared an hour after sunset, when the first stars were already shining in the dark blue canopy. Skald sat motionless on a branch, silently observing our preparations. "Today we will be one step closer to becoming true mages and not just youths with an awakened gift," the girl said solemnly, carefully touching the crystals. I was amused by the solemnity, seeing it as something completely ordinary, like washing oneself or combing one's hair. However, for the geomancer, it was all extremely serious, almost a sacred ceremony. Her green eyes sparkled with anticipation and joy. After preparing all the solutions, We sat facing each other, placing the crystals between us. With each passing moment, I felt my consciousness opening and my body preparing for the energy to pass through. With each sound, the air around me grew thicker, and the blood rushed faster through my veins. The essence slowly dissolved, releasing the energy locked within the stones. I saw its finest threads flowing toward us, blue, pulsating, full of life. Closing my eyes, I concentrated on directing these streams into myself through the energy-accumulating spirals I had built. The first wave rolled through my body with a soft warmth. The second made my fingers tingle. The third caused a pleasant vibration in my chest. With each breath of air, I drew in more and more sparkling threads, guiding them through the complex patterns I had once been taught. Suddenly, something changed. The reservoir inside began filling much faster than before. The boundaries expanded, as if breaking through invisible barriers. At first, the threads slowed at the 200-drop limit, then burst forth further, creating a veritable vortex of power. At this point, a true breakthrough occurred. My entire being seemed to ignite with an inner fire, not painful, but purifying and transforming. My body began to glow with a soft silvery light, visible even through closed eyelids. Vasilissa's hands trembled in my grasp. She, too, was passing through her own threshold. My mouth tasted like ozone. And then I felt something new inside, as if a huge door had swung open with a crash, revealing a whole world beyond, the one I'd been waiting for since the moment I woke up in the noose. 203 drops, 207, 220, the count continued, and knowledge I'd carried with me since my past life began to awaken within me. Spells and techniques previously imprinted in my memory, previously inaccessible due to the physical limitations of my body. Now they came to life one by one. Spiritual Fortress, a spell that protected the mind from illusions and mental attacks. Sphere of Silence created a zone of absolute magical silence. Lightning Bolt, instantaneous movement over a short distance. Compel Elementals formed temporary elemental spirits from the environment. Streams of energy intertwined within me, forming new channels. At some point, I felt a portion of the power separate and flow to Scald. Our connection grew stronger and deeper. Now I could sense his presence from a much greater distance. 232, 250, at 254 drops, the flow slowed and dried up. The last threads of energy were absorbed into my skin. Slowly opening my eyes, I saw the dark courtyard around us filled with a soft silvery glow emanating from both of us. Olkovskaya looked transformed, her pale skin glowed from within, and her eyes seemed deeper and brighter. "We did it," she whispered, not breaking from my touch. "Can you feel it?" "We are journeymen." Carefully releasing her hand, I raised my palm to my eyes. Tiny silver sparks danced across my skin. I clenched my fingers into a fist, feeling a new power pulsating within, ready to bend to my will. I touched the ground, and it responded, trembling slightly, as if welcoming me. Now I could discern the magical currents around objects more clearly than ever. I saw Vasilissa's aura, a complex interweaving of emerald and blue threads, shimmering with every breath she took. I saw the dark purple glow around Scald, sparkling with the same silvery energy that flowed within me. "Try something new," Vasilissa suggested with childish delight. I nodded, concentrating on one of the spells now fully accessible to me. With an effort of will, the courtyard around us was plunged into absolute peace. Now no one outside would be able to eavesdrop on our conversation. Sphere of Silence was a simple spell, but it required subtle control over energy that was previously beyond my reach. "Incredible," Vasilissa exclaimed, her voice sounding slightly muffled, as if through thick glass. I smiled, feeling the simple, sincere happiness of a man who had regained a part of himself. For the first time since awakening in this world, I felt like I was truly becoming myself, a ruler, a warrior, a mage. "This is just the beginning," I said, feeling how the new force that had been dormant in Platonov's body was now beating in my veins, demanding action. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Vasilisa looking at her hands as if seeing them for the first time. Tears were frozen in her green eyes, but she refused to let them fall. Her face glowed, and her cheeks flushed, like a child who had received a long-awaited gift. "It's incredible," she whispered, clenching and unclenching her fingers. "I feel everything, every speck of dust, every atom of air. Even that crooked nail in the wall, which once seemed like just metal, now sings of its origin." The words flowed out of her in a stream, completely unlike her usual restraint. "You know, I've been waiting for this moment since I was a child. My father kept telling me I'd never become a true sorceress, that my element was too limited." She jumped up and began pacing. "Even at the academy, they looked down on me, a geomancer minor, but how primitive. And now I can sense the rock deposits around me." I silently watched this metamorphosis. The girl who always tried to appear sensible had become a bundle of pure emotion. Vasilisa stopped, turned abruptly, and unexpectedly kneeling before me, grabbed my hand. "I'll never forget this, Prokha, never," her voice wavered. "When I broke free from my father's control, I knew the development of my powers would slow down. As if. Without you, I would have spent years hoarding the crumbs of energy, waiting for that breakthrough. And you didn't just share your knowledge, you believed in me." She bit her lip, clearly struggling to express herself. At that moment, she looked like a book that someone tried to open too quickly, and the pages had fallen apart, revealing everything inside at once. Her eyes held a sincerity I'd never seen before. "I have to tell you," she began decisively. "I can't hide the truth any longer." "I do," a breathless Boris suddenly burst through the curtain of silence, causing Scald to flutter into the air in alarm and croak in displeasure. The usually reserved man looked extremely agitated. "Prokha Ignatievich," he blurted out, "I've been screaming, calling for you." There, what happened?" I instantly straightened up, reaching for my weapon. "I heard the sound of a truck coming from the highway." "A truck, judging by the sound," Boris said, catching his breath. "And now at the gate, someone has arrived and they're calling you by name." Vasilisa and I exchanged glances. The magical ritual instantly faded into the background. "A vehicle, in Ugrumika. Let's go," I nodded to the squad commander. We hurried through the village. Behind us, I heard Vasilisa's light footsteps, determined to keep up. As we approached the gate, the first thing I saw was a bulky travel bag, followed by a young woman spinning around, looking around nervously. When she saw me, she gasped, her eyes widening. I didn't have time to say a word. The distance between us instantly closed, and the girl squealed and hung on my neck, enveloping me in the faint scent of expensive perfume. "Oh, Prokha, my darling, finally," she exclaimed, pressing her whole body against me. When she pulled away, I saw a beautiful face framed by wavy, chestnut-colored hair cut in a bob. Her hazel eyes glittered feverishly. Her plump lips were parted with excitement. "Polina," I finally said, recognizing the girl from the real Platonov's vague recollections. "I'm running away from Mommy," she blurted out with a triumphant smile. "To be with you, dearest, for good."